What if Naruto time traveled through past to had Harem with Kushina? Naruto stares out the small window in his prison cell, looking at the few stars still shining in the early morning just before sunrise. In his heart, he wonders if his friends are looking down at him from the heavens, waiting for him to join them with open arms. All his friends were all killed in the many battles that enveloped Konoha since the last part of Tsunade's reign as Godame. The Hokage, along with her assistant Shizune, were the first to fall in the war against Oto, and all they have to show for their death was the fact they managed to take Yakushi Kabuto with them. Jiraiya was the next to go, falling in battle against the Akatsuki Zetsu while trying to gather information on the organization. Team 8 and Team 10 all fell in battle against Iwa and Kumo along with Temari and most of the Suna reinforcement. Gaara, Kankuro, Lee, and Guy all died fighting against the Akatsuki, who tried to attack Naruto after Konoha barely survived the war, even if they were able to take most of the Akatsuki with them. The rest of the more able ninjas all perished when Kiri, taking advantage of the other villages' weakened state after the drawn-out war, decides to attack the 4 villages. The village survived, barely, but the only people close to him and managed to remain alive were Kakashi and Sakura. That is, until they died at the hands of Sasuke, who had decided to seek a new goal after killing the weakened Itachi after the Akatsuki attacked Konoha. Under his command, Oto had already taken over Kumo, Kiri, and Iwa. Leaving the conquest of Suna to his underlings, he personally led the campaign against Konoha. Enraged at the death of his 2 surviving friends, Naruto killed Sasuke and his entire army with the power of the Kyuubi. Years of constant warfare took a heavy toll on every shinobi nation, devastating the countryside and flattening villages. The daimyos eventually decided to banish any surviving shinobi, and imprison the only surviving Kage, Uzumaki Naruto, the Rokudaime Hokage. Naruto had already spent 6 months in this small cell with nothing beside a few made-up charges. However, the daimyos decided that they will use Naruto as an example to warn any surviving shinobi by charging him with treason and sentencing him to death. During the hearings, Naruto never uttered a word to defend himself or admit to the offense, having long known that it wouldn't make a difference. Instead, he spends most of his time staring at the sky or communicating with the Kyuubi. The execution will take place at noon today and the guards outside are running about, preparing to carry out the order of their superiors. Kit, Kyuubi says from the seal. What do you want now, Kyuubi? It's almost time. I know that. I assume you know what you do. Yes. You only told me 238 times. I'm only being repetitive because the timing has to be perfect or it won't work. If it doesn't work, then you get to have your fun terrorizing the world. I don't see any problem. I'm not doing this for my own good, you ungrateful Kit. Don't worry, Kyuubi, I'll be fine. There is something about the technique that I haven't mentioned to you. Well, then go ahead. It's not time for that yet. You'll find out in due time. Besides, we have visitors, Kit. What do you guys want? Naruto asks without turning around to face the guards. Be grateful that we're even bringing you your last meal, punk. I'm sure that adding a few counts of murder doesn't change much, Kyuubi interjects from the seal. Cut it out, Kyuubi. Why? If it doesn't make a difference to the fools handing down the sentence and it makes us feel better, why can't we do it? You're forgetting something in between, these fools' families. I'll be damned if I give them any reason to hate me when I die. Che, you're no fun. Like they don't feel that way about you already. If they don't hate you, you won't be sitting here. I thought you had enough fun when you wreak havoc on the Oto army a few months ago. I did, but more fun never hurts. If you ain't going to eat, then I'm going to take the plates with me, the guard yells after getting no response. Go ahead, I won't be needing it in a few hours. Beside, it's against my policy to take poison right before being executed. Why, you punk? Naruto releases a spike of chakra to push the guard out of his cell and closes the door behind him. Closing his eyes, Naruto goes through all the procedure in his head once again so Kyubi will stop bothering him about it. Eventually, a larger group of guards enters the cell to escort him to the execution ground. As Naruto stands up, all the guards back up a couple of steps as the Rokudaime easily towers over them by at least 6 inches. Scaring them even more are the blood-red eyes that stares back at them when Naruto turns around, the last reminder of what Naruto contains in his body. Gulping, the leader of the guards put the cuffs on Naruto's wrists and leads him out of the cell. On their way, not a single person came to see the last Hokage off on his final journey, being forbidden by the daimyos to so much as to weep for him. "Your time has finally come," the official witnessing the execution says. The entire execution ground is empty beside Naruto, the official, the executioner, and a few guards. Kyubi scoffs at the amount of defense at the ground. If Naruto has any desire to flee, he can do it easily with this pathetic amount of people watching him. If not for the fact that Naruto needs to die for the plan to work, he is certain that Naruto would have been miles away by now. "Any last words, you monster?" "On second thought, I don't even want to hear it." "Executioner, do you job?" Nodding his head, the executioner approaches Naruto. No one notices that a small bit of red chakra is coming out of Naruto's hand or that he is going through a long series of hand seal. Raising his blade, the executioner swings his arms down just as Naruto completes the sequence. A large burst of chakra erupts the moment the blade goes through Naruto's neck and the executioner is killed immediately. The official and the guards barely have enough time to register what is happening before they are also engulfed by the chakra. If anyone looks toward the sky, they would be able to see a large column of red chakra shooting up to before slowly dissipating. When Naruto opens his eyes again, he finds himself being held by someone as they travel at a high speed. Trying to struggle out of the person's arms, Naruto finds that he doesn't have nearly enough strength to get away. When the pair finally stops, Naruto sees the Kyubi standing in front of him and the person holding him standing on top of Gamabunta. Finally realizing where he is, Naruto tries to reach out and grab the person's arm before he can complete the last seal but is powerless to do so and he finds himself in the presence of the Shinigami. Instead of doing what the person intends for it to do, the Shinigami reaches past the person and Naruto directly at the Kyubi. What's going on? Namikaze. Normally I should take your soul away for bringing me to this realm. You should be glad that your child and his companion have given me a sacrifice to save your life, the Shinigami says. Now Kyubi, be gone. Go back to your resting place. The time for your awakening will come, but for now, recuperate and be prepared to fulfill your purpose. Very well, Shinigami-sama. What is happening? Yondaime asks again. You will find your answer in due time as well, the Shinigami says before disappearing with the Kyubi. As soon as the Kyubi disappears, a silver-haired ninja appears next to Yondaime. He casts a confused glance at how the baby is staring at him in a disturbing way, but ignores it and turns toward the Hokage. Sensei, is the Kyubi gone? I thought that your technique would, not that I'm unhappy with you being alive. I understand, Kakashi. Even though I'm not entirely sure myself, the Kyubi is indeed gone. I will deliver the news to Sandaime-sama and the rest of the village. Go ahead, the Yondaime says before turning toward the child in his arm. Naruto, you are a very special child, aren't you? If he doesn't know any better, Yondaime Hokage can almost swear that he can see a hint of pride in his son's eyes and a smirk on his face. Sighing, Namikaze Minato heads back toward the village with what is left of the ninja squads that were sent out to contain the Kyubi. As soon as he steps into his office, he is bombarded with questions from everyone present, which includes his predecessor, the council elders and the various clan heads. Is the sealing unsuccessful? Sandaime asks. No. I never managed to get to the sealing procedure. The Shinigami simply says something about my child offering sacrifices and orders the Kyubi to leave. But how? One of the councilmen asks. The Shinigami only tells me that I will find my answer in due time. It's been a long few days. I think it's time for us to return to our homes and rest, Sandaime says before anyone else can raise any questions. Yes, I think it would be best. Additional author's note: leave a note if you like the story. Chapter 2. Author note: not applicable. Disclaimer: I do not own Naruto. Chapter I. A 4-year-old Naruto runs away from the scene of his latest prank, after having put an illusion in the Yamanaka flower shop, turning it into a store full of man-eating plants and scaring every customer, as well as the family that runs the shop, out of their mind and out of the store. Right now, an irate Inoichi is running after him from rooftop to rooftop. Back at the store, his wife is still trying to calm their crying daughter who refuses to return to the store. Eventually, Naruto crashes into his father's office with Inoichi following him inside a few moments later, his anger completely blocking all thoughts of identifying where he is. "Alright, Naruto, what did you do this time?" Minato asks, looking up from his paperwork. Hokage-sama. It's okay, Inoichi. I'm sure my son has caused a lot trouble, Minato says before turning back toward his son. Would you ever stop giving me trouble? I'm still trying to keep the Naras from trying to kill you for painting the nose of every deer they own to red and dangling ornaments in their antlers. As soon as you take me to the Shrine of Fire like you promised. The Shrine of Fire? Inoichi asks, his anger completely forgotten in the presence of the village's leader. Yes. He has been clamoring about it ever since he knows how to talk. I'm still trying to figure out how he found out about such an out-of-the-way shrine. Excuse me, but perchance it has something to do with it? There is a chance that may be it, but Naruto simply refuses to tell me the reason. I want to go. I want to go. Naruto screams like the child he is. Fine, fine. As soon as I take care of what you did to Inoichi, I will find Sarutobi-sama to watch the village for a few days. Now, what did you do? Ino-chan says that I'm weak. I showed her. I'm not the one crying my eyes out and refusing to go back home. Inoichi, what did he do? Minato asks, sighing. He put a genjutsu over my shop, turning it into a man-eating plant paradise. Normally I would be impressed that someone as young as Naruto can handle such a genjutsu, but to use it on my shop while Ino's still inside. I understand, Inoichi. I'll take Naruto over to your place and apologize to your family. After that, I will punish him accordingly. The punishment ends up being having Naruto study in the library under chunin supervision. Ino complained about the punishment after finally calming down, but to Naruto, not being allowed to run around or talk loudly would be crueler than anything Minato can think of. After serving out his sentence, Minato asks the Sandaime to step in for a week and takes his son to the Shrine of Fire in the forest north of the village. Why is this place so run down? Naruto asks when he arrives. This shrine hasn't been in use since Nidaime's time, Naruto. Great. Now I have to look all over to find the stupid fox. Why didn't he tell me this is what the place looks like? I didn't know this place turned out this way either, stupid brat, a voice booms. It was still perfectly fine when I left. Who said that? Minato says, looking every which way. All right. Where are you, you stupid fox? If you clear a path amongst the rubble to the middle of the shrine, you'll see a stairway down. Naruto, who are you talking to? Dad, come on. You heard him. Let's go. But. Minato's sweat drops as he looks at his son crossing his arms, pouting, and tapping his foot impatiently. Sighing, Minato gestures for his son to step back before creating several Kage Bunshin to move away the rubble. He could have used his Rasengan to clear the land, but he has a sneaking suspicion that he'll want to preserve the shrine as much as possible. When everything is out of the way, Naruto pulls his father toward the stairwell that is hidden where the altar should have been. Once underground, the pair follows the straightforward path until it reaches a door. Before his father can even stop him, Naruto opens the door. So you finally decide to show up. Being trapped here was worse than being trapped in your stomach, and you know how much I hate being trapped in your stomach. The booming voice comes out from a vase in the middle of the room. How did you end up trapped in a vase? No thanks to the stupid Shinigami. He said I have to stay hidden here in case someone frees me before my time comes. If I had known this would happen, I would have kept attacking the village for the heck of it. The darn raccoon was trapped in something roomier than this. Fine, fine. Shut up already, you stupid fox. How do I get you out? Only you can remove the seal on the mouth of the vase. Take it off and I'll be out. Wait a minute. Why should my son release the demon that attacked the village just a couple of years ago? Because if you want your son to get stronger, you'll need me. What is all this nonsense now? Dad, it's a long story. I'll tell you all about it after I let the stupid fox out so he'll stop his complaining. Ignoring his father's complaints, Naruto removes the seal on the vase and a large cloud of smoke soon engulfs the room. When the smoke clears, a miniature Kyuubi is stretching where the vase had been. Finally. I'm out again. Why do you look so small? Stupid brat. I can't have this place caving in while the three of us are still in here now, can I? Naruto? Oh, right, the explanation. Sit tight, Dad, I can't have you fainting on me. I'll try, Minato says, looking between his son and the small nine-tailed fox. It takes about half an hour for Naruto to give a brief summary of what happened in his previous life and how he ended up here and saving his father's life. It takes quite a bit of effort, but Minato manages to stay conscious from all the information. Seeing that his father needs some time to digest all the information, Naruto turns toward the miniature fox to his side as it takes out a small scroll hidden in one of the loose walls. What are you doing? This is the summoning scroll for the fox. Sign it while I bring someone out to keep an eye on you until you're ready to train with me. What do you mean keep an eye on me? Naruto asks as he signs the contract. We can't exactly have a nine-tailed fox walking around the village while I'm waiting for you to grow physically. I'm sending one of my guards to protect you and prepare you until you're ready for my training. Oh. Kyuubi-sama, did you call for me? A fox asks, coming through a portal created by the Kyuubi. Yes. I've picked this kid, so keep an eye on him until he's ready. Very well, Kyuubi-sama. Wait a minute, my village is still very weary of anything that has to do with foxes, Minato says, finally joining the conversation. Even if she's a silver fox. Fine, Kyuubi says as he turns toward the other fox, this will hurt a bit. Naruto and Minato stare dumbfounded as Kyuubi attacks the silver fox, leaving behind several deep wounds. Gesturing toward the injured fox with his head, Kyuubi asks the two to take the fox back for treatment and make up some excuse of finding her in the wild. Deeming it as a passable excuse to alleviate fears of people perceiving it as a demon, Minato picks up the injured fox and heads out of the shrine. So where are you going to go now? I will return to the demon realm with the scroll for a small bit just in case anyone tries to cause any troubles for me. I have no idea if the Akatsuki has taken form yet, but keep an eye on some of their members and targets. Got it. Naruto, come on. This silver fox may be a demon, but those are some pretty nasty wounds, Minato screams from the entrance. Okay, I'm coming. I will see you in a few years, kid, Kyuubi says before disappearing in a swirl of red chakra. The village gets into a small uproar when the people see their leader bringing back an injured fox. They only stop their tirades when Minato explains that he found the fox as it was being attacked by a boar and that no demon would allow itself to be wounded this badly without fighting back. It took about a week, but the Inuzukas managed to nurse the fox back to its feet and Naruto takes it home that very day. When they get home that day, Naruto finds his father, looking over a scroll with an annoyed look on his face. What's wrong, Dad? It's just some diplomatic message I got from a foreign village. It's nothing you have to worry about. Hey, come on. I was a Hokage too. Tell me what it says. It's a message from Kyumo. It says that the Raikage wants to send over an ambassador to negotiate and sign a peace treaty. Now that you mention it, I remember something that Niji told me during my first chunin exam. Niji? As in Hyuga Niji? Yeah, that's him. He told me that the Kumo ambassador was there to kidnap Hinata-chan. What? I'm going to refuse this request. Wait. I have an idea. Oh? You remember how I told you about an organization named Akatsuki, right? Yes? What does that have to do with this? Just let him come in. We'll catch him in the act, alive, then I'll tell you the rest of my plan. Oh, and we'll need to invite the Kazekage too, just as a witness. Just make up an excuse that since Suna is our ally, so they'll have to be part of the negotiations as well. I really need to be careful around you. Who know how many more devious plots you have in that brain of yours? Heh, I do have over 30 years of pranking experience, or did you forget about that? It still hasn't completely sunk in. It's too far-fetched to believe, but all the evidences make it hard not to believe it. I felt the same way when the stupid fox first told me about it. Ow! What did you bite me for? How dare you disrespect Kyubi-sama? I've always called him that. I've been calling him that for over 20 years. If he doesn't care about that, then why should you? Kyubi-sama is the master of the demon foxes. I will not allow you to disrespect him. Bah, whatever. Dang, this hurts. Even if I kept some of Kyubi's regenerative powers, it's still not healing as fast. Move your hand away. Looking at the fox in confusion, Naruto simply ignores the fox and continues to nurse his wound. Annoyed, the fox moves Naruto's hand away with its snout and starts licking the wound. Naruto winces initially from the pain until he notices that the wound is closing up much more rapidly than before. The silver fox backs away when the wound has completely closed up. My saliva has the same healing power as Kyubi-sama's chakra. So do all silver foxes. No. Just me. Oh. Okay, I'm finally done with my response message. You mean to tell me that you didn't even pay attention to me when I was attacked? I'm sure you can take care of yourself. Alright, I'll just have Kakashi and Rin send this message back. Wait a minute, Rin? As in your student? Yes, what of it? Now that I think about it, you still haven't met either of them yet, have you? At least in this lifetime, Minato says. That time right after the Shinigami sent Kyubi away didn't count. That doesn't matter right now. I don't think you should send her. Why not? Kakashi and her have been working together ever since Obito died. Kakashi-sensei never told me how either of his teammates died, but he was very aggressive when he was fighting against the Kumonins when they attacked. Even more so than the IWA Nins. But Obito died in IWA. He absolutely hate their guts. That's why I think that Rin-ne-chan might have died in Kumo. But then why would the old man let the Kumonin enter Konoha if they killed Rin on this mission? Maybe Rin-ne-chan found out something and confronted the head ninja after he got to Konoha? That could be the case. I suppose I can send someone else, but who should I send? He doesn't work well with anyone else. How about Gai-sensei? I'm sure his power of youth will make Kakashi-sensei come to his senses. Did Kakashi torment you in your previous life? Why do you want to punish him like that? Spending that much time with Mato Guy will drive anyone crazy. Tenten-chan came out just fine if you ignore the weapon fetish, though Niji and Lee were a bit off when I first met them. I don't think I want to ask who this Lee is. Alright, I'll send Guy. With Kakashi this time. I'll have Rin work on training you so they don't suspect anything. After all, Rin is the best at teaching the basics, and from what you told me, that's your worst area. It's not my fault that I haven't had a decent sensei that would teach me the basic from the academy through the time I became Hokage. Yes, but you don't have to worry about that this time around. Alright, time for bed, young man. I'll have Rin teach you starting tomorrow. What? But it's not even that late. No matter how old you are mentally, you're still a kid physically. Off to bed you go. But I could have helped you with the paperwork. Maybe you should have taken that into consideration before spending the day showing off your new friend to everyone. Ah, but the girls just won't stop petting her even if I told them I have to get home. Then that's not my problem. Off to bed. The next day, 5 young ninjas are summoned to the Hokage's office. When they arrive, they are surprised to find the Hokage's young son also sitting in the room. Hokage-sama. Why have you called us here so urgently? Is there a youthful task that wish for us to accomplish? Yes. In fact, I have 2 missions that I need taken care of. Hokage-sensei, what is it? Why do you insist on calling me that, Rin? Anyway, Kakashi, Guy, you 2 are to deliver this message scroll to Kumogakure and escort their ambassador to Konoha. Asuma, Kurinai, you 2 are to deliver this scroll to Tsunegakure and return with their response. Rin, your job is to start training Naruto in the basics of being a ninja. But Hokage-sensei, Nice to meet you, Rin-ne-chan. One look at Naruto's eyes and Minato knows that he has won the battle. Sighing, Kakashi places his hand on Rin's shoulder and nodding before leaving with Guy, who has already taken the scroll and is halfway down the staircase screaming about the powers of youth. Shaking their heads, Asuma and Kurinai pick up the other scroll before leaving the last 3 occupants in the room. Hokage-sensei, what about our other guest that I'm taking care of? Oh, I'm sure you can introduce her to Naruto. Hi Hokage-sensei. Really now, Rin, stop calling me that. But Namikaze-sensei sounds too informal and Hokage-sama sounds too formal, Rin whines, besides, I like calling you Hokage-sensei. Fine, just get on with your mission. I still have a lot of work to do. Oh, make sure you bring Naruto home by 6. I have to take him over to the Hyuga compound. Hayashi invited me over for dinner at the compound tonight. Okay. Come on, Naruto-kun. Coming. Come on, Ginko-chan. Rin is slightly unnerved by the sight of such a large fox accompanying Naruto. She doesn't feel the same way about foxes as some of the villagers do, but from what she knows, that has been a wild fox up until a week ago, and it might suddenly attack the boy. However, she figures that if the Hokage allows it to be around Naruto all the time, maybe the Inuzuka worked wonders and tamed it within the week. Shrugging off the thought, Rin makes a quick stop back at her house to pick up her other guest before setting off toward the nearest training ground. On the way, Naruto can't take his eyes off the new addition. Man, I can't believe this. I knew Kakashi-sensei saved Koyuki-hime, but I never thought that he brought her back to Konoha. I thought, Sandayu took her with him as soon as Kakashi-sensei got out of Yuki no Kuni. Naruto thinks, she's still as cold to everyone as when I first met her though. Is something the matter? Ginko whispers so that only Naruto can hear her. Hey, when we get to the training ground, can you help me cheer up Koyuki-hime? You seemed to work wonders yesterday. Fine, whatever. I'll try. Man, you're almost as cold as Koyuki-hime, Ginko-chan. Well, don't expect me to turn good and kiss you on the cheek after you got knocked out. Okay, we're here. Naruto looks up at Rin's words and immediately represses the urge to groan. Everything from the 3 tree stumps to the memorial stone near the edge of the training ground, Team 7's training ground doesn't look any different than the one Kakashi took Team 7 to after they first became a team. Is something wrong, Naruto? No, it's just that I don't particularly like seeing that stone. Makes me sad looking at all the names. Naruto-kun, those are the names of the heroes of the village. You should show them respect, not try to look away from it. Is that the only way for ninjas to be respected or be seen as a hero by the villagers? To die and have their name on that stone? That's not true, Naruto-kun. You and your father are seen as heroes for chasing away the Kyuubi. But so many other people died because of the attack just for us to be seen that way. I don't want it to happen that way. Naruto-kun, you're a really kind child, Rin says, giving Naruto a quick hug. Well, then you'll just have to get really strong so you can protect them from dying. I swear that I will take over for my old man when the time comes and become the best Hokage Konoha has ever seen. That's the spirit, Naruto-kun. To be able to do that though, you'll have to get through my trainings first. Hi Rin-ne-chan. Okay Naruto-kun. I'm sure that Hokage-sensei already told you about the basics of chakra. I'm going to teach you how to control it properly. Oh, I just remembered something. Can you give me a moment, Rin-ne-chan? Sure, go ahead, Rin says as Naruto and Ginkgo walks over to Koyuki. Hey, can you keep an eye on Ginkgo-chan for me? Koyuki takes one look at Naruto and Ginkgo before nodding her head reluctantly. Rin has been getting on her for her to become more social ever since Kakashi brought her back to Konoha. She feels that it won't do to upset the ones taking care of her, and it's just an animal, so it's not like she will have anyone bothering her. Smiling, Naruto gives Ginkgo a wink before scrambling back Rin, who is watching the exchange with an amused look on her face. The pair spends the rest of the day going over the proper way of molding chakra, weapon throwing, and even a few crash courses on battle strategies. Every now and then, the pair would look over toward Koyuki and find her either stroking Ginkgo's fur or whispering into Ginkgo's ears. By the time they head home that evening, Koyuki keeps glancing over at the silver fox, not wanting to part with it. Seeing her reaction, Rin suggests for Koyuki to stay over at Naruto's house, which she eagerly agrees to. Additional author's note: leave a note if you like the story. Chapter 3. Author note: not applicable. Disclaimer: I do not own Naruto. Chapter 2. By the time Kakashi and Guy escorted the Kumonin back to Konoha, both Kakashi and the Kumonin can't wait to be rid of Guy and his youthful speeches. Kakashi decides to send Guy on his way and report to the Hokage with the Kumonin by himself before Guy annoys the representative any further and destroys the potential for a successful negotiation. Kakashi noticed that the Kumonin seemed surprised when Kakashi told him that Suna would also be sending a representative to Konoha, and Kakashi has been keeping a close eye on him ever since. The more Kakashi observes him, the more curious Kakashi becomes. The Kumonin kept asking Guy about all the major clans of Konoha on the trip after failing on his first attempt with Kakashi, disguising it poorly as mere curiosity about the strength of Konoha before negotiation. Of course, Kakashi talked to Guy about that after the Kumonin failed with Kakashi, so Guy had been holding back a large amount of information, even if none of them are of any significance to the defense of the village. Leading the Kumonin to the Hokage's office, Kakashi knocks on the door and enters when he is told to do so. Ah, Kakashi, you're back. Asuma, Kurinai, you two are back already? I would have thought that you two would spend some time on your own before coming back. Unlike you, we don't like slacking off. Where's Guy? I sent him back home. It's been a long trip. Minato, Asuma, and Kurinai sigh at Kakashi's statement, knowing exactly what he means. Looking past Kakashi, Minato smiles at the Kumonin standing on the side. Calling for his assistant, Minato asks the man to escort the Kumonin to the hotel and says that they will begin the negotiation the next day. Kakashi? Minato says after the Kumonin left. He was asking about the village's ninjas on the entire trip. I see. Maybe my suspicion is not entirely unfounded after all. Very well, the three of you go and get some rest. You've all had a long trip. Hi, Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama, is Rin still? Kakashi asks. Oh, she should be training Naruto at Training Ground 7 right now. Then what about? Koyuki is also there. She seems to have really hit it off with Naruto, well, with Ginkgo at least. Oh. Of all the things, the silver fox was what it took to get that princess out of her shell? Asuma asks. She's been keeping everything inside. I guess she thinks that Ginkgo is someone who would listen to her without letting anyone know what she's feeling. After all, it's best for her to get everything off her chest. I suppose that is true, that poor girl, Kurinai says. But that would mean that she's still not ready to socialize with others yet, Asuma says. She has opened up to Rin and Naruto somewhat, at least they are getting more than one-word responses. I'll go check on them then, Kakashi says. I guess I'll go visit Koyuki-chan too. Asuma, are you coming? Not like I have anything else to do. I guess I'll check on Naruto's progress and take him to lunch too. Hokage-sama? What? Is it such a crime that I want to get away from all the paperwork for a while? No sir, Kurinai blurts out quickly. The four ninjas arrive to the training ground and find Koyuki off to the side playing with Ginkgo and Rin staring at Naruto dumbfounded. Rin, what's wrong? Hokage-sensei. When did you teach Naruto-kun your prize technique? You won't even teach me that. It's not fair. What? The Rasengan. Naruto-kun already knows the first two stages, as well as he can perform it given his lack of chakra. Oh? Minato says, looking equally as shocked as everyone else before catching himself, so he has gotten that far along has he? Hokage-sensei, I want to learn that technique too. Rin whines. Really now Rin, you're not a little kid anymore. I want to learn it. Fine. Naruto, why don't you show Rin how to perform the first two stages of the Rasengan? Okay. I can't believe he can learn that technique at such a young age. It took me forever to even grasp the basics of the technique. He is my son after all, Kakashi. I know he'll make a great ninja. Hokage-sama, you are quite difficult to find these days, a voice says behind the group. Oh, Kazekage-sama. Is something the matter? There is a small issue that I wish to discuss with you. Your assistant told me that I would be able to find you here. May we talk in private? Of course. Temari, Kankuro, Gaara, the three of you may get some light training in. Don't cause any trouble. Yes father, Temari says. Kakashi, Asuma, Kurinai, keep an eye on the children. Hi Hokage-sama. Naruto turns around as his father walks away with the Kazekage. Rin starts bugging Naruto again to teach her the Rasengan, but Naruto instead walks toward the Suna siblings. Hey, my name's Namikaze Naruto, Naruto says, extending his hand toward Gaara. I'm Sabaku Temari, these are my brothers Kankuro and Gaara, Temari answers instead as Gaara stares at Naruto's outstretched hand in confusion. Please excuse Gaara, he's somewhat shy. It's okay. You are Hokage-sama's son, right? Temari asks. Yep. Hey, do the three of you want to be my friend? Friend. Gaara whispers. Yeah. I suppose, Temari says, looking nervously at her brother, right Gaara? Yes. Gaara says before whispering, it's not like it will last long either way. Don't be so negative Gaara, Naruto says, patting Gaara on the shoulder. Why didn't the sand? Kankuro, be quiet, Temari hisses. I see the four of you have really hit it off, the Kazekage says. Hokage-sama. Father, you have returned, Temari says. Yes. Actually, it's good that you have become friends. The three of you will be staying at Konoha. Hokage-sama knows someone who would be able to treat Gaara's condition. But what about you, father? I don't think you would be able to stay here for that long. I'm going to be heading back to the village, of course. You're going to leave the three of us here by ourselves? I expect the three of you to behave while you're here. I will be staying in Konoha until the treaty is agreed to, and I'll come back when it's ready to be signed. After that I will be heading back to Suna. But what about the Ninja Academy? The three of you will be studying in the Konoha Ninja Academy until Gaara's condition is fully treated. Very well, father. Temari-chan, cheer up. Now we can all hang out together. Temari shows Naruto a forced smile before turning toward her two siblings and lecturing them, though mostly directed toward Kankuro, on the proper behavior as they stay in a foreign village. Naruto shows a quick smile toward his father before Rin pulls him toward the middle of the training ground again and bothers the boy until he shows her how to perform the Rasengan. Well, Rin-ne-chan, it's not like I don't want to teach you, but I can't just teach you the technique for free, you know. Fine, what do you want? A trip to the ramen stand? Actually, if you can talk Kakashi-sensei into teaching me the Raikiri. No way, Kakashi says, bonking Naruto on the head. But Kakashi and I. Let me do the talking, Naruto-kun. Oh, Kakashi-kun. What is it, Rin? If you don't want to see your little books disappear in a Katan Jutsu accident, you'll teach Naruto-kun the Raikiri. Wait a minute now, Rin, that's not really playing fair. I want to learn the Rasengan. I don't care what I have to do to learn it. I can teach you that myself. Right, by showing me once and telling me to figure it out myself? Well, I suppose I can show it to Naruto. Slowly. I want to see the hand seals. Fine, but let's find some place more private. The great Hatake Kakashi, beaten by a kid, Asuma says, chuckling. I assure you that Naruto-kun is very persuasive. I have an empty wallet to prove it, Rin says. Speaking of which, Hokage-sensei, I want to be paid back for all the trips to the ramen stands Naruto-kun took when we trained. Fine, fine. Just send me the bill and I'll submit it to the mission room. I swear this kid is going to empty Konoha's coffers through his stomach. It may be more economical to hire Tucci to be my family cook than to have Naruto visit his stand every day. You know, now that I think about it, that might not be such a bad idea. I'm going to talk to him after this. Do you mean it, old man? Naruto? How did you get back so quickly? All I need is to see the hand seals. I can figure out the rest by myself. And if I really need help, I'm sure Rin-ne-chan would be more than willing to teach me. Sure, as long as you hold to your part of the deal. Of course. I never break my promises. The negotiations progressed quickly, and the Kumonin returned to his village to report the final agreement. The Kumonin promised that his village will send an actual ambassador to officially sign the agreement once Kumo cleared the treaty. A month later, Konoha receives a message that Kumo is sending a second delegation to officially sign the treaty, and Konoha sends a copy of that message to Suna to invite the Kazekage, who had returned to his village after the Kumonin left Konoha. Alright, Naruto, do you really think Kumo will try to kidnap Hinata? Minato asks while working on the mountains of paperwork in his office. Yep. Right on the day of Hinata-chan's birthday. So how should we deal with this? I was kinda hoping you could give me one of your three-pronged kunais and help Ginko-chan and I get inside the Hyuga compound for Hinata-chan's birthday, Naruto says, patting Ginko on the head. Ginko-chan and I can get the Kumonin, then you can use your Hiraishin to pick him up. Naruto, cut it out, I'm not your pet. Ah, you let the girls do it. Yes, but they don't try to break my neck with every strike. Fine. Back on topic. It might be difficult to get you in there. The Hyugas are rather reserved about those kinds of things. I don't care. You help me get in there. I want to stay there for the night. That's when the Kumonin will strike. Fine. I'll have a word with Hayashi. I already told the guards at the compound to tell Hayashi-ji-san that you are looking for him. He should be here any moment now. Couldn't you have at least give me a little bit of time to plan how I should explain this to him? You're just going to delay it and nothing gets done in the end. How did you ever manage to become the Hokage with that attitude? Tsunade-ba-chan wanted me to fulfill her brother and her boyfriend's dream for them. Hokage-sama, Hayashi-sama is here to speak with you, his assistant says through the door. Send him in, please. Hokage-sama, I was told that you are looking for me. Hayashi says, taking a seat at the table while completely ignoring Naruto's presence in the room. Yes, well, you see, my son knows that your daughter's birthday is coming up, so he wants to, come over to your house to celebrate with her that day? I see, if I may be so bold, what is the real reason? As the Hokage, you almost never speak in the manner you did unless you are very nervous. He just wants me out of the way because I caused so much trouble to the last Kumonin they sent here, Naruto says, kneeling next to Ginkgo. Yes, it was rather embarrassing really, Minato says, catching on to his son's plan. It's an excuse if the delegates they send over wants to see Naruto. That and the fact that Hinata is a good friend of Naruto. Very well. I will alert my clan that there will be a guest that day. I was hoping that, since I don't know how long the ceremonies will last, perhaps Naruto can stay there for the night? I can really do without his pranks while entertaining the delegates from Kumo and Suna. Yes, Naruto's pranks are somewhat legendary in Konoha these days. I understand. I will have my servants prepare a guest room for him. Arigato, Hayashi-ji-san. Oh, can I bring Ginkgo-chan with me? I don't see why not. It would appear that my daughter is rather fond of that fox herself. You take that long to decide if you want me there and you barely thought about Ginkgo-chan. Ginkgo doesn't cause nearly as much trouble as you do Naruto. That's not fair, Hayashi-ji-san. Regardless, if that is all, Hokage-sama? Yes. That will be all. I will send Naruto over first thing that morning. Very well, I shall take my leave now. A week later, before he heads to the gate to welcome the Kumo delegate along with most of Konoha citizens, Minato drops Naruto off at the Hyuga compound and hands him a 3-pronged kunai and a signal flare. Naruto, be careful, all right? Don't worry. I have Ginkgo-chan with me. We should be more concerned about keeping the Kumonin away from the Hyugas. We need him alive. Do what you need to. You have my permission to use that level 2 Rasengan you've been working on. That should be strong enough to knock him out and weak enough to keep him alive. Okay. I've been waiting for you to tell me that. The day progresses as normal, with everyone oblivious to what will happen. Later that night, Naruto manages to convince Hayashi to allow him to stay in Hinata's room with promises of a prank for the ages if he refuses. What Naruto doesn't know is that even if he didn't threaten Hayashi, Hayashi would have agreed anyway because he still feels that Minato and Naruto are still planning something and it involves his daughter. Hayashi decides that he will stay awake to see what Naruto is planning. What he comes across is the Kumonin that is sent to sign the treaty attempting to kidnap Hinata, and before he can even move in, Naruto already knocked the Kumonin out with the help of the Silver Fox. Staying on the sideline, he watches as Naruto plants the 3-pronged kunai in the ground and launches the signal flare. Within moments, Minato appears on the scene with the Kazekage along with several members of the Hyuga clan who are close to the scene. So, your info is correct after all, Hokage-sama. Kumo really is trying to kidnap Hyuga Hinata. Yes. I hope that it isn't so, Kazekage-sama. After all, out 3 villages just signed the treaty. What do you intend to do now, Hokage-sama? I would prefer if you execute him for his crimes, Hayashi says, walking out from his hiding spot. No. We need to make him admit his crimes first. I will have Marino and Mitarashi talk to him. Then I will send the confession to Kumo. Once you have obtained a confession, I shall vouch for its validity. Thank you, Kazekage-sama. Ordering several of his ANBU to take the prisoner to the interrogation department, Minato takes Naruto and Ginkgo home, making up an excuse that the Hyugas need time to sort everything out. However, instead of taking Naruto home, they head back to the Hokage office. All right, we got the kidnapper. Now can you tell me what you are planning? It's only right that we demand reparation from Kumo, right? I suppose that would be a fair request, yes. I want you to demand someone by the name of Ni-Yujito. Ni-Yujito? Why? Yujito-chan is the Nibi Jinchuriki. I highly doubt they will hand over something so valuable. With the threat of Konoha and Suna retaliating, I think they'll give it careful consideration. IWA is still too weak from the last war, and Kiri has too much internal troubles to care about the other villages. Oh. So he does have a brain after all. Ginko-chan, that wasn't very nice. Naruto says. Then mind telling me why did a 4 years old decides charge a foreign jounin that can kill him with a flick of the finger? Hey, we got him in the end, didn't we? I got him. You're just lucky to still be alive. But my Rasengan knocked him out. Which you are only able to hit him with because I have his entire attention. Okay. Quit arguing. I'll write the message. You two get some rest. It's been a long day, Minato says. True to Naruto's word, as soon as the confession and the Hokage's message arrives in Kumo, the Raikage agreed to the stipulations, albeit begrudgingly. The Raikage attempted to send another girl and have her pose as Yujito, but the 4 ninjas the Hokage sent, Kakashi, Asuma, Kurinai, Guy, to deliver the message and guard the prisoner back to Konoha easily spotted the fake with some of the civilians of Kumo. In fact, having the squad go to the civilians first is part of Naruto's plan, to expose that the Raikage almost dragged Kumo into another war and turn the people against the Raikage and support Konoha's minor demand in exchange for peace. Yujito-chan, we should be arriving to Konoha in another hour, Kurinai says. Arigato, Yuhi-san. I understand that you miss your ville. I do not miss it. But I hate that village. I'm glad that I'm no longer living in Kumo. Don't worry. It'll all be better once you get to Konoha. I am here as a prisoner. The people of Konoha would only continue to look down on me. Ohio, Kurinai-ne-chan, a boy screams as he jumps into the carriage, you must be Yujito-chan, right? Yes. Yujito says, completely shocked by Naruto's entrance. Naruto-kun? What are you doing all the way out here? Well, since a very important guest is coming to the village, it's only right that the Hokage send someone to welcome the guest. And I assume that means that you nagged Hokage-sama into letting you come all the way out here by yourself. Ginko-chan is with me too, Naruto answers as the silver fox also jumps into the carriage. Yujito stares at the fox for a few moments before spacing out completely. Kurinai looks on in confusion, trying to stay on the sideline as the scenes unfold by themselves. The other 3 ninjas are all leaning in, trying to pick up bits and pieces of the conversation as they escort the caravan back to Konoha. A few moments later, Yujito gingerly reaches out toward the fox with trembling hands. Instead of waiting for Yujito's hand to reach her, Ginko simply walks up next to Yujito. It almost looks like she's trying to pick up Ginko's scent. What is going on? Kurinai thinks to herself. Gently petting Ginko, Yujito turns her attention to Naruto and stares at the boy. Not finding what she's looking for, Yujito leans in to take a closer look. Kyubi isn't sealed in me, Naruto says, shocking everyone within hearing range. Then how? It's a long story. I'll tell you when we get to Konoha, okay Yujito-chan? Naruto says, smiling, oh, Kurinai-ne-chan, Dad says that Yujito-chan can live with me. But I thought Hokage-sama is already entertaining Kazekage-sama's children. Don't worry Kurinai-ne-chan, the Namikaze mansion have plenty of space, Naruto says before muttering to himself, mainly because we don't have any servants and have to do everything by ourselves. Training for shinobi life my ass, he's just a cheapskate. You're just upset that Hokage-sama still haven't hired Tsuchi-san to be the family cook Naruto. He said he would ask Tsuchijiji. It's not fair Kurinai-ne-chan. I can understand Hokage-sama's hesitancy. After all, it's not very healthy to just eat ramen every meal. This is Hokage-sama's son? He looks like an idiot, but this fox. Yujito thinks to herself as she watches the others, he said Kyubi isn't sealed in him, could it be that Nico made a mistake? What does this all mean? Naruto, stop moving around, we're almost there, Kakashi says from the outside. Okay, Naruto says before turning his attention on Yujito, what's wrong Yujito-chan? You're being awfully quiet. It's Nothing. I just don't want to talk, that's all. When the team arrives at the Hokage Tower to report, Naruto pulls Yujito out of the room saying that he wants to introduce her to Gaara. Running through the street, Yujito notices that the villagers are all staring oddly at them. However, they are not staring at her with any kind of malice. Instead, they are smiling at them in such a way that makes it difficult for her to stand next to Naruto without blushing. The pair eventually stops in front of a mansion with 3 children playing in the yard outside. "Hey, I'm home. I brought along a new friend." "Hey Naruto. So that's where you've been the whole morning, huh?" "That's right, Temari-chan. My dad told me to receive our guest from Kyumo," Naruto says. "Oh, that's right. Guys, this is Yujito-chan. Yujito-chan, these 3 are Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara. They are Kazekage-sama's children." "I see." Yujito says, "Regardless, can you answer my question now?" Yujito-chan, Gaara, please come with me." When Kankuro wants to go along with them, he's chased back by a wall of sand. Chuckling nervously, Naruto leads the pair to his room. On his way, Naruto hears Temari screaming something about burning dolls and turns toward Gaara for answers only to receive a look that says, "Don't ask." "Alright, take a seat while I check something out." After making sure that no one is spying on them, Naruto turns back toward the group and nods toward Ginkgo, who is lying next to Yujito. "I guess we can begin," Ginkgo says as Gaara and Yujito stare at the fox in shock. "I am sent by Kyubi-sama to protect Naruto until he is strong enough to train with Kyubi-sama." "But why would a bijou be willing to train a human?" "I thought demons and humans want to have nothing to do with each other," Yujito asks. "That is technically true, but who says that Naruto is human?" "What?" all 3 children screams at the same time. "Why is that so surprising to all of you?" Ginkgo asks, looking at the 3 children. "Since when did I become a demon? Technically, you're only a Hanyu. As for when, you'll have to ask Kyubi-sama yourself." "Then how are you so sure that I'm a demon?" "Kyubi-sama told me he chose you, did he not?" "That means that he has chosen you to be his successor. In order for you to succeed him, you have to be a demon. When he says that you're not ready, it means that you are not a complete demon. There are signs, it's just that you never pay any attention to them. For example, since Kyubi-sama isn't sealed in you, how can you have this much chakra and the rapid healing ability?" "Naruto-san, why do you seem so surprised?" Yujito asks. "I've never heard anything about this either." "Then perhaps we should leave while you sort out this problem," Gaara says. "No. This involves both of you as well, Jinchuriki of Shikaku and Jinchuriki of Nikomata." "You mean he's Nikomata, yet another bijou?" "Since neither of your seals are produced by any kami, Naruto and Kyubi-sama should be able to separate you from your bijou if Naruto can actually learn how to control his demon chakra." "But wouldn't they die if we do that?" "No. If you forcibly remove them, probably, but this ritual is fairly safe for Jinchurikis and bijous as long as, like I said, that the seal isn't produced by any kami. Of course, there are side effects, but still." "What do you mean side effects?" Yujito asks, glaring at Ginkgo. "You will become Hanyas just like Naruto. As for whether you will become their successors or not, that depends on Ichibi-sama and Nibi-sama. I don't care about that. It's not like I don't get treated like a demon already. Don't worry, Yujito-chan. You'll be fine here. No one will treat you that way." "So what are we supposed to do to prepare?" Gaara asks. "Just what you would do as ninja training. All you need is a healthy enough body to survive the extraction. Standard ninja trainings should be good enough." "Good, I intend to become the strongest ninja in the entire world when I grow up anyway," Yujito says. "My father has already prepared me to become a ninja," Gaara say, "though I might have a better chance to succeed here than in Suna. I can tell my dad to put the 3 of us on the same team when we grow up." We'll be the strongest team in history. Even stronger than the Sannin. That would require for all of you to become ninjas first, Ginko says, putting her head on Yujito's lap. I'm not worried about Yujito or Gaara. You, however, is different story. Ginko-chan, you're so mean. Naruto says. Are you three in there? A voice asks. What do you want, Dad? Naruto. It's nice that you three are becoming quick friends, but don't you think we should show Yujito her room first? Oh, that's right. Come on, Yujito-chan. Additional author's note: leave a note if you like the story. Chapter 4. Author note: not applicable. Disclaimer: I do not own Naruto. Chapter 3. It has been a couple of years since Yujito arrived in Konoha. During the 2 years, Gaara's seal has stabilized considerably with help from Naruto, Ginko and Yondaime. When the news reaches Suna, the Kazekage sends a delegate to bring his children back to Suna, but only Kankuro agrees to go back. Temari is already in her first year of the Ninja Academy and Gaara wants to remain in Konoha so he can be present when it's finally time for Shikaku to be removed from his body. In accordance with Ginko's suggestions, Naruto, Gaara, and Yujito's skills have improved by leaps and bounds with constant training. In a couple of years, the three will be entering the Ninja Academy, but their skills have easily reached Genin level even without using their tenant's powers. At the moment, Naruto is sitting in the Hokage's office with Ginko, Gaara and Yujito. Alright Naruto, not that I don't appreciate you visiting me, but what is the real reason you four are sitting here? I've been meaning to ask Naruto the same thing. We should be training right now. Relax Yujito-chan. I know there has been a lot of missions for the village lately, so I figure we should come here and see who we want as our jounin instructor. Isn't that a bit early, Naruto? You three still haven't entered the academy. Besides, there is no guarantee that the three of you will be placed on the same team. Dad. Naruto says, with a dark smirk that causes Minato to gulp, we will be placed on the same team, right? Of course. I don't see why you won't be. Hokage-sensei, why did you let Naruto-kun scare you into agreeing to something? Rin, Minato's newest assistant, asks, walking into the office with another pile of paperwork. Naruto can be very convincing when he wants to, Minato says, clearing his throat to hide his embarrassment. Anyway, has any teams returned yet? Yes, Kakashi-kun's squad is waiting outside. Oh. Send them in. Nodding her head, Rin walks back outside and soon, Kakashi, Asuma, Kurinai, and Guy enter the office. Seeing the smile on Guy's face and the exasperated looks on the other three's faces, Naruto can't help but laugh, which causes Guy into another speech about youth and Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurinai to turn and glare at the blonde boy. That is very nice, Guy. However, I'm more interested in hearing about the mission. Hi. Hokage-sama, Asuma says, cutting in, we managed to track down an assistant to the former daimyo of Yuki no Kuni. However, when we lead him to Koyukiheim upon our return, Koyukiheim has refused to leave with the assistant. They are currently waiting outside the office. Oh. Please send them in. Greetings Hokage-sama, the 11-years-old Koyuki says as she walks in with a middle-aged man. My apologies for troubling you at this time, Hokage-sama. Excuse me, your name is? Oh, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sandayu. Sandayu-san. I have heard of the predicament from my ninjas. How do you propose to resolve the problem? It is up to the princess to decide her future. It would seem that she has her mind set on remaining in Konoha, and it would be my duty to honor her wishes. However, I would like to ask Hokage-sama to arrange a dwelling more appropriate than the simple apartment that the princess is residing in. But I thought Kakashi and Rin lives in a house. Koyukiheim asked Rin if she could move out last year due to certain noises. So we found her an apartment near our house, Kakashi answers. I see. It would be highly unnerving for me to see the princess living by herself, and since she refused to allow me to live with her, I am hoping that Hokage-sama can find another place for Koyuki Harem. It's up to her to decide, but I suppose I can allow her to move into the Hokage mansion. Yujito and Temari are very good friends with Koyuki Harem, so it should be appropriate. It would be great if I can live with Temari-chan and Yujito-chan. I suppose that is to your satisfaction as well? Of course. That is more than satisfactory. Well, then I guess this matter is settled. I would like to remain in Konoha as well, so if it's not too much trouble, would it be possible for me to move into Koyuki Harem's apartment? Sandayu asks. Of course. It doesn't make much sense for us to leave it empty. Since it's going to be rented out again anyway, I don't see why you can't live there. Thank you, Hokage-sama. With the matters settled, Minato orders everyone in the room, including the 3 children, to go to Koyuki's apartment and help her move into the Hokage mansion. Just as everyone is filing out of the office, Minato notices Naruto pulling Guy to the side. Naruto-kun, is there something you want to tell me? Well, yes. Have you thought about adopting someone? I do not know if I would have the time. But adopting is the youthful thing to do. Naruto says, knowing exactly which buttons to push to get the response he wants. Of course. I shall adopt every orphan in the village. Why don't we just start with one first? Why, Naruto-kun, do you have someone in mind? Yes. You see, Gaara, Yujito-chan, and I were playing yesterday and we spotted an orphanage. There is someone inside that tries so hard to become a ninja that I think your youthfulness will certainly help him on his quest. Naruto says, trying to keep up with Guy's enthusiasm. Naruto-kun, you must tell me where this orphanage is and what is that child's name. I don't know the exact name of the orphanage, but it's the one near the tower, and the boy's name is Rock Lee. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I shall go and adopt him now lest his enthusiasm of becoming a ninja dampens and he loses his youthfulness. Go ahead, I'll tell the others you'll join us later with good reasons, Naruto says as Guy runs off. Well, that takes care of that. The way you're changing everything, you won't know what will happen in the future now, Minato says, walking up next to his son. That's the point. If what happened in my last lifetime happens again, it'll be too late to reverse the damage, Naruto says. Besides, I failed them last time. I'm not going to let that happen again. Anything I should know that will happen soon? You know someone by the name of Uchiha Itachi? Of course. He's the genius of the Uchiha clan. Does he have a good friend by the name of Uchiha Shisui? Yes. What are you trying to get at? Itachi will try to massacre the entire Uchiha clan with the power of the Manjikyu Sharingan. The death of Uchiha Shisui will be the sign. I think you should try to protect Shisui instead of letting Itachi kill him. The Manjikyu Sharingan will be very difficult to deal with. I'll keep that in mind. You have something to do. Go ahead. Oh, and when this is done, I want to take a trip out of town. Any particular reason? You'll see. I'll send Asuma and Kurinai to go with you. Okay. Well, I should get going. Kakashi and the others will wonder what's taking so long. After helping Koyuki and Sandayu settle in, Minato assigns Asuma and Kurinai to accompany Naruto on a trip out of town. Naruto was hoping to leave without anyone else noticing. However, Gaara and Yujito caught wind of the trip and demanded that they tag along as well. Naruto begrudgingly agreed to let the pair tag along, thinking that it might be more beneficial if they are present. So how far away is this place we're going again? Yujito asks. We should be almost there. The town should only be a couple of miles away. Another couple of miles. We've been traveling for 2 days already. Yujito screams. Hey, Kurinai, is that town the one I think it is? Asuma whispers while the children are arguing. I think so, but there must be a good reason why Hokage-sama wants us to go there. Just before the group walks into the town, Naruto asks Yujito and Gaara to transform into adults with the Henge no Jutsu so they can blend in. What surprised Asuma and Kurinai more than seeing the children's ability to use the genjutsu so flawlessly is the fact that Ginkgo also transformed into a small dog. Shrugging it off as a genjutsu created by the children, Asuma and Kurinai simply follow the three children into the town with Naruto in the lead. Now where would she be? Naruto says to himself. Where would who be Naruto-kun? Kurinai-ne-chan. Do you know where is the most famous casino in the town? Don't you think you are a bit young to be gambling? This is important, Asuma and I-san. It should be over this way. Following Asuma's direction, the group stops in front the largest building in town. Before the two adults can ask any questions, Naruto walks inside confidently, followed closely by Yujito and Gaara. Looking around, Naruto calmly walks toward a table where a gray-haired elderly woman and a teenage girl is sitting at. The two women took a quick look at him before returning to their own business. A few rounds later, the old woman is trembling in rage while the teenager is doing her best to calm the old woman down. All right, brat. What is the big idea of betting against me every round? There's no rule saying I can't do that, right? Why, you little. Please calm down, there's no need to draw so much attention on ourselves. The teenage girl says. You're right, let's go. I've had enough of this kid. As the old lady stands up and walks away, Naruto stretches and stands up as well and follows the two women out of the casino. By then, it's clear to the two women that Naruto's group is following them. Running up the street at a speed much faster than someone her apparent age should be able to run at, the old lady pulls the teenage girl around the corner. When the group finally catches up, they find themselves in an empty dead-end alley. Hey Ginkgo-chan, Naruto says, turning toward the fox-turned puppy, can you find them for me? Ginkgo bares her fangs and growls at Naruto in protest before submitting and tries to pick up the scent. Before Ginkgo can even get serious, the two women walk out from behind them at the entrance of the alleyway. So, who are you and why are the five of you following us? There you are, Tsunade-ba-chan. Did you just call her Tsunade-sama, Naruto? Kurinai asks. No, he just called me an old lady. Well, you are, Yujito says. If you kids are any better with your craft, you'd see that this is just a henge, Tsunade says. Oh, I can see through the henge just fine, Yujito says smugly, but that doesn't change the fact that you're still old. Yujito, be quiet, Tsunade-sama is one of the strongest ninjas in history. Relax, Asuma and I-san. Besides, Yujito-chan is right, it doesn't change the fact that she's still old. And since when do strong ninjas rely on henge no jutsu to avoid debt collectors? Debt collectors? You three kids should be grateful that the two older ones are wearing Konoha headbands, or else I would have attacked a long time ago. Let's go, Shizun, I don't have time for this. What? Too busy to even listen to how I can help you pay off some of your debt? Naruto says. Keep talking, Tsunade says, turning around to face Naruto again. Yujito-chan, we made quite a killing at the table just now, didn't we? Good enough to quadruple what we walked in with. Get on with it, kid. You have some gambling tools on you, right? I have some dices. One roll, whoever has the highest total wins. If you win, you take the money. What if you win? You come back to Konoha with us. And I want to do that, why? Well, if that's the case. I made enough to pay 2 chunins for the B-rank protection mission. It's a nice vacation, let's go home now. Wait. Fine, you got a deal, Tsunade says before muttering, can't believe I let a kid blackmail me. Well, let's go then. Alright, you go first. Taking the dice out of Tsunade's hands, Naruto rolls the dices and gets 2 ones and 1 2. Laughing, Tsunade snatches the dices off the ground and promptly rolls 3 ones. The legendary sucker strikes again, Naruto says, rolling on the ground in laughter. That one doesn't count. This is the real one. Rolling the dices again, Tsunade gets 1 5 and 2 6s. Still shaking slightly in laughter, Naruto picks up the dices and rolls 3 6s. Staring at the 3 dices in shock, Tsunade starts trembling in anger. Fine. You win. We'll go back to Konoha. Doesn't mean I have to stay there anyway. We have to go back to the hotel to pack. Let's go then. We have one more stop to make before going back Konoha. One more stop? Kurinai says, looking over toward Asuma. After checking out of the hotel, Tsunade and Shizun follows Naruto's group out of the town. It doesn't take very long for Tsunade to see where Naruto is leading them. You're not thinking about getting him, are you? Yeah, but I don't trust him around someone as pretty as Kurinai-chan. So I wanted you to come along to keep him in line. Aren't you a bit young to be trying those lines on a girl, Naruto? What does Kurinai-chan being pretty or not have to do with how old I am, Asuma and I-san? You scared that Naruto might steal your girl away, Asuma? Tsunade jokes. Che. I don't know what you're talking about, Asuma says, turning his head away blushing. About 2 days later, the group stops at a famous hot spring town about a day's travel away from Konoha. By this time, everyone besides Naruto is at the limits of their patience. Outside of Naruto and Tsunade, no one knows why the group has to travel for so long and still isn't resting comfortably in Konoha. Kurinai, Shizun, and Yujito forgave Naruto briefly when he mentioned the town's special attraction, but their anger returned tenfold when he told them they couldn't rest until they find their second target. They only relax somewhat when Tsunade told them it's in their best interest. So where should we go now that we're here? Yujito asks. You all go and check in at that hotel. I'll go and start looking for my target, Naruto says. I'll go with you. I'll convince him to come to Konoha with us, Tsunade says. You seem eager. If I'm going back there to suffer, I'm taking him with me, willingly or not. All right, let's go, Tsunade-bachan. Let's go and interrupt Ero Sennin's research. Tsunade-sama, perhaps I should go with you. No, Shizun, you go with the others. Remember, you girls stay away from the hot springs until we come back. Oh. Okay. I never thought you'd be so eager to go back to Konoha, Tsunade-bachan, Naruto says after the others leave for the hotel. What? The quicker we find Ero Sennin, the quicker we get out of town, the quicker we get back to Konoha. I guess the thrill of pounding that old buffoon to the ground outweighs the negatives. Heh, you call him an old buffoon but you won't admit that you're old yourself. Young man, I'll have you know that women are like fine wine, the more time they have to develop, the better they become. Yeah, and if you let them develop too long they turn into vinegar. I don't mind drinking wine, but vinegar? Blah. I'll have you know that vinegar happens to be very good for your body. It might be for you, but I ain't interested. Tsunade's eyebrow twitches at Naruto's retort. She contemplates killing the boy then running off with his money, but she realizes that she'd be leaving Shizun behind. Taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, Tsunade turns her attention back to the small boy in front of her. Your name is Naruto, right? Are you Minato's kid? Yeah. How are your folks doing? I haven't seen those two brats ever since I left Konoha. My dad's the Hokage. I don't know much about my mom though. What? I've never seen her my entire life. I guess she didn't make it out of the maternity ward and my dad is not telling me cause he doesn't want me to be sad. Tsunade raises her eyebrow at Naruto's words. Last she remembers, Kushina happens to be a perfectly healthy young woman. While there is always the chance that her health deteriorated or she had complication during childbirth, she ranks the chances pretty low unless there was extreme stress during the process. Tell me, kid. When's your birthday? The day Kyuubi attacked, Naruto says, knowing where Tsunade's question is leading. Well, that would explain the stress, but the chances of death is still pretty low. I wonder which hot spring is Senin peeking in on. Did you just say he's peeking in on a hot spring? I thought you said he's researching, Tsunade asks, all thoughts on Kushina flying out the window. Yeah, that's what he does for his research. It's for his books. Why that no good little? I knew he's a pervert and likes to take a peek every now and then, but just wait till I get my hands on him. Naruto winces as Tsunade stomps through the street, her hands going through the motions of wrangling someone's neck. Fearing for Jiraiya's safety, Naruto quickly rushes up next to Tsunade, hoping to at least be present to save Jiraiya from certain death, though he probably can't do much about the extended hospital visit the old pervert will no doubt endure. Eventually, the pair finds the Sennin sitting up in a tree giggling perversely. Emitting a low growl from her throat, Tsunade knocks the tree over with one punch, which completely shatters the trunk. Even as he's falling to the ground, Jiraiya knows exactly who is responsible for his fall just from seeing the destruction. Hello Jiraiya, Tsunade says, cracking her knuckles. Hello Tsunade. Fancy seeing you here. Even with Naruto wrapping his arms around Tsunade's ankle, the medic Nin simply drags Naruto along and proceeds to dish out one of the more painful beatings in Jiraiya's life. Tsunade finally stops when she remembers why they are looking for the old pervert to begin with. Picking him up by the collar, Tsunade glares at Jiraiya, giving him a silent warning to not let her catch him again before dragging him toward the hotel. Tsunade, what are you doing here? Jiraiya asks after finally regaining his senses. To drag you back to Konoha. But Tsunade, you hate that place. Why would you want to go back there? That's none of your business. Beside, I would think you would want to see that student you are so proud of. But I thought the brat. According to this kid, Minato is still alive and well. I've been meaning to ask, who's the runt? My name is Namikaze Naruto, Senin. What did you call me? You have no right to complain, Jiraiya. Do you want me to teach another lesson? No, it's okay. Scrambling to his feet, Jiraiya quickly dusts himself off before gesturing for Tsunade to lead the way. Putting her hand on Jiraiya's shoulder to make sure he doesn't try to escape, Tsunade nods toward Naruto, telling him to follow. To say Kurinai, Asuma, and Shizune are shocked when Naruto's group arrives at the hotel is understatement. While Asuma is focused on all the injuries on Jiraiya's body, Kurinai and Shizune have an understanding look on their face when they consider why Naruto and Tsunade won't allow them to use the hot springs. Jiraiya-sama. What happened to you? Asuma says, rushing next to the Sennin. Tsunade-bachan happened to him, Naruto says, putting his arms behind his head, I'm heading to my room. The next morning, the group gathers at the lobby of the hotel. After letting Jiraiya suffer through his injuries overnight, Tsunade tends to his wounds so they can head back to Konoha. Jiraiya and Shizune seem surprised by Tsunade's eagerness, but the others wave it off, saying that she just wants this whole ordeal over with. After another day of traveling, the group finally finds themselves in front of Konoha's gates. It appears that the people have already gotten wind of the two Sanin's return, and almost the entire village is crowded around the gates to see if the rumors are accurate. Look at all the people. I didn't know you two are still so popular, Naruto says, remembering distinctly that there weren't nearly this many people the last time around. They must be avid readers of my works. As if anyone would want to read the garbage you write. It might be difficult to get through the crowd, Asuma says before the two Sannin get into an argument. Shall we take to the roofs to avoid the crowd? No. Let's just get this over with, Tsunade says, better do this now than to have them stopping us in the streets at every turn. Naruto studies the crowd as the group wades through slowly. Out of the corner of his eyes, he notices a little girl around his age with large chocolate-colored eyes staring at Tsunade in admiration. One look at her hairstyle and Naruto knows exactly who that is. Tugging at Kurinai's arm, Naruto gestures for the chunin to lean in before whispering something in her ears. Nodding her head, Kurinai disappears, leaving behind a group of very confused ninjas. giving them his innocent smile, which only increases their suspicion. Naruto gestures for the group to keep moving. Eventually, the group arrives at the Hokage Tower while a bored Kurenai is waiting with the little girl Naruto spotted. The girl's face brightens up as soon as she sees Tsunade and rushes up to her before Kurenai can try to stop the girl. "Tsunade-sama. It's a pleasure to finally meet you," the girl says. "Kurenai, who's this?" Tsunade asks. "I'm not quite sure. Naruto asked me to bring her here." "Arigato Naruto-sama," the girl says, bowing toward Naruto. "That's all right, Tenten-chan. And what did I tell you about calling me that?" "Naruto, is she a friend of yours?" Asuma asks. "Yeah, we met Tenten-chan while Gaara, Yujito-chan, and I were playing at the park one day. She told me one day when we were talking about becoming ninjas that her idol is Tsunade-chan." "Ow! Don't call Tsunade-sama that." Tenten screams as she hits Naruto again. "There's the Tenten we know," Yujito says. The adults can help but smile as they watch the kids interact with each other. A few minutes later, Kurenai reminds the group that they still have to meet with the Hokage. Naruto makes Tenten go with the group to meet his father despite her claim that she wouldn't be allowed near the Hokage. Tenten is surprised when the entire group is allowed to enter the Hokage's office with a simply wave from Naruto to the assistant. "Oh, Naruto, I see that you've returned," Minato says as he notices the people around his son, Jiraiya-sensei. "Tsunade-chan. Shizune. Minato, you little brat. You and your son are exactly the same." "Sorry Tsunade-chan," Minato says, shielding himself just in case. "It's a pleasant surprise to see the three of you." "You should thank this little brat for bringing us back," Tsunade says, ruffling Naruto's hair. "Hey, cut it out," Naruto says, swatting away Tsunade's hands. "Why don't you all wait outside?" Tsunade says. "Jiraiya, Minato, and I have some things to discuss." Looking toward the three adults in confusion, the group slowly files out of the room. Back in the office, Jiraiya and Minato notice the change in demeanor on Tsunade and immediately become serious. "Now, I want you to tell me exactly what happened 6 years ago." "6 years ago, that's when Kyuubi attacked, right?" Minato says. "Yes. I want to know what happened." Minato looks hesitant for a moment, something that's not lost on Jiraiya and Tsunade, before telling the two Sannin what happened, leaving out details of the events a couple of years afterward. "That's great, Minato, but what really happened?" Tsunade asks again. "I'm more interested in what happened to Kushina." "Ah." Minato looks brightened up for a moment before becoming downcast again. "Kushina, of course, she was your favorite." She's still in the hospital. Naruto told me that he thinks she's dead." "She's in a coma. Been that way since she gave birth to Naruto," Minato says, still avoiding the other's eyes. "The doctors says that they don't know if she'll ever wake up, but every bit of emotional support helps. I've been visiting her every day. Don't you think it would be better for Naruto to see her? I'm not even sure if she'll live. I don't want to get Naruto's hopes up just to lose her. The doctors already said if not for the fact I've been visiting so often, she probably would have died already," Minato says. "Besides, she knows what I intended to do to Naruto. I'm not sure if she agrees with my decision. I don't know if she can accept it for Naruto to talk to her. It might worsen her condition. Minato, don't be unreasonable. Naruto is her son. No matter if Naruto has the demon sealed in him or not, she'll still love him." "You're right. Well, now that you got that out of the way, I'll start asking my questions," Jiraiya says. "So, did you ever figure out why things happened as it did when you tried the sealing?" I think it's best if you ask Naruto. It's not my story to tell." "What is that supposed to mean?" Jiraiya asks. "Naruto wants to keep that a secret." I tend to agree with him. What does that little kid have to hide? Tsunade asks, the conversation piquing her curiosity. I can only say there is a lot more to the little kid than what meets the eyes. Well, if I'm not going to get any more information, I think I'll visit Sarutobi-sensei. You go ahead, Jiraiya. Tell Sarutobi-sensei I said hi and that I'll drop by later, Tsunade says. Minato and I have to visit someone first. And I better not find you out of this village or peeking in on hot springs. But Tsunade. Jiraiya says as Tsunade glares at the Sennin, wait. This isn't about the hot springs. It's just that, well, I don't think you should go see Kushina with your hemophobia and all. I've gotten over it. At least I think I did. I've been practicing the last 2 days after Naruto told me that he thinks Kushina is dead. Why would you? I think I would be quite well aware of my favorite apprentice's health conditions, Jiraiya. I find it highly improbable that she would die from childbirth. Actually, I am surprised that her condition is bad as what Minato said. I guess I gave the doctors more credit than they deserved. I'll have my hands full training them. Train them? Does that mean you will stay in Konoha? Minato asks. I'm not going to leave Kushina like this. I guess I'll stay until she recovers. Additional author's note, leave a note if you like the story. Chapter 5, Author Note, not applicable. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto. Chapter 4, It's been a couple of months since Naruto brought back the 2 Sannin. Ever since Tsunade had the talk with Minato, he has been a lot more forthcoming with Naruto about Kushina's conditions as well as everything he feels his son should know about his mother. Kushina's condition has also been improving consistently with Tsunade's care as well as Naruto's presence. Also in that short period of time, the 2 veteran ninjas found out firsthand just how cunning the prized young trio is, especially their de facto leader Naruto. In those 2 months, they had already gotten Jiraiya to promise to stop peeking for a year to the joy of the kunoichi population of Konoha and for Tsunade to stop gambling and drinking for a year much to the happiness of Shizune. Being as famous as the 2 Sannin are, they can't go back on their words, especially since Naruto, Yujito, and Gaara deemed it fit to announce the news to the entire village. During that time, Naruto also managed to make Tsunade take on a new apprentice in Rin, who was best friends with Shizune before Shizune left the village with Tsunade. Unbeknownst to Tsunade, Naruto has more plans for her, but he knows he needs the help of his mother since he found out how close Tsunade is to Kushina from his father. At the moment, the trio is training in one of the training grounds being observed by Jiraiya while Koyuki is playing with Ginkgo on the side, same thing that has been happening for the last couple of weeks ever since Jiraiya was banned from the bathhouses. To say that Jiraiya is shocked by the kids' ability is an understatement, as each of them is at least high genin rank before attending the academy. He already knows about Gaara and Yujito's condition, but he has yet to figure out how Naruto can match them in chakra, which only serves to build the mystery around the young boy as Naruto hasn't exactly been forthcoming with the story Minato talked about to either him or Tsunade. Alright, why don't the 3 of you take a break? Already? We aren't even tired yet. We just started warming up, Yujito says. I would have thought you already know our training regiment after watching us for 2 weeks. To be fair, he was sleeping for most of those 2 weeks, Naruto-kun. Either that or we were training in a sandstorm I created. Well, we never know where we will be sent on a mission, so it's best to get used to all kinds of environment. That's thinking a bit too far ahead, aren't you, Naruto? You're not going to be traveling too far outside of Konoha unless the missions are C-ranked or above. You won't be getting those for a few years yet, Jiraiya says. Don't underestimate us Ero Sennin. Gaara, Yujito-chan and I can handle anything. In fact, I bet the 3 of us can defeat you in an all-out fight. Oh ho. You really think so, do you? What are you going to put on it? Double or nothing. If we win, we double your punishment. If you win, you're freed of your obligations. Now I'm really going to take this seriously. Naruto and Yujito move in front of Gaara as Jiraiya gets into his stance. The three kids run at Jiraiya as soon as he gestures for them to proceed. Jumping to the side, Naruto attacks Jiraiya from his right while Yujito moves in from his left. Going though hand seals, Jiraiya's hair starts to stretch and covers his body with his ninpu, Harajuzu. Just before Naruto and Yujito jump right into the spikes, Gaara's sand wraps around their waist and pulls them back, and another sand column thrusts forward, pushing Jiraiya back. When the sand column collapses, Jiraiya's hair starts to soften, but instead of shortening to its original length, it gets longer and wraps around all three youngsters with his Ranjishigami no Jutsu. Just as Jiraiya is about to ask them to surrender, the trio dissipates into sand. Before he can even wonder when the kids switch to Tsunabunshin, Jiraiya feels a slight shift in the ground and leaps up to avoid the Doton Shinjiu Zanshu no Jutsu by Naruto. While in the air, Jiraiya can't help but feel a slight chill from Naruto's smirk. As soon as his feet land on the ground, Jiraiya starts sinking into a swamp from Naruto's Doton, Yamanuma. All around the swamps, sand pillars start rising from the muddy water pointing to sky. Following the needle, Jiraiya looks up just in time to see Yujito leaping over the swamp. A lightning jutsu later, Jiraiya is lying unconscious on the ground, the swamp and the pillars long since disappeared. Jiraiya should have listened to his own advice and take the spar seriously, a voice says from the entrance. Tsunade-bachan? What are you doing here? Minato is with Kushina, so I decided to give them some time alone. Shizune and Rin are at the hospital just in case something happens, Tsunade says. I'll just revive the old pervert and let you explain to him how he lost. Ugh, where am I? Jiraiya asks when Tsunade is done. You are still in the training ground, where you got your butt kicked. That's quite a genjutsu. I couldn't break out of it. It wasn't a genjutsu arrow senin. The pillars that Gaara created are called Suration. It takes Yujito's Raiton, John, and pass the electricity to the ground like a lightning rod. However, in this case, since the pillars are in the middle of the swamp, it's passed into the swamp instead. Since water conducts electricity, it charged the entire swamp, with you in it. How did you come up with tactics like that? It's all Naruto-kun's idea. He said we should come up with tactics that uses each of our strength since we got Hokage-sama to put us on the same team when we graduate. It was rather ingenious. I for one did not know my sand can be used as a lightning rod. I never thought you would have Earth Chakra affinity, Naruto. I don't, Tsunade-bachan. I have Wind Chakra affinity. Then how can you perform those Doton Jutsu so well? I'm the one that came up with the tactic. It won't do if I fail my part. So I practice a lot. Then why don't you try using Futon Jutsu instead? I can't. Futon, Daitapa and Futon, Renkuden would just blow you away instead of holding you down. I could use Kanashibari no Jutsu and let the sand tower lead to your feet, but any skilled ninja can break out of that easily. Instead of suggesting for them to change, you should be grateful that the kids held back. If Yujito uses full power with her jutsu, you would have died from the electric shock. I still think Minato is overdoing it. Sure, the other clans teach their kids some simple techniques, but to teach kids that aren't in the academy yet techniques like Doton, Yamanuma, Raiton, John, Futon, Daitapa, Futon, Renkuden, and Kanashibari no Jutsu are a bit much. Let it go, Jiraiya. It's not like it's doing any harm to the kids, Tsunade says before thinking to herself. However, it does seems a bit odd that they perform all those high-level technique and doesn't look the least bit tired. Looks like I'm just in time to take you kids to lunch. Jiraiya-sensei, Tsunade-bachan, do you two want to join us? No, I better get back to the hospital. I still have a lot of work I need to do. I just wanted to catch some fresh air. I'll pass. I promised Sarutobi-sensei that I'll have a drink with him. It's your loss. Tsuchiji-san's cooking is the best, Naruto says while shooting a dirty glare at his father. If Minato notices the glare, he is doing a good job ignoring it. If he was hesitant before, he is downright scared of hiring Tucci to be the family chef now. He has no doubt that Kushina will recover, especially since she is now under the care of the famed slug Sannin. He used to like Tucci's cooking just as much as Naruto does, but Kushina beat it into him early on in their relationship that she will not allow her boyfriend to eat such unhealthy food for every meal of the day. In fact, she forbade him from eating ramen for a whole month once. If she ever finds out Naruto inherited that trait from his father and he is spoiling Naruto without her permission, Minato has no doubt that Kushina will have his head the moment she can get off that hospital bed, and that is a prospect he is not looking forward to. Suddenly, someone fires a red signal flare into the air from the village. One look at the flare and Tsunade starts running back to the village. "Tsunade-bachan, what happened?" Minato asks as everyone starts running alongside Tsunade. "Rin and Shizune are calling me back. Something major is happening." "What exactly is happening?" "I don't know. I told them to use the flare if something happens and they can't handle it themselves." Just as the group is talking, someone fires a green signal flare into the air. Tsunade's concerned look changes to a happier one, but she still doesn't slow down. "Minato, Naruto, I need you two to come to the hospital with me." "Why? Is it about Kushina?" "I can't be sure yet since I'm not there, but I think you two should be there just in case. She has been showing signs for a few days now. I just haven't told you because I'm not sure if it's because she's starting to wake up or if it's just muscle spasms. When I gave Shizune and Rin the flares, I told them to use the red if it's an emergency, the green if it appears that Kushina is coming to. Jiraiya-sensei, please take the three kids back to Minato's place. Naruto and I need to be at the hospital," Minato says before coming to a complete stop. "Tsunade-sama, please slow down." "What are you doing, Minato?" "We need to be at the hospital now. I left behind a kunai in Kushina's room. We'll use my special technique." When the group arrives at the hospital room with the Hiraishin no Jutsu, they find Shizune and Rin pacing about the room nervously. Making her apprentices push Minato and Naruto outside, Tsunade starts checking on Kushina's condition. A few moments later, Tsunade emerges from the room and gestures for the two Namikes to follow her inside. She's up, but she is still very weak. She should be resting and trying to build up energy right now, but she wants to see the two of you first. "Kushina-chan." Minato screams as he rushes to his wife's side. "Oka-san." "Minato-kun." "Naruto-kun." Kushina whispers as she tries to reach out but is stopped by Minato. "Tsunade-bachan, how much longer is Kushina going to stay in the hospital?" Given how long she was out, another month at least, and that's with the help of medical ninjutsu, Tsunade says, but all the signs are good. She should be able to make a full recovery. Of course, that's not to say I recommend she rejoin the ranks of Konohanins once she recovers. "Ah, but Tsunade-bachan." "No. And you and your family have best stop calling bachan." Tsunade says as Kushina lets out a weak smile that quickly morphs into a yawn. "All right. Everyone out, she needs to rest. I'll be back tomorrow, Kushina-chan." "Me too, Oka-san. It has been a couple of months since Kushina woke up. Tsunade released her from the hospital a couple of weeks ago and she can now move around with the help of a wheelchair. At the moment, she is sitting in the training ground with Minato watching their son training with his friends. "Minato-kun, what do you think about Yujito-chan?" "What do you mean? She seems like a nice girl, doesn't she?" "She's pretty close to Naruto-kun too." "Kushina-chan, I don't think we should get involved in this," Minato says, already knowing what his wife has in mind. "Temari-chan and Koyuki-chan seem like they like Naruto-kun too. I wonder if any one of them is capable of fighting off the others like what I did. And I wonder if Naruto can fight off the council as well as I did. Ero Sennin hasn't corrupted my Naruto-kun, has he? I've been paying special attention in keeping him from teaching Naruto anything inappropriate," Minato says before whispering to himself, "Not that it makes any difference. What do you mean, Minato-kun? What? What do you mean it won't make any difference? Kushina-chan, there's something you need to know about Naruto. I think it's best if you hear it from him. However, Minato says before gesturing toward Naruto, "Hey Naruto, I need to get back to work. Why don't you spend some time with your mother?" Nodding his head, Naruto rushes over to Kushina's side with Ginkgo as Temari starts training with Gaara while Yujito shows Koyuki a few moves so she can protect herself. Naruto-kun, your father told me there is something I should know about you, but he won't tell me what it is and that I should ask you myself. So he told you that, huh? I don't know if I should tell you just yet. You just got out of the hospital. Give your mom a bit more credit. I am just fine. Now, what is the big secret that you and your father are keeping from me? Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, Naruto tells Kushina a shortened version of everything that happened in his previous life as well as its effect on his current life. When he finally finishes his story, Naruto looks up at Kushina to gauge her reaction, but he only sees a blank look on her face. Mom? Are you alright? That's a good one, Naruto-kun, Kushina says after a few moments. So how long did it take for you and your father to come up with that story? He didn't lie. I heard the same story from Kyubi-sama himself, Ginkgo says. Kushina stares wide-eyed at the silver fox. Putting her hands together, Kushina tries to dispel the genjutsu she believes she is caught in. When she finally realizes that the talking fox isn't an illusion, she turns her shocked eyes on her son, who looks back with concerned eyes. Kami, you weren't joking around. Kushina whispers before stealing her glare, why I ought to kill all those villagers for treating you like that. I told Minato the people will never see you as the hero, Kushina continues and softens her glare, though it's nice what you did for Hinata-chan and Yujito-chan, Naruto-kun. So that's why you didn't want me to be a Jinchuriki. That's right. It must have been tough for you without either Minato-kun or I, Kushina says, wrapping her arms around her son. Now, I don't think I heard anything about my future daughter-in-law. I never married. What? Why? I guess with everything about Akatsuki and Oto, I just never had the time to think about it. We can't have that happen this time around. Minato-kun and I won't allow it. It won't, Ginkgo says, licking her paw. How would you know, Ginkgo-chan? You'll see in due time. Both Kushina and Naruto stare at Ginkgo in confusion, but the silver fox closes her eyes and rests her head on Kushina's lap. Kushina and Naruto huff and glare at the fox at the same time, which draws a chuckle from someone behind them. Sometimes you two act so much alike it's scary. He is my son Tsunade-chan. Why you little, stop calling me that. I brought you back from a coma, show some respect. Kushina and Naruto both stick their tongue out at Tsunade, which draws another chuckle from the person standing next to Tsunade. And what are you laughing at, Ero-sennin? Why you little brat? Even your father doesn't call me that. Good job, Naruto-kun. That's exactly who he is, Ero-sennin. Kushina, you're ruining the youths of Konoha. You should be teaching them how to respect the elders, not encouraging them to talk to us like he does. You deserve exactly what you get, Ero-sennin. What did you call me, Tsunade-chan? That's it. Naruto-kun, let's get out of here. We don't want to get in the middle of their fights. Nodding his head, Naruto helps Kushina back into her wheelchair and will her away, gesturing for the others to follow them. Mere seconds after the group clears out of training ground, everything inside is reducing to splinters and rubble. A few hours later, a harried Shizune and Rin rush to the training ground after everything has settled to treat the two injured Sannin. Even with the help of Shizune and Rin, it still takes Tsunade and Jiraiya a whole week to completely recover and be released from the hospital. While Tsunade is recovering, Naruto talks to his mother about his plans for Tsunade. After hearing Naruto's plan, Kushina is even more eager than her son to begin the plan. Ohio Tsunade-chan. I'm here for my checkup. Don't call me, oh forget it. Just take a seat, Kushina, Tsunade says. Where are Minato and Naruto? Minato-kun is stuck at work and Naruto-kun is playing with his friends after dropping me off here. Don't those two know you still need at least one of them accompanying you? I feel just fine, Tsunade-bachan. I can start moving about on my own. I'm sending Rin with you when you leave. Oh, that's okay. Naruto-kun will pick me up with his friends. All right. He seems mature enough to know what he should do if anything goes wrong. If Tsunade is paying attention to Kushina, she would see that. Kushina has a brief dark grin when Kushina tells her Naruto would come to the hospital. As such, she is blissfully unaware of what Kushina and Naruto has in store for her. However, Shizune, who is Tsunade's assistant for the day, notices the grin and begins fidgeting, having heard stories of and seen personally some of Minato and Kushina's famous mischief, most of which Naruto has already surpassed at his young age, much to the pride of his parents. Shizune, there's no need to be so nervous. It's just a routine checkup. Go, Gomen Tsunade-sama. Hey Tsunade-bachan, what do you think of Naruto-kun? That annoying little brat? Sometimes he acts twice his age, sometimes he acts half his age, I don't know how to read him at all. Doesn't looking at him and his friends just makes you want to have a child of your own? So I can have a brat like that annoy me all day? No thanks. Besides, I'm much too old to have a child. You, however, shouldn't have any problem once your body fully recovers if that's what you want to ask. That's nice to know. So, you don't want to have a child at all? Kushina says, covering her disappointment with a weak chuckle. It's not a matter of wanting one or not. 1. I don't have anyone to have a child with. 2. Like I said, I am too old to have one. You can always adopt one. Taking care of Shizune and Rin are already taking too much out of my time. I don't have spare time to take care of a kid. You can get them to help you out with the kid too. Beside, if you adopt one, you can always find one that is old enough to do a decent job taking care of himself or herself. What is this, Kushina? It's almost like you are trying to talk me into getting a kid. And if I am? I'd say you're crazy. Don't be so negative, Tsunade-bachan. I bet Shizune-chan would love to have a little brother or sister, don't you, Shizune-chan? Kushina says, remembering what Naruto told her about the plan. Shizune says, surprised at being dragged into the argument. Come on, Shizune-chan, I see how you always look at Naruto-kun and his friends when they are playing. They just remind me of how I was when I was younger, playing with Kakashi-kun, Asuma-kun, Genma-kun, Rin-chan, and Kurenai-chan, that's all. So you don't want to have a sibling? Well, that's not exactly it either. So you do want one then? Well, Shizune stutters, fidgeting with her fingers, blushing. All right, if you have any suggestions, Kushina, let's hear it, Tsunade says. I heard that there is this little girl who simply idolizes you. This is all Naruto's idea, isn't it? Tsunade says as she glares at Kushina. If Shizune wants a sibling, then I don't mind taking one in, but I don't want someone who looks at me more like a hero than a mother. Ah. Tsunade-bachan, just give Tenten-chan a chance, Kushina says. Are you talking about Naruto-kun's friend? Shizune asks, the one that we met on our first day here in Konoha? Yeah, that's the one she's talking about. She is actually a very nice girl, Tsunade-sama. I'm surprised that she's an orphan, the poor girl. So you approve of her then? Tsunade asks, sighing, knowing she can't win against both women. Yes, but the final decision is yours, of course, Tsunade-sama. Kushina smirks, knowing that the battle is won. It still amazes her how well Naruto understands Tsunade. Of course, she has no reason to doubt the story Naruto told her, but it's amazing how well Naruto can read other people and uses that information to his advantage. When Tsunade finishes Kushina's checkup and walks out of her office together, they find Naruto waiting outside with Tenten sitting next to him, swinging her leg, trying to figure out why the boy brought her along to the hospital. Oka-san, is everything okay? Yes, the checkup went just fine. Konnichiwa, Kushina-sama, Tsunade-sama, Tenten says, bowing. Ohio Tenten-chan. I think Tsunade-sama and Shizun-chan has something to talk to you about, Kushina says smiling. Naruto-kun and I will just head home now. Smiling toward his mother, Naruto helps Kushina out of the hospital. When the pair gets home, Minato notices the grins on their face and asks them about it. Are you sure that is such a good idea, Naruto? Minato asks after he hears the whole story. Of course. Tsunade-chan kept telling me how much she misses the days when she was watching Shizun grow up whenever Kurinai-sensei brought her son to the Hokage's office. Also, in the time they spend together, Tsunade-chan took a real liking toward Tenten-chan. Even so, I'm still slightly concerned. I bet Tenten-chan can convince Tsunade-chan to stay in the village too, Naruto says, interrupting his father, and if Tsunade-chan is staying, she'll make sure Ero Sennin won't be going anywhere either. Well, that settles it. We'll invite them over for dinner to celebrate tomorrow. Minato-kun, you sure changed your mind in a hurry, Kushina says, giggling. I can't help it. It would be really beneficial to have Tsunade-chan and Jiraiya-sensei here in Konoha. As long as Ero Sennin doesn't go peeking in the hot springs. You mean that pervert still hasn't given up that habit? I'll have Tsunade-chan to teach him a few lessons. But Kushina-chan, Kakashi-kun would be really disappointed if Jiraiya-sensei can't write his books. Give him the choice of having the books or having Rin-chan and let him decide. I don't think Rin really mind Kakashi reading them. Bet she doesn't feel the same about the possibility of Jiraiya peeking on her. Kurinai-sensei and Enko-sensei managed to get him to stop for a while, then he started up again. Once Tsunade-chan died, then he completely stopped, not that he lasted too long afterward. Enko? You mean Orochimaru's student? Minato asks, trying to distract Naruto. Yeah. Nice to know the council eventually forgave her for doing absolutely nothing wrong. Not to mention she actually decided to teach. She never actually took a team. She just show up at Konoha 11's meetings every now and then and teach us a few moves. Konoha 11? Oh yeah, I didn't tell you about that nickname. That's the name the villagers came up with for the 4 teams that participated in the chunin tournament for the first time in my year. Shouldn't 4 teams make 12 people? Oh, they left out Sasuke, didn't they? Yeah. That team ended up destroying everything. Who are the other 10 people, Naruto-kun? Sasuke team and I are on the same team with Haruno Sakura-chan under Kakashi-sensei. Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino-chan, Akimichi Chuji are on the same team under Asuma-sensei. Inazuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata-chan, and Aburame Shino are on the same team under Kurinai-sensei. Hyuga Niji, Tenten-chan, and Rock Lee are on the same team under Gai-sensei. Why would Hayashi and Hizashi ever allow Niji to be placed under Gai? Kushina says, shuddering, why would anyone allow their child to train under Gai? They don't have any say in team selections, you know that, Kushina. Why did Sandem-sama let Gai take on a team? Gai must have talked him into it. Once he starts, you'd do anything to get him to stop, Minato says before looking around. Hey, where's Naruto? He was here telling about the teams just a moment ago. Wait, do you smell that, Minato-kun? Ah, he must have been hungry and wandered off to the kitchen. I'm kind of hungry myself, Minato-kun. Go fix lunch. Additional author's note, leave a note if you like the story. Chapter 6. Author note, not applicable. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto. Chapter V. It's been a couple of years since Kushina awakened from her coma. Just like Naruto had predicted, with Tenten by her side, Tsunade decided to stay in Konoha and thus by extension, forcing Jiraiya to stay in Konoha as well. Now at the age of 8, Naruto is clamoring about attending the Ninja Academy the upcoming term. Despite his desire to hold Naruto back another year so Naruto can spend more time with Kushina, Minato agrees to the demands since he has the obligation of entering Gaara into the academy this coming year, and he shudders to think what kind of disaster Naruto will cause if Gaara is the only one allowed to enter. While going through the paperwork in his office and sending messages to Suna updating Gaara's progress, Minato receives an urgent message from Ginkgo telling him to go home. Ignoring protests from his new secretary, Minato rushes home with Ginkgo by his side and finds a man with short flaming red hair sitting in the living room enjoying a cup of tea and talking with Kushina. Kushina-chan, who's this? Oh, Minato-kun, you're home. This young man says that he's your old acquaintance. You let him in just because he says that? No, of course not, silly. Naruto-kun and Ginkgo-chan says that you know him as well. Yes, it's been 4 years since we last met Hokage. 4 years, wait, you're Kyubi no Yuko, the young man says. Suddenly, the young man's chakra begins to spike and 9 tails emerge from his back. Out of instinct, Minato pulls Kushina out of her seat and shields her with his body, his trusted 3-pronged kunai in his hand. Ignoring the tense atmosphere, Ginkgo walks past Minato, moves next to Kyubi, and, after a quick bow, nuzzles against Kyubi's leg. Seeing that the Kyubi doesn't mean any harm, Kushina leaves the living room to handle the ANBU that is sure to arrive. Oi, you stupid fox, what do you think you're doing scaring my parents like that? Naruto screams, coming downstairs, and hide your stupid tails. We need to find a cover story for when the ANBU gets here. Che, you always want to spoil my fun kit, Kyubi says. All right, Shikaku, Nikomata, stop cowering and get down here. Begrudgingly, Gaara and Yujito slowly descend the stairs. Even if Kyubi isn't paying attention to them, Gaara and Yujito can't help but to feel slightly scared, and they decide to hide behind Naruto. There are a few things we need to discuss, so take a seat, Kyubi says to the 3 youngsters. Did I miss anything? Kushina asks, returning to the living room. Not at all. We are just getting started, Kyubi says. It's getting near the time when we extract Shikaku and Nikomata from these 2. In order to do that, we need the power of the Shinigami. Why would we need the Shinigami? Naruto asks. We need someone with the power to extract souls from a human body. I can't think of any other beings who can perform the job. But in order to do that, we need to use the Shiki Fujin. Minato says. Yes. But with a sacrifice of soul, we can exchange it to spare yours. Shinigami should be happy to make that deal. After all, he can't be too happy about having his pet sealed in a human. You mean we need to offer someone as a sacrifice? I can't. Don't worry, little Hokage. We have a spare soul handy for use, Kyubi says, patting Ginkgo's head. You mean you're going to sacrifice Ginkgo-chan? Naruto screams. Heavens no. There is no way I'll offer her up. She still need to serve another purpose. I'll get to her next, Kyubi says. I'm talking about the spirit of the mad priest sealed in Gaara along with the Shikaku. I'm sure the Shinigami wanted to collect that overdue soul for a while now. I almost forgot about that. That's what made Shikaku so difficult to control in the first place. That's right, Kit. Now that you and your father managed to separate the 2, it makes things much easier for all of us. So when and where should we perform the ceremony? In a secluded area on the night of the new moon, Kyubi says. The lack of light should hide our purpose well. This isn't something we want to do in broad daylight. That's a week away, but where should we host it? How about the Forest of Death? How would you know about that god-awful? Minato says before noticing his son's annoyed glare. Ah, right. Forgot about that. Anyway, the Forest of Death should be secluded enough. That takes care of one order of business. Now, the second topic at hand relates to your son. What do you want from me now, you stupid fox? Like I said 4 years ago, I have chosen you to be my successor. I'm certain Ginkgo already told you about how you're a Hanyu. Wait. Naruto-kun's a Hanyu? Why didn't you tell me about that Minato? I don't know, he's a Hanyu either. Don't blame Dad, it's not something that's easy to bring up, so I didn't tell either one of you, Naruto says. It's a side effect from how I got back here. You already made up your mind, Kyubi, so why bring it up now? Seeing that you're not exactly my kin, I have to have a good reason to hand my throne to you. Being trapped in me for that long still isn't a good enough reason. I never was trapped in you in this lifetime. Therefore, there is no good reason for you to succeed me. What are you trying to get at? Ginkgo, do it. Nodding her head, Ginkgo stands up on her hind legs and slowly morphs into the form of a young girl. When the transformation is complete, a young girl with pale skin and waist-length silver hair dressed in a sparkling silver robe stands in front of everyone. Ginkgo-chan. You never told me you can transform into a human, Naruto says. I'm a kitsune. All kitsune has the ability to take the form resembling a human. The other demons can transform to a certain extent as well, but the weaker ones would have difficulty holding the form. And I can assure you that my daughter is a very powerful kitsune, nothing like the others. Ginkgo-chan is your daughter? You are not planning what I think you are planning, are you? Minato says, eyeing both Kyubi and Ginkgo. You're going to force Naruto and Ginkgo to get married? That would make him my kin, wouldn't it? Kyubi says, I see no other method that would appease the other demons. If the demons start fighting each other for power, it can very well spill over to the human world. That is something that neither of us want to happen. But that's enough, Naruto, we can get back to this topic later, Minato says. Very well. We don't need to go into details for a few years yet. This brings me to last topic at hand. But first, I need to speak to Shikaku and Nikomata directly in private. Naruto looks over to Gaara and Yujito to gauge their reaction. Seeing their hesitancy, Naruto tries to convince Kyubi to let him join the conversation. At first, Kyubi is adamant that the conversion be between the three Bijuu only, but eventually, Kyubi makes the concession to let Ginkgo accompany the two Jinchuriki. While still concerned, Gaara and Yujito know that the Kyubi won't be making any more concessions and follow Kyubi to one of the side rooms. About 15 minutes later, the pair enters the living room again, bordering on chakra exhaustion. Knowing how tiring it can be for the host to allow the Bijuu to take full control, Naruto already has some snacks prepared for the two. I found out all I need to know, Kyubi says as he walks into the living room with Ginkgo. Now, after the ceremony, Shikaku, Nikomata, and I will be taking the three children on a small training trip, just to let them learn their new abilities from becoming a Hanyu. Exactly how long is this small trip? Minato asks. Depends on how quickly they learn. Conservative guess would be about a year. There is one thing I need to do before I can go with you, Naruto says. Yes, the Uchiha. Wouldn't want that happening again, or else I'll have to personally make sure that his clan will die out before it's time just to save us the trouble this time around, Kyubi says. Don't worry, kid, whatever you have planned you'll have three Bijuu backing you up. I doubt the Shinigami will be so forgiving toward us this time around if the same thing happens again. You three together should be able to defeat Itachi. We should still have a few months before he attacks Shisui, the extractions should be done by then, Naruto says. Prevent him from gaining the Manjikyu in the first place. It seems you did pick up some tactics from all the lessons I taught you after all. It's a nice idea, but did you consider what to do with him afterward? Attacking a fellow Konohanin is an act of treason. We can deal him however we want, Minato says. You speak as though he will be sitting around waiting patiently for you to pass your judgment. So you're suggesting? That's right, Hokage, if we do what your son suggests, we have to kill him on the spot. Of course, that would mean we have to take out Uchiha Shisui as well, least he feels responsible and he gains the Manjikyu. After that, since there will be no witness to what actually happened, those close to the two will want to take revenge by hitting out on people they think is responsible. If you're lucky, you might get away with a minor civil war and keep your position. Just preventing Shirsue's death and letting Itachi get away is not an option either. Are you sure we can't just capture him alive? You do realize how difficult to capture someone alive as opposed to killing him in an all-out fight, right? Kyubi asks. After all, Sasuke would never have been to get away from you at the Valley of the End if you didn't care about keeping him alive. What do you suggest then? Relax, Kit. I wonder how many Iwa Nin you have under your watch in your prison. We still have a few that tried to assassinate several of our more prominent ninjas. Minato starts then stops abruptly. I see. Now all we need is to set the whole thing up. I hate to lose two of my better ninjas like this, but it appears I have no choice. They aren't yours to have in the first place. If you allow things to progress as is, you're going to lose those two along with the rest of the Uchiha clan. Shikaku, Nikomata, and I will take out the trash along with them, so I only need you to hold the other ninjas back until we've finished the job. All I need to do is to send them out to take care of a few prisoners in secret, Minato says. That's rather standard procedure for taking care of the more dangerous prisoners the other villages try to negotiate a release for. It seems we have covered everything. I will be back in 6 days. A week later, a small group is gathered around a small fire in the Forest of Death. Minato set up a small camp as soon as they entered. While the others are waiting patiently, Naruto is pacing back and forth as Kyubi has yet to arrive. Sit down, Naruto, you're making me dizzy, Ginko says, once again in her human form. Where is your father? He should have returned yesterday. Chichiyui will be here, don't worry, Ginko says. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he's already here. I'm nervous. What if things don't work out the way we planned it? Don't worry, Yujito-chan. If there's one thing the darn fox is good at, it's figuring out how a bijou can escape from the host. He's been trying for a long time before, he knows what he's talking about. Is that supposed to flatter me? Kyubi says in his human form, hanging upside down on a tree branch. You're right about him after all, Ginko-chan. He is my father, Naruto, Ginko says, standing up and brushing away imaginary dusts. Let's get started. I will stabilize Gaara's body with my chakra while you two do the same for Yujito. Your father will summon the Shinigami. To make things easier, Gaara, Yujito, you two should let Shikaku and Nikomata take over for now. Remember, once the Hokage summons the Shinigami, let me do all the talking. Nodding their head, Gaara and Yujito close their eyes and slowly let their demon chakra fill their body. When they open their eyes again, Naruto can spot the telltale sign that the bijou are in control and gestures for his father to perform the Shiki Fujin. So you have summoned me again. Perhaps you are desperate for me to capture your soul. Excuse me, Shinigami-sama, but we have a task that only you can complete. Kyubi, it seems that you are already released from your prison. I suppose I can listen to your request, but don't expect me to let you off easy if I find your request a waste of my time. Thank you, Shinigami-sama. We wish to release Shikaku and Nikomata from these two youngsters' body. We know that only Shinigami-sama can ensure the safety of both the children and the bijou. Nikomata? Sealed inside a human child? Very well, but what do you offer in exchange for saving the children's life? The spirit of a crazed priest is sealed in this young boy's body along with Shikaku. Is his soul enough in exchange? Hardly. If you offer my summoner's life as well, then perhaps I can reconsider. No. Naruto screams, leave my father alone. If you want someone's life, then take mine instead. Naruto. Be quiet. I said let me do all the talking. Silence, Kyubi. If you are offering yourself, then I suppose you would have to do. Are you sure you are willing to die in place of your father? It's not like I haven't died before. Beside, I already told my dad everything major that happened in my past life. Kyubi can fill in the details and my dad needs the information. Very well, Shinigami says, reaching out with his arm. No! Ginkgo screams, moves in front of Naruto and faces him. Why can't we just offer this Itachi person instead? Chichiyui and you are trying to get rid of him, right? Foolish girl. A sacrifice must offer his own life willingly. But your target isn't willing. What about them? Listen carefully, little girl. I said the sacrifice, not the target. Then take mine instead. Leave Naruto alone. Ginkgo screams. Naruto still has a lot of important things he needs to do. Ginkgo-chan. Gomen Naruto-san. I promised you and Kushina-san that you will have a wife in this lifetime, but it seems that I am unable to deliver on that promise myself. As Naruto and Ginkgo are talking, the Shinigami reaches out toward the pair before Kyuubi can voice his opinion on the matter. While keeping one eye on Ginkgo, Naruto waits until the last moment before pushing Ginkgo out of the way, intending to take the blow himself. However, instead of reaching through him, the Shinigami once again reaches past him and into Yugito's body instead. Staring wide-eyed at the god of death, Naruto moves closer to Gaara just in case the Shinigami decides to take the soul after extracting the two Bijuu. Pulling out Nekomade's soul, the Shinigami plants the soul through a portal in the ground before reaching out toward Gaara and repeating the action with Shikaku. Once he's finished, the Shinigami reaches out toward Gaara again and pulls out the screaming soul of the crazed priest before devouring him. Looking over toward Kyuubi, the Shinigami points toward him, then gestures toward Gaara and Yugito. Finally understanding the Shinigami's instructions, Kyuubi calls out to Ginkgo and Naruto as he rushes over toward Gaara and transfers a small amount of his chakra to the young boy's body while the pair does the same for Yugito. You, the Shinigami says, pointing toward Naruto, still serves a purpose in this world. The care you two show toward each other convinced me that you could accomplish the task assigned to you. I shall allow you two to stay in this realm for now, but rest assured, if you should fail in your task, your punishment after your death shall be most painful. Just as the Shinigami disappears, two forms slowly come out of the portal in the ground. At first one figure has the rough form of a raccoon while the other resembles a cat, but they slowly morphs into a man at about Kyuubi's height with brown hair and a woman with black hair a couple inches shorter. Finally, I'm out of that kid's body, the man says. Not that I'm complaining about being freed, but I am slightly concerned about the girl now that she no longer has my power to protect her, the woman adds. I don't want to see her appearing in my domain anytime soon. That's why you are going to teach her how to fend for herself, or did you forget my instructions already? Ah, Kyuubi-sama, it's nice to see you again, the woman says. Oi, you darn fox. About time you show your face again, the man says, smirking. Do you still want to challenge me, you stupid raccoon? Kyuubi answers, returning the smirk with one of his own. Excuse me. What do you want, you stupid human child? The man screams. Why aren't Gaara and Yugito-chan waking up? Do not be concerned about your friends, the woman says, kneeling next to Naruto, they are merely exhausted. They should be fine in the morning. You and your father should be honored. No one survives meeting with Shinigami-sama once, yet both of you survived twice already. I wouldn't suggest tempting fate too often though. Shinigami-sama is most generous for forgiving you two twice. I see, are you Nekomata? Naruto says as the woman nods, and he Shikaku. That's right, brat. Surprised to see us in this form? Not really. Ginkgo-chan did say that powerful demons can take human forms. Ah yes, the kitsune brat. Never thought I'd see a kitsune grow so attached to a mere human. Be quiet, Shikaku. I for one think it's nice, the will those two showed in protecting each other. I never expected my daughter to grow a soft spot for him so quickly. They only spent 4 years with each other. Only 4? My, that is quite fast, Nekomata says. 4 years is fast? Naruto asks. Apparently you don't quite understand demons yet, young child, Nekomata says, we demons have much longer lifespan than mere humans, in terms of thousands or even tens of thousands compared to your mere decades. For years to us is a very short period of time. Of course, on a few rare cases, I do see human love continuing in my realm. Your realm? I believe your kind calls it the underworld. It is the realm I stay in with my master Shinigami-sama. No need to tell him everything. The fox will tell him in due time if he's planning what I think he's planning. I suppose you are correct, Shikaku. Did you find what you asked for, Kyubi-sama? I'll have them sign the contract when they wake up. Or, you can give it to them yourselves, Kyubi says, taking out 2 small summoning contract scrolls. Why are your summoning contracts so small? I've seen Ero, Senin's frog summoning contract and Orochimaru's snake summoning contract, they're huge. We are not meant to be summoned, Ginkgo says. Bakaniko, Tanuki, and Kitsune are all known to be shape-shifters. People would normally deem us too dangerous to summon. Not to mention the fact that we don't like to be summoned either. Of course, being shape-shifters also allows us to be more in tune with human behaviors. One reason that we tend to be more willing to work with people that we deem worthy, Nikomata says. Perhaps we should continue this conversation back at the house, Minato says. The 2 kids look like they can use a nice, soft bed. He's right. We've accomplished what we need to do here. Let's head back, Kyubi says. The next morning, Gaara and Yujito groggily walk out of their respective room, bodies still weakened from what happened last night. When they get downstairs, they find Naruto's family along with Kyubi and 2 people they've never met before sitting in the dining room enjoying breakfast. The 2 kids are finally up, Kyubi says without looking up, his back facing the pair. Good, then we can get them to sign the contract, take care of who we need to take care of, and leave for training. Relax, Tanuki, can't you ever let someone have their meal in peace? If you eat everything in one go instead of playing with your food, you would have finished a long time ago like everyone else. Bakaniko. Would you 2 be quiet? Gaara and Yujito-chan still haven't eaten anything yet. The boy has guts talking to us like that, I'll give him that much. Gomen Shikaku-sama, Ginkgo says before turning to Naruto, you need to show Shikaku-sama and Nikomata-sama some respect, Naruto-san. Meh, I'm going to be the lord of all demons. I'll show them respect when they deserve it. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Ginkgo immediately blushes and looks down to her lap, fidgeting her fingers, a sign that Naruto has seen many times in his previous life and still has no idea the meaning of. Did you forget the stipulation that would make you the demon lord? Kyubi asks, or are you no longer fighting against it? What? Naruto asks, completely missing Kyubi's amused tone. The thing between you and Ginkgo-chan, Kushina reminds her son, you're not planning on doing nothing after you've embarrassed the poor girl like this, are you? I never really given it much thought. I mean, I just found out she can morph into a human a few days ago. Do you prefer that I stay in this form, Naruto-san? Ginkgo asks, again in a tone that Naruto knows well. I don't know. I guess you should take whichever form you're comfortable with. Stay in this form, might as well get used to it. You'll be training in this form if you wish to help Naruto in whatever he needs to do. Hi Shishiyui. When are you going to organize the assassination mission? The quicker we get that done, the quicker we can start the training, the quicker they can finish, and the quicker we can get back to our world. Impatient as always, Shikaku, but I agree, I'm sure both Shikaku and I would like to go back to our realm to check on our underlings after being away for so long. I was waiting until you have recovered from the extraction. I can assure you we most certainly have recovered, Shikaku says, flexing his muscle. Very well. I will arrange for it to happen tonight. Secret execution grounds, 5 miles north of the village gate. It's hidden under a strong genjutsu, only ANBU would know its exact location. I'm sure the 3 of us can see through the illusions, Kyubi says. There may be some chakra spikes, I'm sure you can convince the others that it's only from Itachi and Shirsue's fight against the IWA, Nines. There shouldn't be any problems there. Good, I guess Shikaku, Nikomata, and I will start getting ready. Later that night, the two Uchiha are leading the two semi-conscious Iwanins to the execution ground. They have placed a strong genjutsu on the two Iwanins to keep them from struggling. When they finally arrives, Itachi and Shisui remove the katana strapped on their back, looking to finish the job quickly. However, as soon as they enter the clearing, Kyubi, hidden in the shadow with Shikaku and Nikomata, cancels the genjutsu on the two Iwanins just in time for the two prisoners to roll out of the way of the sword strike. The fight lasted for several minutes, each side landing multiple strikes. Soon enough, the two Iwanins lay dead in the clearing with Itachi and Shisui sporting several wounds. During the entire fight, Shikaku has been slowly turning the ground around the clearing into sand, and as soon as the fight is over, Itachi turns his attention on Shisui, trying to use the fight against the Iwanins as a cover for Shisui's death, but two walls of sand shoot up from the ground and engulfs the two Uchiha, and within seconds both are completely crushed. As soon as the sand retreats and reveals the two bodies, Nikomata, using her power, reanimated the two Iwanins to create a swamp to hide the sand, then create boulders to place on Itachi and Shisui's body to set a scene of them being crushed by the boulders before releasing her control, allowing the two carcasses to tumble to the ground. Leaping out of the tree, the three Bijou check to make sure that all their targets are indeed dead. Satisfied with the job they've done, the three Bijou leave the clearing to report back to the Hokage. Is it over? Minato asks, sitting in his office with a bottle of sake sitting on the desk in front of him. Yeah. We made sure of it, Kyubi says. I'll send someone to pick up the bodies, Minato says, writing a mission slip and handing it to one of the messenger birds in the room. When are you going to take the children on the training trip? As soon as possible. It's probably too late at night to let the kids know. We'll head out the day after tomorrow. Very well. Don't worry about the kids, they'll be just fine, Kyubi says, and don't feel guilty about the Uchiha. It's not an easy decision, but it's the right decision. I sure hope so. Additional author's note, leave a note if you like the story. Chapter 7, Author Note, Not Applicable. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto. Chapter 6, About 10 months after the three youngsters left the village, Kushina and Minato are becoming more and more concerned. They have not heard any news about the children, and Suna has been increasing its pressure on Konoha regarding the location of Gaara. Minato has been delaying the inevitable by stating that the children are on a secret training mission, but he just received a message from the Kazekage demanding that he recall the children and that the Kazekage will visit the village in a week. At the moment, Minato is pacing about in his office, trying to figure out a way to avoid this political disaster. Just as he is about to give up, the entire village is enshrouded by massive waves of chakra, but the chakra waves disappear just as quickly as it appeared. Alarmed, many ninjas gather at the village gate, in the general direction where the chakra originated. What they find there are four small, cloaked figures approaching the gate. With all the attention focused on the four figures, they completely miss the three figures hidden in the shadows of the trees. When some of the ninjas finally shake out of their stupor, they find the four figures have already walked past them in the direction of the Hokage Tower. Before the ninjas can stop them, Minato appears in front of the figures and engulfs one of them in a hug. "Welcome home, children," Minato says, finally letting go of the figure. "It's good to be home, Dad." When the figures remove their cloaks, all the ninjas present are surprised to find the three children that had been mysteriously missing for the past 10 months along with a silver-haired young girl they have never seen before. "I'm glad that the four of you are back. The Kazekage is visiting in a week and he's demanding to see Gaara. I figured we can't keep this a secret for too long," Naruto says. "Well, at least we got back in time." "Yes, and I bet Kushina will be thrilled to know that you four are back. Speaking of which, that was quite an impressive trick." "That was just Kyubi-sama, Nibi-sama, and Ichibi-sama," Ginkgo says. "They are hidden in the shadows." "That'll get some unwanted rumors going," Naruto says, looking back toward the ninjas still gathered at the gate. It would appear that way. I'm sure my father will catch wind of this display as well. We can use that to our advantage. Look at how strong you got after this secret training. Surely your father can't complain about the result, Naruto says. And I'm sure Kumo will regret giving up on me after hearing what just happened. You do not need to be concerned. Shinigami-sama cannot be happy that the people of Kumo sealed Nikomata-sama in you. They will feel the wrath of Shinigami-sama eventually, Ginko says. Let's go home. It's starting to feel weird having all these people staring at us, Naruto says. Yeah, you're right. As soon as they walk through the doors, Naruto is tackled to the ground by Temari and Koyuki. It's not until Ginko practically tears the two girls away from Naruto forcefully with a low growl that the two girls acknowledge the other two former Jinchuriki. While he doesn't show it, Gaara is fuming that his sister passed over her own brother for another boy. Look, Minato-kun, our little boy is all grown up. You're right, Kushina-chan. He's turning into a heartbreaker. Mom. Dad. Don't be ridiculous. Minato-kun, we should invite Tsunade-chan and the others over for a welcome-back feast tonight. That's a good idea, Kushina-chan. I bet they miss Naruto after not seeing him for so long. I'll send someone to tell them. I got it, Mom, Naruto says, creating a Kage Bunshin and sending him off. I'm heading back to my room, wake me up when they get here, okay? With Temari and Koyuki's attention focused on Gaara and Yujito, they miss the fact that Ginko is following Naruto up to his room. While they heard part of the story from Gaara and Yujito, the two girls still have no idea about the handshake agreement between Naruto and Kyuubi regarding Ginko's future. Another thing they don't know is that there is a second handshake agreement, this one between Ginko and Yujito. When Temari and Koyuki ask the two Jinchuriki to train with them, Yujito says she needs to rest up and heads upstairs, leaving Gaara with the two girls. Instead of going back to her own room, Yujito heads into Naruto's room, where Naruto is already lying in his bed trying to go to sleep and Ginko is sitting on the floor watching him. The two girls' eyes meet for a brief moment and Yujito casts a genjutsu on Naruto, putting him to sleep immediately. Once that's done, both Ginko and Yujito jump into bed with Naruto, one lying on each side of the boy cuddling up against him. That night, when Kushina walks into her son's room, she can't help but smile at the scene in front of her. Naruto is still in his bed, his arms around the two girls' shoulder. The two girls are cuddled up against him, their tiny hands clutching at Naruto's shirt. It's not until Naruto turns his head toward Kushina that she realizes her son is awake. Now, I expected you to wait a few years before you go sleeping around with girls. They put me under a genjutsu then sneaked in bed with me. Well, if they did, how did you break out of it? When my Kage Bunshin dispelled, it generated an influx of chakra that helps me break out of the illusion. Well, let's wake up the two girls, everyone is waiting downstairs. You do it. I want to see their reaction. You are a mean child, Naruto. Naruto winks at her mother before closing his eyes and pretends to be asleep. When Kushina goes and wakes Ginko and Yujito, Naruto can't help but smirk at how the two girls bolt upright, as evident from the sudden disappearance of the pressure from their head on his shoulders. Suddenly, Naruto lets out a soft groan, which causes the two girls to practically leap off his bed and hide behind Kushina. Reaching with his hand, Naruto pretends to rub the sleep out of his eyes and roll over on his side before slowly opening his eyes to see his mother smirking at him, silently telling him that the girls still haven't realized they are tricked. Sitting up, Naruto returns Kushina's smirk as the two girls slowly walks out of Naruto's room to clean up and get ready for dinner. You should have seen how red those two's face got when I woke them up, Kushina says as soon as the girls left the room. Oh, I can just imagine, Naruto says, applying a certain Hyuga's blush on the girl's face in his mind. Well, anyway, everyone's here so you should probably get ready. By the time Naruto gets downstairs, everyone is already gathered in the living room, talking and laughing. When they see Naruto enter the room, everyone becomes quiet, save for some soft snickering from Kushina. Naruto's here, maybe we should start dinner, Yujito says, blushing bright red. Yeah, I'm really hungry, Ginko says, her face matching Yujito's. Without even asking, Naruto already knows what they were talking about before he entered the room. Deciding to spare the two girls from further embarrassment, Naruto agrees with them and clamors for dinner to begin. As soon as everyone is seated, Tsunade reaches into her pocket and pulls out a few bottles of sake while talking to Kushina. Reaching into her weapons pouch, Tenten grabs one of her training kunai and fires it at the bottles. Before the kunai gets close enough for Tsunade to react, Naruto fires one of the unused chopsticks to intercept the kunai. Naruto-sama. Why did you do that? Oka-san shouldn't be drinking. Come on Tenten-chan. We're celebrating tonight. Let them have their small bit of fun, Naruto says. I guess Naruto-kun is right Tenten. We should let Tsunade-sama have her fun tonight. She does have tomorrow off after all, so it's not like it's going to interfere with work. You too Shizune-chan. Oh fine. Don't expect me to help you carry her home. Despite how righteous Tenten tries to act, she along with the rest of the children beside Naruto are the first ones to get drunk as the adults decide to let them try a small bit of sake. Naruto, having seen the adults replace the water with sake, drink anything for the entire meal. By the end of the meal, Naruto is the only one awake, which leaves him with the task of taking care of everyone. Creating a mass of Kage Bunshin, he moves everyone to their respective rooms before heading back to his own where he finds Ginko sitting in his bed waiting for him. Naruto-sama, you're back. Ginko-chan? I thought you're asleep. I'm sure you will find that I'm as adapted at pretending to be asleep as you are Naruto-sama. Ah, so you knew. Naruto-sama, there is something I want to talk to you about, Ginko suddenly says. What is it Ginko-chan? You are going to be attending the academy in a few months. Do you believe I should go with you in my fox form or my human form? Well, I'm not sure. I prefer the fox form. That way, I can be on the same team with you even if Yujito and Gaara are on the same squad. No matter which form you take, everyone will think something is wrong when the other form is missing. I can create a bunshin of myself, but I need to stay away from the Inuzuka. They will be able to trace my scent. Yeah, you're right. Their nose is a big problem. If you stay in the fox form, your bunshin can stay near Koyukiheim and use her scent to cover yours, right? In a minor way, yes. I would also need your wallet. Why? Perfumes can cover my scent as well. Even weak perfumes can daze the Inuzuka if they try to enhance their sense of smell. But perfumes are pretty expensive. Chichi-Ue will not be too happy that you are refusing to buy me things. Go ask my parents. I don't have any money, Naruto grumbles. But Naruto-sama, then it wouldn't be a gift from you. Don't give me that look Ginko, Naruto says as he hears a few sniffle. I'll talk to my parents tomorrow. Arigato Naruto-sama. Well, now that you've finally gotten that off your chest. Naruto says, why did you let Yujito-chan sleep with us? You don't like it? Ginko says, tilting her head to the side, Chichi-Ue said that all boys like to have more than one girlfriend and the more the better. Arg, he's as bad as Ero Sennin, Naruto screams, not that I'm upset with the arrangements, I'm more concerned if you are all right with it. Why wouldn't I be? It's not all that uncommon for demons to have multiple mates. Well, if you're sure. So, you're not upset? No, not really. Naruto-sama no eki. You call Chichi-Ue a pervert but you're just as bad, Ginko says giggling. Do you wish for me to arrange for Temari-san and Koyuki-san to stay with us as well? What? No. You can't just go about asking people to join like that. But they seemed like they want to join when Kushina-sama told everyone what happened when she woke Yujito-san and I up. You're kidding right Ginko-chan? No. I think they were really interested. That can't be right, they didn't show any interest in me before. But you changed a lot of things in this life already, right, Naruto-sama? But I didn't mean for it to change like that. Yawning, Ginkgo climbs under the cover and cuddles against her pillow. Seeing that Naruto is still standing next to the bed, Ginkgo reaches out and pulls Naruto into bed with her. It doesn't really matter whether you intend for it to happen or not, Ginkgo says, this is the way things are happening, you'll just have to deal with it. The question is how to deal with it. I'm sure you can figure something out, Ginkgo says, now stop moving around and go to sleep. By the end of the week, news of Gaara's display of power has reached the ears of the Kazekage. When the Kazekage arrives in Konoha, he immediately demands that Gaara return with him to Suna. However, Gaara only needs to bring up the name Yashimaru to gain the support of both Kankuro and Temari. When the Kazekage tries to force Gaara to return, Naruto and Yujito have to step in to prevent Gaara from using his sand to kill his own father. Seeing that he is outnumbered in Konoha, the Kazekage begrudgingly agrees to allow Gaara to enter the academy in Konoha, but he quietly vows to himself that he will take every opportunity to force Gaara back to Suna. Gaara's father won't let things go this easily, Naruto says when he and his father are the only ones left in the Hokage's office, we should keep an eye out on Suna. Suna is our ally. And Suna is also very angry with us right now, Naruto says, cutting off his father. Just because Gaara is living in Konoha now doesn't mean that Orochimaru won't contact Suna for a joint attack when the time comes. Sometimes I don't know whether to call you a genius or an idiot. Minato says, sighing. I'm not known as the #1 unpredictable ninja for nothing. Well, we can't do anything about it now. I'll just ask Jiraiya-sensei to use his spy network to keep an eye out on Suna, Minato says, gathering several documents on his desk. Well, these are the papers admitting you kids to the Ninja Academy. I just have to figure out how to enter Ginkgo. She and I talked about this before. She says she'll stay in her fox form through the academy. She wants to be on the same team as Gaara, Yujito-chan, and I. That would make things a lot easier. I don't need to come up with an excuse to cover her identity, although I should probably come up with one just in case people start asking about her human form. You can just say that she's the daughter of an old acquaintance of yours that he's leaving in your hands. I suppose that would have to do, Minato says, shouldn't you be playing with your friends right now? I just want to think some things through, that's all. What's the problem? Remember that day when Gaara, Yujito-chan, and I came back? Mom probably told everyone what she found in my bedroom. Later that night Ginkgo-chan told me that Temari-chan and Koyuki-hime might feel that way as well. I told Kushina-chan you'll turn into a heartbreaker. Dad, focus on the task at hand. Sure son. What's the problem with having a few girlfriends? What's the problem? I feel bad enough that I'm making Ginkgo-chan and Yujito-chan share me. I can't possibly ask more girls to do the same thing. Well, there is something you should know, Naruto. When I became the Hokage, the council wanted me to take multiple wives to ensure that the Namikaze line continues. Of course I was able to fight them off long enough for Kushina-chan to be pregnant, so they can't keep pushing that idea on me. But Kushina-chan and I aren't getting any younger, and I don't know if Kushina-chan can handle another pregnancy despite what Tsunadeba-chan says. The council might try to push the same idea on you, especially since they consider you the hero that chased away the Kyuubi. Why not take advantage of it and take all 4 of them as your wives? But that doesn't solve the problem of me feeling guilty about having them share me. Did you consider that maybe they won't care? Minato says, I can tell you that many of the women offering themselves to me back then didn't mind the idea of sharing one bit. But those 4 girls aren't gold diggers like those women who offered themselves to you. You can always sit them down and talk to them to see how they feel, Naruto. Do you think it's easy to approach that subject? I can't just go up and ask them if they love me and do they want to share. Alright, let me just get through these paperwork and we'll head home and talk to Kushina-chan. We can have her talk to the girls. It should be easier for her to broach the subject. I guess that'll have to do. Now that that problem is solved, I'll just have to get through these couple of piles. Why don't you ever use Kage Bunshin to help you do the paperwork? Kage Bunshin. Minato says, stopping suddenly. Why didn't any of the Hokage think of that idea before? Arg, you'd think someone with the title, the professor, would be able to come up with that idea. Maybe he wants you to figure it out on your own and suffer on the way there like he did. Muttering about selfish old men, Minato creates 5 Kage Bunshin and orders them to start working on the paperwork while he heads home with Naruto. After going through the situation with Kushina, she adds another name to the mix. What do you mean Tenten-chan likes me too? She's supposed to like Niji. Well, she hasn't met Niji yet now, has she? Kushina says. But. Too late to change that now. I'd bet she's already heads over heels in love with you, Kushina says. There has got to be some way to change that, right? All I wanted to do was to make Tsunade-chan adopt Tenten-chan. I didn't think she would fall in love with me because of it. Like I said, too late to change that now. I'll have a sit down with all of them when I get the chance. But I don't even know how I feel about them. It's not a bad thing to have that many people love you, Naruto. But it's not fair to them that I. Naruto, don't worry about it. Just let things come as they will, Minato says. Don't change how you are because you're worried how things would turn out. Remember what I told you in the office, Naruto. I think that might be the best course of action. But Don't worry, Naruto, Kushina says. You wouldn't believe how many love letters your father got back in the days. Hey, it's not that long ago, Minato complains. Be quiet. I'm talking to Naruto, Kushina says. Like I was saying, your father received plenty of love letters, and I wasn't angry at him at all. I'll talk to the girls and make them understand the situation. If they can't handle it, then I'll suggest for them to back off. If they can, why don't you give it a try? Fine. Naruto says before whispering to himself, I gotta be more careful in the future. What did I tell you about letting things come naturally, Naruto? Minato says. What's so natural about having this many girlfriends? It's good to know that Ero Sennin hasn't corrupted you yet, Naruto, Kushina says, but Minato-kun is right. Don't let this change who you are. Besides, it's perfectly natural for girls to be fawning all over us, Naruto. It's a curse that we Namikes must bear. Smiling, Kushina turns her attention on Minato. If Minato is paying attention like Naruto is, he would notice that the smile seems slightly off. Grabbing Minato by the ear, Kushina drags Minato upstairs, twisting it with every step, leaving the Hokage screaming in pain all the way back to their room. The next day, after a particularly grueling training session with his father, Naruto stumbles back to his room only to find it completely empty. Looking back toward the door, he finds his mother leaning against the door frame smiling at him. What happened to my room, Mom? Naruto asks, sighing. This isn't your room, dear. What do you mean this isn't my room? Naruto asks again, quickly getting tired of the conversation. This was your room yesterday, but since Tsunade-chan says that she's moving in, your father and I decide to give her this room. So where is my room now? Down the hall, the second master bedroom. What am I going to do with a huge room like that? Naruto asks, completely awakened by the news. Well, you are the second master of this house. Beside, you'll find enough use for it soon enough, Kushina says. Now why don't you go take a shower and get changed like your father? I'll call the two of you downstairs when dinner's ready. All right, Mom, Naruto says, walking past Kushina and down the hall. And I expect you to help Tsunade-chan move her things over tomorrow, Kushina says, calling after her son. Fine. Naruto says, walking into his room. The first thing Naruto notices when he enters his new room is the absurdly large bed sitting against the wall opposite of the door. Then he notices the numerous closets lining the walls off to his left. Thinking nothing of it, he picks up the fresh change of clothes on his bed and heads to the private bathroom in his room. Half an hour later, Kushina is standing outside the bathroom pounding on the door. "What are you doing in there? Hurry up, dinner's ready." All right, Naruto says, opening the door. "I've never seen a private bath as large as that. I bet I can swim in it." "For now you can. It's really only designed to fit 2 adults comfortably." Kushina says, "Remind me to get a bigger one for you later." Looking at his mother in confusion, Naruto quietly follows his mother downstairs, where all the other occupants of the house is sitting around the dinner table waiting patiently for the last member to arrive. As punishment for making everyone wait, Kushina makes Naruto stay behind after dinner to wash the dishes. Even after feeling refreshed from the bath, Naruto is completely drained by the time he drags himself upstairs. After stumbling in and out of his old room, he opens the door to his new room, takes a look inside, before going back to the hallway to check if he's in the right room. "What's wrong, Naruto-sama?" Ginko asks from inside the room. "What are you girls doing here?" "This is our room, at least, Kushina-sama says so," Yujito says. "And after our talk with Kushina-sama, I think she's right," Temari says. "Why don't you come in and join us," Koyuki says, walking up behind Naruto and wrapping her arms around his waist. "I think there is going to be another person moving into this room tomorrow." Pushing Naruto into the room, Koyuki kicks the door close before shoving him into bed. With a squeal, the girls all jump into bed with Naruto and fight for the spots next to Naruto so they can cuddle against him. Sighing, Naruto waits until the girls finally calm down before trying to go to sleep. Additional author's note: leave a note if you like the story. Chapter 8. Author note: not applicable. Disclaimer: I do not own Naruto. Chapter 7. By the time the 3 former Jinchuriki are finally ready to enter the academy, Minato allows them to enter as second-year students to cover the missed year due to their training with the 3 Bijou. Of course, if Minato had requested for the children to be promoted to genin, few can complain after seeing their supposed powers in action when they return from their training. But Naruto himself requested that they be placed with that particular group in order to observe them. Even though the instructors were alerted that Naruto, Gaara, and Yujito would be attending a month before the school year starts, the instructors still cannot believe the 3 that had shown so much power are standing outside their classroom waiting to be introduced to the other students. "Please come in," Irika says, opening the door. The entire class becomes completely silent when the 3 enter the room. Every pair of eyes, including those of Irika, Suzume, and Mizuki, are focused on Naruto, Gaara, and Yujito. After a quick introduction, they take their seat across an empty row, where Ginko is already waiting, having entered unnoticed as everyone's attention was on the 3 newcomers. While everyone in the room is paying attention to the 3 instructors as they begin the lesson, Ginko looks around the classroom, studying everyone that Naruto asked her to keep an eye on. Throughout the entire class, Ginko notices that Hinata keeps stealing glances over at Naruto whenever the instructors aren't paying attention. Thinking that Naruto probably don't want to hear about things like that, Ginko keeps this piece of information to herself when she reports to Naruto after the classes are over. "Nah. Naruto-sama, please wait." Hinata-chan? What's wrong?" Naruto asks. My father told me to, accompany you back to the Namikaze compound since Hokage-sama invited us over for dinner," Hinata says blushing. "Okay. Come on. Let's go, Hinata-chan." "Wait, Naruto-kun. Shouldn't we wait for Tenten-chan too?" Yujito says. "You're right. I'm completely forgot. How can you forget about me?" Tenten says, walking up behind Naruto and faking a few sniffles. "You really aren't fooling anyone with that, Tenten-chan. You're so mean, Naruto-kun." "Sorry, Tenten-chan. You ready to go home now?" "Fine. Only because we have important guests over tonight," Tenten says, "You're going to make it up to me, mister. Don't worry, Tenten-chan, I promise I'll make it up to you." Walking up, Naruto gives Tenten a quick hug before circling behind her and pushing her out of the academy's courtyard. Giggling, Yujito follows them with Gaara and Ginkgo not far behind. A few moments later, Hinata shakes out of her stunned state and hurries after the group, who is right at the exit looking back toward the frozen girl. Muttering a soft apology, Hinata quietly falls in step with the group on their way to the Namikaze compound. "Ah, here are the children," Kushina says as the group enters the house. "I hope you all had fun today. It's fine outside the history lessons. I already know the village's history like the back of my hand. Since I was an outsider, I supposed it was interesting to know about Konoha's history," Yujito says. "Agreed," Gaara says as he walks past everyone cluttered at the door. "So where is everyone?" Naruto says, peeking into the empty living room. Minato-kun and Hayashi-san are discussing something in the study. "The ladies should be in the yard enjoying the evening breeze. I'm just here fixing up some small snacks waiting for all of you to get home. I should get started on my assignments." "I'll be in my room," Gaara says before walking off. "I'm going to put away my things," Tenten says. Kushina-sama. "There's no need to be so nervous, dear. Just treat this like your own home." "Hi Kushina-sama," Hinata says, "is my mother and sister." "They are in the yard, dear." "Thank you, Kushina-sama," Hinata says. Would you like to meet my little sister Naruto-sama?" "That'd be great, Hinata-chan." "But Naruto-kun, what about our assignments?" Yujito asks. "We still have the whole night, Yujito-chan. Let's relax a bit first. Besides, we don't have all that much assignments anyway." "Well, if you promise you'd help me, I guess a bit of fun can't hurt." Grabbing Hinata and Yujito's wrist, Naruto pulls them out toward the backyard. Blushing at the contact, Hinata allows Naruto to lead her despite the slight pain from the sudden pull. In the short distance from the foyer to the backyard, Hinata's blush manages to spread to her entire body and she looks like she has just come out of a hot spring when she gets to her destination. "Hinata-ne-sama, who's this?" a little girl asks, staring intently at Hinata's wrist, the one that Naruto is still holding. "Ah, Hanabi-chan. This is Naruto-sama." "Naruto-sama? Who is that?" Hanabi asks, her eyes still on Hinata's wrist. "Naruto-sama is the one that saved me from the mean kidnapper." "Who is he?" Hanabi asks, pointing at Hinata's wrist. "How come he can hold your hand?" "Ah, sorry about that, Hinata-chan," Naruto says, letting go immediately. "It's all right, Naruto-sama." "No, it's not. Chichi-yui never let anyone hold our hand like that," Hanabi says. "I'm telling Chichi-yui." "Hanabi-chan, it's all right," a tall woman says. "Your father only said that because he doesn't trust the others." "You can trust Naruto-kun though." "Are you sure, Hahayui?" "Of course. I would never lie to you, Hanabi-chan." Naruto takes a quick look at Hinata and Hanabi's mother. She has the traditional pale eyes and pale skin of the Hyuga. If he has to estimate, she would be right about Hayashi's height, about an inch shorter at most. She has long hair and a slim figure, like a splitting image of Hinata's adult form when it's not covered by her jacket, but the muscle tone and the calloused hands show she is a very accomplished kunoichi in her own right. He had never seen Hinata's mother in his previous life at all, and neither Hinata nor Hanabi, from what little he's seen of the girl, mentioned anything about her. His questions are answered when Tsunade enters the yard with Kushina holding a bowl of foul-smelling medicine and giving it to Hinata's mother. "You're lucky I had the experience from treating Kushina Shirori," Tsunade says. "You of all people should know that you should stay calm when you're pregnant. Look at the mess you left yourself with." "I couldn't help it, Tsunade-sama. I was so worried when I heard that Hinata-chan was almost kidnapped," Shirori says. "Speaking of which, allow me to thank you for saving Hinata-chan, Naruto-sama." "That's all right, Shiori-san," Naruto says, picking up her name from Tsunade's words. "I can't just stand by and watch my friends get hurt. There was one other problem, one thing, other than the actual kidnapping, that made me a bit nervous. Nervous? Tsunade says, chuckling, from what the guards told me you were ballistic. Please Tsunade-sama, I need to get this off my chest, Shiori says, what are your intentions with my daughter Naruto-sama? Oka-san. What are you talking about? Hinata screams. I don't quite understand what you mean Shiori-san. The Hyuga is a very traditional family, a voice says behind the group, despite your intentions, the fact remains that you spent the night in my daughter's room Naruto. But Hayashi-san, you said it was all right, Naruto says, turning around and facing the man, besides, I didn't really stay there overnight. I left with my dad after the kidnapper was caught. While those statements are indeed accurate, Hayashi says, the entire Hyuga clan knows that you stayed in Hinata's room that night. While I understand that nothing could have possibly happened, the elders are quite adamant that you bear responsibility. Well, I just told him about your situation, Minato says, glancing over at the other girls gathered in the yard. Hayashi-san told me that he and Shiori-san would need to re-examine the situation before making a decision on how to proceed. This kid works fast, doesn't he? Tsunade whispers to Kushina, if Jiraiya hears about this he's going to have a field day with it. I never did quite realize how popular Naruto is. Is this what I faced when Minato-kun picked me? I'd say it's not even close, considering how Minato has a few more years to attract other girls. Yeah, you're probably right Tsunade-bachan. Tsunade's body stiffens for a brief moment before she grumbles and heads back inside, saying how the sun is bad for her skin. Just as Tsunade is heading back inside, Shizune comes out and announces that dinner is ready. That night, after the Hyugas have gone home and everyone else are back in their room, Naruto and Minato are sitting in the study talking about everything that happened that day. So what do you think, Naruto? Minato asks. Like it matters? Guess not. But I still want to know how you feel about everything so far. It's completely different than my last life, but Ginko-chan is right. I did want things to be different. She does have a point. You did say the same thing when you got Guy to adopt Lee, Minato says, besides, you can't complain about all those girls. If Mom hears that, she'll beat you to a pulp. Yeah, but that's why I didn't say that in front of her. I'm reserving the rights to tell her what you said, Naruto says. Anyways, what do you think Hayashi is up to? He's not the one up to something. The Hyuga elders are the one pushing him to talk to us. He said it to me in private himself. If you aren't my son, he doubts the elders would say anything about it. And I agree with his assessments. So why did you agree? We still need the Hyuga clan on our side. Only they are large enough to balance out the Uchiha clan, Minato says. I know you already took care of Itachi, but we always need to be wary of large clans like the Uchiha and the Hyuga that their power don't get to their heads. I guess you're right. How would you deal with them if you're in my position? Me? Keep the younger ones away from the adults and get the younger ones on my side. Two classic strategies, a voice says from the door, but I like Naruto-sama's plan better. Ginko-chan, you're still up? Naruto asks. All the other girls are still up and talking to each other. It was too noisy to fall asleep. You were talking about the two strategies, Ginko? Minato asks. Hokage-sama's strategy is to use one powerful group to counteract another. Naruto-sama's strategy is to break down the powerful groups from within, Ginko says. Hokage-sama's plan must allow for both powerful groups to be out of line, but Naruto-sama's plan can allow him to exert control on the situation. The best plan, however, is to apply both at the same time, to use the first plan as a means to buy time for the second plan to proceed. Where did you learn all of this? Naruto asks. Chichiue has to deal with similar things all the time. I guess that's going to be a problem no matter where you are, Minato says. Suddenly, Ginko lies down on the sofa in the room and uses Naruto's lap as a pillow. Smiling, Naruto gently strokes Ginko's hair to help the girl fall asleep. Shouldn't you get her back to bed? You heard what she said, the others are still up. She's here because she couldn't fall asleep there. Well, I should be getting to bed myself. Okay. I want to stay up a bit longer. Don't stay up for too long though. Remember, you still have to go to school tomorrow. Don't worry about it. Chuckling, Minato waves casually over his shoulder with his back toward Naruto before leaving the room and closing the doors behind him. As soon as the doors closes, Ginko rolls on her back and stares up at Naruto's face while Naruto continues to stroke Ginko's hair. Naruto-sama? What is it, Ginko-chan? There is something I want to ask you, about the people at the academy. Is it about Hinata? I noticed that you were looking back at her quite a few times. How did you? No, it's not about Hyuga-san. It's about Yamanaka-san. Ino-chan? What's the problem? I noticed that she seems rather scared of you. Whenever you look over at her general direction, she seems to tremble involuntarily. Really? That's odd, maybe I'll talk to her about it tomorrow. Don't you think it will be better if someone else talks to her? She is rather fearful of you. Yeah, you're right. I'll have someone talk to her to see what's going on. Naruto-sama? What is it, Ginko-chan? Can we stay here tonight? This is comfy. The other girls will be very upset if they find out. I see. But I guess some rewards are in order for doing such a fine job observing the class today. Naruto chuckles at how Ginko's eyes almost sparkle as soon as the words leave his mouth. Patting her shoulders to gesture for her to sit up, Naruto gets up and locks the doors to the study before returning to his seat and letting Ginko lie down on his lap again. Turning on her side facing away from Naruto, Ginko giggles as he sinks his hands into her silver locks again. Naruto keeps stroking Ginko's hair for another half an hour until she finally falls asleep before closing his eyes and falling asleep himself. The next morning, before anyone is inside the classrooms, Naruto pulls Shikamaru and Chuji to the side in the schoolyard and asks them to investigate into the matter brought to his attention yesterday by Ginko. After stating in no uncertain terms how troublesome a task it would be, Shikamaru begrudgingly agrees to check in on Ino for Naruto. Oi, Ino. What is it, Shikamaru? Ino says from within a crowd of Sasuke fangirls. I need to ask you something. This has better be good, Ino grumbles as she walks away from the group. Naruto asked me to talk to you. I knew it would be troublesome, but he talked me into it. Nah. Naruto? Ino says. Shikamaru can see what Naruto was talking about when he says that Ino is afraid of him. The fear in Ino's eyes is difficult to miss, neither is the trembling body. What does he want? He wants me to ask you why you're so scared of him, Shikamaru says. After seeing your reaction, I'm kinda curious myself. I have no idea what you're talking about. Right. And I'm sure your body is shaking because it's cold outside. That's right. Ino, you, Chuji, and I grew up together. Do you really think I can't read you well enough by now? Fine. It's something stupid anyway. Well, I'm listening. When I was younger, Naruto turned my home into a wild jungle with all kinds of man-eating plants. And how would he be able to do that? It was a genjutsu. I've been scared of Naruto and anything that looks remotely like any of those plants ever since. I seem to remember my old man saying something about that. It's right before Naruto brought that fox back with him, right? That's right. I'm one of the few kids that didn't get anywhere near that fox no matter how much I want to go up and cuddle and play with it because Naruto is always right next to it. I also remember my old man saying you were laughing at him right before he pulled that prank. So you're saying it's my fault? Ino screams, attracting the attention of everyone around them. I don't think the people in Kumo and Iwa heard you, woman, Shikamaru says, trying to shake the ringing out of his ears, and yes, it's partly your fault. He is Hokage-sama's son. You'd think he's not as inept at ninja skills as you tried to make him out to be. But did you remember how Chuji and I were like back then? How we can never find anyone to play with us? Yeah, 'cause Chuji was always so terrible at those games. Let's take the reverse situation. Do you think Naruto would have any friends if he tried to act like a know-it-all? Well, perhaps it's about time you deal with your fears. I suggest you go and talk to Naruto and tell him the reason you're so afraid of him yourself, Shikamaru says, walking a few steps away before stopping again. At least, do that if you are serious about being a ninja. There is always the chance you'll have to work with Naruto. Better to take care of it now than to have to deal with it during a mission. Ino, what was that all about? Sakura asks as she walks up to the girl. It's nothing, Ino says. Do you know where Naruto is? Naruto? But I know. Shikamaru's right, it's time I deal with it. He should be inside. Do you want me to come with you? No. You can go back to your Sasuke watching. I will deal with this myself. Right, and I'm sure your knees are trembling because your legs are tired, Sakura says. Come on. We may be rivals, but I don't want to see you fainting, at least not when Sasuke-kun isn't around to see you make a fool out of yourself, that is. You know, Sakura, no matter how we were the best of friends way back when, I absolutely hate you. Good, the feeling's mutual, Sakura says. Would take back my offer to go with you, but you seriously look like you need someone by your side right now, so I'll let that last comment slide. Taking a deep breath, Ino walks inside the academy with Sakura by her side. They find Naruto in his seat with Gaara and Yujito right next to him and the silver fox resting her head on Naruto's lap. Sitting a few rows behind the trio, Chuji elbows the sleeping Shikamaru and gestures with his head toward the two girls standing by the door while reaching into his open bag of chips at the same time. Naruto, Ino says. Ino-chan? Sakura-chan? Is something the matter? You told Shikamaru to ask me something. Ah, that's right. Shikamaru hasn't told me your answer yet, so I don't know if he asked you yet or not. It's about the trick you pulled on Ino back when we were children, Sakura yells. What? I don't get it. The genjutsu you put on my home, that's why I'm scared of you, Ino says with her head down to let her bangs cover her face. Picking her head up, Ginko looks over toward Ino before walking over and nuzzling Ino's leg with her stout. Kneeling down, Ino wraps her arm around Ginko and scratches the fox behind her ears. Sorry about that, Ino-chan, Naruto says. I didn't think you'd still be scared after all these years. Well, you should have thought about it more than, shouldn't you? Sakura says. The way Ino-chan was talking, she wasn't just bragging about how she learned a new jutsu, she was talking down on other parents. I needed to defend my parents and show that Ino's parents aren't the only ones who cared enough to teach the kids new techniques. I didn't mean to. I know you are proud of your skills and your parents, Ino-chan, but you have to realize that there are always better ninjas out there no matter how strong you've gotten. You need to curb your arrogance or else you'll never survive your missions. I guess you're right, Ino says, sighing. Hey, wait a minute. This is about the mean trick you pulled on me. When did it become my grilling session? I was hoping you wouldn't notice. Naruto says, scratching the back of his head. Well, at least you did agree that I was right. Besides, it looks like your little problem is already dealt with, Yujito says. You haven't shown an ounce of fear since you've started talking to Naruto-kun. Well, now that you mention it. Ino says, I guess Shikamaru is right after all, like always. It would appear that the rest of the class is coming in soon. Perhaps you two should head to your seats, Gaara says. You're probably right, Ino says. Well, Sakura, though it pains me to say this, thank you for accompanying me. You helped me deal with my confidence before, so let's just say I'm returning the favor, Sakura says. Now we're even. Don't expect more favors from now on. You know what, Sakura? I take back what I said. I'm not grateful that you accompanied me. Yeah? And I'm sorry I ever thought about helping you, Ino. There they go again. Naruto says. You're the reason this happened, Naruto. You're the reason that I ever even need to think of helping Ino. Yeah. You're the reason that I even need to come and talk to you. Hey. That's a bit unfair. Don't worry about it, Yujito-chan, I'm used to it. But Naruto-kun. Really, it's all right, Naruto says, we only need to deal with them for a few more minutes at most. By then, either Sasuke or Irika-sensei will get here. They have an image to uphold. We can hear everything you said, you know, Ino says, huffing and crossing her arms. There's Sasuke, Ino-chan, Naruto says, guiding Ino and Sakura's attention away from himself. With a loud squeal, Ino and Sakura rush over to the door to rejoin the large group of fangirls around Sasuke. Sighing and complaining quietly that the circus has arrived, everyone tries to get back to what they were doing before all the noise started. I wish that would get over Sasuke, Naruto says to himself. They were much happier once they managed to forget all about him. Did you say something, Naruto-kun? No, nothing at all, Yujito-chan, Naruto says before thinking to himself. I need to be more careful, only my parents know about my history. After the group finally heads to their seats, Hinata finally emerges from behind the door, the last one to arrive before the instructors. At that precise moment, Naruto looks back toward the door to see if the three instructors are arriving anytime soon. With a loud "eep," Hinata scrambles away from the door and takes the seat farthest from Naruto that's still available, with her face turning scarlet. She still hasn't gotten over yesterday's embarrassment, Yujito says, not that I blame the poor girl. I still don't know what Hayashi was thinking, Naruto says, you'd think they would take her preference into consideration. I think they did, Ginkgo whispers so no one but Naruto, Yujito, and Gaara can hear. She was staring at you and blushing whenever the instructors weren't looking yesterday. Well, maybe Hayashi told Hinata-chan what he was going to do yesterday, Naruto says. Naruto-kun certainly is a very dense person sometimes, isn't he, Ginkgo-chan, Yujito says as she pats Ginkgo's head. What is that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing, Yujito says, an innocent smile plastered on her face. Additional author's note, leave a note if you like the story. Chapter 9. Author note, not applicable. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto. Chapter 8. A week later, Hayashi and Shirori head to the Namikaze compound again, having discussed the situation with each other. When they approach the gate, they see three people just turning the corner on the next street and walking toward them. Given that they have never seen those three people in the village before and the group has nothing that identifies their origin, Hayashi and Shirori instantly become on edge, getting ready for a sudden assault. Just at that moment, Minato is taking the trash outside. Oh, Hayashi-san, Shiori-san, what brings you two here? Hokage-sama, perhaps we should talk inside, Shirori says, trying to get away from the three strangers. Oi, Minato, one of the three strangers screams. Curious, Minato stretches his neck to see past Hayashi and Shirori. Walking up toward them are a man with flaming red hair, wearing a yellow shirt, long white pants, and an opened blood-red robe, a man with brown hair, wearing a yellow muscle shirt with the sleeves torn off, a pair of dark brown fingerless gloves, and a pair of white sweat pants, and a woman with waist-length black hair, wearing a black kimono with white pants underneath. Oh, Kitsune, Nico, Tanuki, what brings the three of you here? Do you know them, Hokage-sama? Shirori asks. They are my associates from other areas. I usually communicate with them using code names. I see. I was concerned that they are intruders, Hayashi says. Even with them trying to suppress their strength, I can still sense the power flowing within their body. So, no sense standing around out here. Let's talk inside, Minato says. Oh my, what brings all these rare guests here today? Kushina asks as everyone enters the mansion. I'm just here with Kitsune, Shikaku says, using the alias the Hokage made for them, that and to check in on my godson. And I my goddaughter, Nikomata says. You have godchild living here? Shiori asks. Oh, they're just talking about Garakuen and Yujito-chan, Kushina answers for the two Bijou, but the children are at the academy right now. Ginko-chan is out in the yard with Koyuki-chan though. She'll notice my presence soon enough. There is no need for me to find her. As if on cue, the human form Ginko bursts into the living room and jumps into Kyubi's arms. Just from picking up the girl, Kyubi can tell that she is merely a clone. Since the children are at the academy at the moment, the Kyubi figures that his daughter is with Naruto in her beast form. Putting the clone on the floor, the Kyubi turns his attention toward Minato again as Hayashi starts to speak. Hokage-sama, even after alerting my clan's council of Naruto's availability, they have decided that they will continue their pursuit. I see. Minato says, well, I suppose I should draft the documents then. Suddenly, Shiori lets out a sigh, drawing everyone's attention on her. Is something wrong, Shiori-san? Kushina asks. No, it's nothing. I suppose I should be happy. This is what Hinata-chan wanted after all, especially after what Naruto did for her, Shiori says. The problem lies with Hanabi-chan. She seems to have taken an interest in Naruto after meeting him, constantly asking Hinata-chan and I about him. I wonder how she would react to the news. Well, I'm sure it can't be too bad. Minato says. There is a rivalry between Hinata and Hanabi. Ever since Hanabi was born, they knew that it would be their destiny to compete against each other in all aspects of life, Hayashi says. I suppose one of them shall be the heir of the clan, and by all counts Hinata should be the heir since she is the eldest child. However, Hanabi has proven to be much more talented than Hinata, even at her young age, and probably in part due to their one-sided rivalry. So since your eldest daughter has taken an interest in Naruto, your youngest is doing the same just for the sake of beating her sister, Kyubi says. Sounds like something you should nip at the bud. It is not quite as simple. While the initial approach is probably due to the rivalry, it would appear that Hanabi has taken a genuine interest in Naruto. Where this interest may lead I have no idea, but it certainly is concerning to say the least, Shiori says. Even at his age he already has women trouble, Minato says. Just like you did all those years ago, Hokage-sama. It hasn't been that long ago, Hayashi. You still remember what the council tried on me the first couple of years after Kushina-chan was in a coma, don't you? I suppose I do. What did they try, Minato-kun? Kushina says, fire burning in her eyes. They tried to find other women for Hokage-sama to marry, Hayashi says. Of course, Hokage-sama enlisted the help of a number of clans to fight the proposal to a standstill. A number of clans? Kyubi asks. The Uchiha clan was a strong supporter of the proposal, probably in part due to the fact that at least one of the women would come from their clan. Hokage-sama enlisted the help of my clan along with those of the Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, Inuzuka, and Aburame to fight off the political alliance between the Uchiha and some of the smaller clans. So what happened? Kushina asks. Naruto happened, Minato says. Like I said, they only tried to force the proposal the first couple of years, because by then, every time they want to approach the issue, Naruto would cause quite a stir in the council chamber. We all know firsthand just exactly how destructive Naruto can be when he wants to. I think I can still see the remnant of some of the tricks Naruto left behind in that chamber. That's my boy. I'm glad you're happy about it, Kushina-san, Shiori says. The council gave it one last shot when Naruto was 4, it took me ages to help Hayashi-kun clean off the stench of the stink bombs he left in that place. That's probably how Hanabi-chan came about, right? What are you complaining about? Kushina says. That's not the point. Shiori screams, blushing. Kushina-chan, that's enough. There are other people in the room, Minato says. Oh. Sorry about that, Kushina says, looking completely embarrassed, though not as much as Shiori. Regardless, Hayashi says, clearing his throat to get everyone's attention, Kitsune-san is right, the Hanabi situation is something we should keep a close eye on. Well, let's get to my office to work on the document, Minato says. When will the children be home, by the way? Nikomata asks. Minato-kun and I are going to see them at the academy in about half an hour, Kushina says. Their class should be having a sparring session then. Interesting. I think I shall check in on their progress as well. After all, I need to see if Naruto is fit to be my son-in-law. And my godson-in-law as well. Kitsune-san, Nico-san, you mean to say that Naruto-kun is engaged to Ginko-chan and Yujito-chan as well? And my daughter as well, Shirori, Tsunade says, coming downstairs, along with the Sand and Snow Princesses. Tenten-chan, Koyuki-chan, and Temari-chan too. Why do you sound so surprised, Shirori? I thought we discussed this already. But Hayashi-kun, you only told me that there are a couple of girls who are interested. You didn't tell me that Hinata-chan would be sixth in line. Would it have made a difference? Hayashi asks, staring at his wife. Well, no, and I don't think Hinata-chan would mind, not with her nature. Then why does it matter if it's 2, 6, or even 10 or 20? If you put it that way. Come on, Shiori-san, Nico-san, Tsunade-chan, let's have some small talk over a cup of tea in the yard while the men handle whatever business they have, Kushina says. All right, I'll have Shizun brew the tea, Tsunade says. You're making poor Shizun-chan do all the chores for you, Tsunade-chan. Well, she's my apprentice. Besides, she loves doing these kinds of domestic works. Are you sure she isn't complaining because you are practically ordering her to do the chores? She really doesn't mind at all. She'll be a good housewife someday, Tsunade says as Shizun comes downstairs. Tsunade-sama. You're not trying to get rid of me, are you? Shizun asks, rushing toward the Sannin with a concerned look on her face. No, I'm not trying to get rid of you, Tsunade says, it's just that I don't want you to dedicate your entire life just for me. Why don't I go and make the tea while you two talk it out, Kushina says. No, it's okay, Kushina-sama, I'll do it, Shizun says. When the adults arrive at the academy, the students have already been paired up to spar. Looking around, they see that all the parents are gathered around the schoolyard, trying to find a good spot to watch their children. Amongst the chaos, Gaara, with his arms crossed like always, walks up to the large empty space in the middle as Kiba rushes up after him, his trusted companion Akamaru by his side. Come on, Kiba. Show him what you got, a woman screams out from the group's right. That's right. Don't embarrass us, Kiba, a young woman screams next to her. Heh, Mom, sis, don't worry about it. I'll take care of him in no time, Kiba says. He's always hiding behind Naruto and Yujito in a fight, I bet he can't fight at all. If this is the way Kiba's going to act, he's going to get his clock cleaned, a voice says right in front of Minato. Hey Dad. Glad you can make it. There you are, Naruto, I've been looking all over for you, Minato says. So, who are you fighting? Uchiha Sasuke. Do try to take it easy on him, alright Naruto? Take it easy on him? Hayashi says, aren't you a bit too overconfident about Naruto's ability, Hokage-sama? Uchiha Sasuke is one of the more talented students in this class. Oh, I wouldn't worry too much about it, Minato says as Iruka moves to the middle of the yard. Looks like the match is starting. As soon as Iruka begins the match, Kiba leaps back with Akamaru by his side, trying to find an opening to strike. Gaara simply remains in his spot, arms still folded, and stares at Kiba with a bored expression. Well, aren't you going to attack? Gaara taunts. That's it. Now you're going to get it. Charging forward, Kiba cocks his right arm back, trying to use the momentum to increase the strength of his punch. However, a spike wall of sand rises from the ground and stops him 2 feet in front of Gaara. Stopping himself just in time, Kiba jumps back to find another opening, but as soon as his feet touches the ground, the wall collapses and Gaara charges through the sand to punch the surprised Kiba, sending him into the trees around the yard. Kiba never stood a chance against Gaara, Naruto comments as two new contestants enter the yard. Oh, Yujito-chan and Hinata-chan are next. So Kaneko-chan is fighting against Hayashi-san's daughter, interesting, Nikomata says. Hinata takes the Jukin stance the moment she steps into the yard, while Yujito can hardly contain her excitement, shifting her weight from side to side eager to begin the match. When the match begins, Yujito charges forward right into Hinata's defense but changes direction in the last second to circle around Hinata and strikes the Hyuga from behind. Hinata staggers a few steps before quickly spinning around, but Yujito is already right in front of her. When Hinata tries to put up her arms to defend, Yujito circles around Hinata again. Instead of striking Hinata, however, Yujito simply whispers something in Hinata's ears. The reaction is instantaneous as Hinata activates her Byakugan and spins around, throwing Jukin strike after Jukin strike before Yujito can even back away. Just what did Yujito-chan tell Hinata-chan? Naruto says to himself. With her left arm disabled by the Jukin strikes, Yujito leaps back to get away from Hinata's frantic strikes. While continuing to dodge, Yujito focuses her chakra to her left shoulder and blasts it down her left arm to force open the chakra points. With her Byakugan activated, Hinata is shocked to see the effect of her strikes diminish. Also, Yujito's chakra level continues to increase as Hinata is starting to slow down from the strain on her chakra by the continuous use of the Byakugan and Jukin. How can you be so strong? Hinata says, breathing hard and her Byakugan receding. I might not look it, but I train very hard every day, Yujito says, smirking. Like I said, if you want to even have a chance to impress Naruto-kun, you still have to work much harder. Please don't tell me she just said what I think she said. Naruto says on the sideline. Okay, I won't. Mom. With Hinata running out of chakra, Yujito only needs a few well-placed strikes to knock Hinata out. Walking up to the two kunoichi in training, Naruto helps Yujito move Hinata to her parents just as two other female students prepare for their turn. Hey Naruto, who are they? Minato asks as he tries to find a chakra pill for Hinata. Oh, that's Sakura-chan and Ami, Naruto says, my match is right after theirs. Their build, they might struggle with some of the more physical tasks of being a ninja. I'm not going to tell them that, Naruto says, you can go and tell them. That's scary, huh? You have no idea. It doesn't take very long for Sakura to fall flat on her face. Sighing, Naruto walks out to the middle of the yard as Ami celebrates with her crowd. Walking up to Sakura, Naruto offers his hand to help her up. Sasuke-kun is supposed to come here and comfort me. Why do you have to go and ruin everything? He's already standing there waiting for his turn to fight Sakura-chan, Naruto says. Are you sure you want to keep lying there and delaying his fight? With one look over at the boy of her dreams, Sakura quickly scrambles to her feet and heads to the sidelines. While waiting for Iruka to begin the match, Naruto does some light stretching while glancing over at the ever-impatient Sasuke out of the corner of his eyes. The crowd all await the battle with bated breath, and occasionally, people would complain about the delay as Iruka talks with his colleagues, none of whom seem to have any desire of proctoring the match. Eventually, Iruka begrudgingly steps between the two students and explains the rules once again, just to make sure that the two completely understand them. Oh, step aside Iruka, Tsunade says after seeing the hesitation in the chunin's eyes. If you're so worried about proctoring this match, then I'll do it. Please go ahead Tsunade-sama, Iruka says, not even bothering to hide the look of relief on his face. It would be our honor to have one of the Sannin proctor a match. All right, Tsunade says, taking Iruka's spot, I trust that we all know the rules. So let's start the match. The moment Tsunade begins the match, Sasuke charges forward, trying to gain the advantage. Naruto steps to the side at the last moment, sticking out his foot to trip Sasuke, making the Uchiha lose his balance. Stumbling a few steps before spinning around to find Naruto standing in the same spot smiling at him. Growling in anger, Sasuke charges again only to have the same thing happen. Before Sasuke can try for a third time, Naruto decides to make his move. Instead of moving straight for Sasuke, however, Naruto moves from side to side, making Sasuke shift his weight constantly to guard against Naruto's movement. As Naruto gets closer to Sasuke, the width of his movement becomes progressively narrower. Up in the trees, a particular kunoichi narrows her eyes seeing Naruto's steps. Once Naruto gets within striking range, his movement speeds up, drawing Sasuke to guard one side before quickly shifting his weight to attack the unguarded side. Naruto manages to get a good number of hits in before Sasuke decides to stay still to guard both sides and waits for the perfect moment to counter. The moment Sasuke shifts his tactics, Naruto also changes his strikes, moving from a speed-based to a power-based attack as Naruto tries to break down Sasuke's defense. Seeing that Sasuke can never hope to counter Naruto's attacks, Minato tries to go in and stop the match, but Kushina pulls her husband back. "Kushina-chan, don't you think that's quite enough?" "Don't worry Minato-kun, Naruto-kun knows what he's doing," Kushina says, "besides, it'll do him good to let off some steam." "I hope you're right." When they turn their attention back to the fight, they find that Naruto has pushed Sasuke back within steps of the crowd, a few feet away from a glaring Uchiha Fugaku who is clearly disappointed with his son's inability to mount a comeback. With everyone's attention focused on the fight, they miss a small girl of around 7 years old, standing amongst the Uchiha contingent who's looking at Naruto with pure adoration. When the fight is finally over with Naruto knocking Sasuke out cold and sprawling on the ground right at Uchiha Fugaku's feet, every Uchiha member besides Uchiha Mikoto, who is tending to her son, leaves the academy, not one sparing a glance at the defeated Sasuke. Everyone standing in the schoolyard is clearly appalled by the Uchiha's reaction. When Tsunade offered to use her medical ninjutsu to help Sasuke recover, Mikoto simply thanked Tsunade but refused the offer before helping her son stand up and heads back to the Uchiha compound together, seeing that classes are over for the day anyway. "That was rather rude of them," Naruto comments as he and Tsunade walks back toward Minato. "I still think you overdid it Naruto," Minato says. "Oh well, someone's got to knock that arrogant bastard down a few pegs." "Even I think that was a bit much Naruto," Kushina says, "you didn't have to completely embarrass him in front of everyone like that." "Guess I don't know my own strength." "This is serious Naruto. You don't go and embarrass a clan like the Uchiha in front of everyone and get away with it. There's going to be major trouble." "Don't worry Oka-san. If they want trouble, I'll give them more trouble than they'll ever want," Naruto says, "beside, it's important for me to do that. Everyone is saying that there are only a few candidates to succeed Ota-san as the Hokage, and Sasuke and I are 2 of them. Now that I completely destroyed Sasuke in a fight, it gives me an edge down the road." "Well, I suppose I can't argue with that logic," Minato says, "but there are still more immediate concerns that who will become the Hokage in the future, like how to repair relations with the Uchiha clan." "There are no relations for you to repair in the first place Ota-san," Naruto says, "they've been going against every one of your decisions ever since you became Hokage didn't they?" "Yes, but they are still one of the major clans of Konoha." "Well if they want trouble then Kitsune-sensei and I will take care of them." "Don't get overconfident Naruto. The Uchiha clan is at worst an even match for all of us combined," Kyubi says, "and if they truly are the master of the Sharingan like they claim to be, then we will be at a definite disadvantage. Anyway, are there more interesting matches?" Minato says before their discussion starts to draw interest. "No, not really. You guys missed most of the fights," Naruto says. "So I guess school is over for the day, right?" Kushina says, "So let's go home already." "Yes, we still have many things to discuss Minato," Kyubi says, glancing over at the tree where the kunoichi was glaring at Naruto. With most of the children having already gone through the sparring session for the day, the crowd gathered in the yard starts to thin out. The group heads out along with everyone else after Tenten and Temari have joined them. When they are almost back to the Namikaze compound, Kyubi suddenly grabs a hold of Naruto and takes out 2 shuriken from his weapons pouch and fires them into a tree to the side. There are 2 loud clanks as the shuriken are deflected and a shadow jumps out of the tree, attempting to attack the Kyubi. Before they can exchange blows, however, Minato moves in and stops the kunoichi. "Enko, what are you doing?" "Hokage-sama, he attacked me. The way you were perched on that tree and with your glare on, Naruto, I could have sworn you're the one who's looking for a chance to attack. Is what Kitsune said true?" Minato asks, "What's going on here?" "I think I can answer that," Naruto says. "The moves I used to beat Sasuke, at least the first part of it, was Enkone-chan's Hibi no Mai. I saw her practicing with it once, then I got overexcited against Sasuke and used it without thinking. Not only did you spy on me, you stole my moves and actually have the gall to use them without my permission." Enko says, "I never used those moves in battle, now everyone will think that I got them from you." Well, there is a simple solution to that," Minato says. "I'll have you train Naruto, then you can tell everyone you are the one that taught him the Hibi no Mai. After all, Naruto's form is still rather rough around the edges. Since you created it, and he learned the basics of it already, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to improve. You're allowing me to teach someone, Hokage-sama? I don't see why not. After all, you are a perfectly loyal shinobi and I know you can be a perfectly capable instructor if given the chance. But the council? Well, I guess you'll just have to do such a good job that they can't complain about it," Minato says. "You don't have any problem with that arrangement, right, Hayashi?" "No, I have no complaints at all. In fact, I would like for her to teach Hinata the same style. With her flexibility, the style would complement her Juken style very well. Actually, I was hoping to ask if she would teach Kaneko-chan as well. You don't have any problems with that, do you, Enko?" "No. Of course not." Enko says, I won't let you down, Hokage-sama. Thank you so much." Additional author's note: leave a note if you like the story. Chapter 10. Author note: not applicable. Disclaimer: I do not own Naruto. Chapter 9. Through their training with Enko, Naruto, Yujito, and Hinata's taijutsu ability improved greatly. Though unconventional and oftentimes almost impossibly harsh, Enko's training did produce the desired result. During the first part of training, Enko would have the 3 children go through stretching exercises in order to increase their flexibility. On the first few days, the 3 children would return home needing medical help from Shizune and Tsunade to treat all the different strains and sometimes torn muscles until they adjusted to the trainings. The second part of the training involved Enko going through the concepts behind the style and, occasionally, she would bring actual snakes to training in order for the children to observe the snake's movement. Also during this stage, Naruto and Yujito would sometime teach Gaara about the style and help him incorporate the concepts into the use of his sand. It's after the 3 children have mastered the first 2 steps that Enko decided to teach them the actual stance and movements of the Hibi no Mai. On the side, the brash Tokubetsu Jounin would try to work on building Hinata's confidence. On one occasion, Hanabi, after finding out that Hinata has a new instructor, demanded that she be trained by Enko as well, only to completely give up a month later due to the harshness of the training. When Enko brought up that point a few days later, Hinata would meekly point out that Enko had been especially harsh on Hanabi after getting upset at the little girl's attitude. From that day on, whenever Enko brings Hanabi's training up again, Hinata's response got fiercer and fiercer until even Naruto and Yujito were shocked by the often shy girl. Of course, the confidence only stayed in the training ground, as Hinata would return to her usual timid self when training ended for the day, a fact that vexed Enko to no end. The entire training spanned just about a year, after which Enko decided to let the children work through the rest by themselves, using their unique traits to develop the style into something that belongs only to them. While the 3 children were training under Enko, Kyubi took Ginko back to the demon world to further her training per Ginko's request. Ginko felt that the academy was not teaching her anything capable of assisting Naruto in the future. The taijutsu taught at the academy is completely useless once the trainees become full-fledged ninjas, and the basic jutsus, kawarimi no jutsu, henge no jutsu, and bunshin no jutsu can easily be duplicated with her demon powers, as proven with the human form clone that Ginkgo has been using. Being a relatively young demon herself, she also felt that she should learn about the inner workings of the demon world to prepare for the day Naruto finally takes over for her father. Also during this period, the Namake's household receives a surprise after one of Kushina's checkups. "What do you mean the family is getting a new member?" "Calm down Naruto," Minato says, "I thought you would want a sibling." "A sibling? Oh, so I'm not getting another wife?" Naruto says, "That would mean, Mom's pregnant?" "That's right Naruto-kun," Kushina says as she walks down the staircase. "Mom! You shouldn't be moving around like this." "Oh calm down Naruto. I can move about just fine." But. She's right Naruto. Just because Kushina's pregnant it doesn't mean she should be stuck in bed all day, Tsunade says, coming downstairs. In fact, a moderate amount of exercise will do both her and the baby some good. "Well, if you say so Tsunade-bachan. Regardless, you should be a bit more careful Kushina. You're really just around the time when it would start to get dangerous to have a baby and your coma spell before doesn't help things at all. You worry too much Tsunade-bachan. Quit fooling around Kushina. I am serious. Don't worry Tsunade-bachan, Dad and I will keep a close eye on Mom," Naruto says, "I won't let anything happen to Mom." On the academic side, the three children have no problem breezing through the classes. During the spars, they would be amongst those who are the most impressive. Coincidentally, with the students divided into two groups, one with only male students and the other with only female students, Sasuke is never paired up with either Gaara or Naruto, but all the opponents he did face would invariably require medical attention after the match. "Sasuke is getting more and more violent," Naruto says. "You do know that the two of you are his real targets, right?" Yujito says, "He's only doing this because he thinks the teachers would have to put him against either one of you eventually just to minimize damage." "Still, he is starting to become out of control," Naruto says. "The only reason I don't want to put him in his place is to avoid letting him know just how much stronger I am. I suppose he is not someone who take defeats well. Not someone who is likely to give up on what they want either by the looks of it," Yujito says. "Well, we can't worry about him now. Let's go. Naruto, I challenge you to a spar." "Sorry Sasuke, I'm not interested." "Are you scared? Think what you want." "Gaara, Yugtito-chan, let's go home." The moment the group turns their back to Sasuke, the Uchiha goes through several hand seals and performs the Katan, Gakakyu no Jutsu. Before the fireball finds its mark, a wall of sand suddenly appears between the attack and its target. Everyone in the schoolyard has to shield their eyes from the swirling flames so no one saw how Naruto bursts through the fire and punches Sasuke in the stomach, sending him into the trees, only the loud cracks as a tree falls to the ground giving everyone a clue what had happened. Before Yujito can move in to stop Naruto, he is already running after Sasuke, the blade of his kunai glistening in the sun. Eyes widening in fear, Sasuke can only crawl backward, desperately trying to get away from Naruto. An arm reaches out and grabs hold of Naruto's wrist just before he can drive the kunai into Sasuke's chest. "I know Sasuke attacked you and your friends when your backs were turned, but it doesn't warrant killing him Naruto," Iruka says. "Sasuke, this is your last warning." Naruto growls, "If you ever try to hurt any one of my friends again, not a person in this world can stop me from killing you." "Come on Naruto-kun, let's just go home," Yujito says, tugging Naruto's sleeves. Giving Sasuke one last glare, Naruto puts the kunai away and leaves the schoolyard with Gaara and Yujito flanking his side, trying to prevent him from going after Sasuke again. At the entrance, the group spots Mikoto, who saw everything that transpired and has an apologetic look on her face. Ignoring her, Naruto simply stomps off toward the Namake's compound while Yujito and Gaara stop briefly to show the wife of the Uchiha clan head the proper respect. When the pair finally catches up to Naruto, they find the boy standing outside the door to the mansion. Naruto-kun? Don't worry, Yujito-chan. I'm just trying to calm myself, Naruto says. Mom is pregnant. It won't do to scare her by slamming the door. Naruto-kun, I know Sasuke is a jerk and all, but I have a feeling that you seem to get angry for every little thing he does. Attacking us for no reason isn't a little thing, Yujito-chan, Naruto says. However, you know very well that the attack will do us no harm, Gaara says as he walks past them and enter the building. If I don't stop him now, what's to stop him when he does have the power? I guess you do have a point there. We are not going to pass judgment on you, Naruto. I'm sure you know what's best. I decided to stay here instead of returning to Suna because you are someone I can trust my life with. Thanks, Yujito-chan. Thank you, Gaara. Now what are you kids standing around in the hall for? Come in, Kushina says from the living room. We were just talking, Mom. Oh. Something you don't want me to hear? Kushina teases. No. That's not it. I'm just kidding, dear. Why are your clothes singed? This is just from a little spar. Naruto. What are you hiding? Sasuke attacked us with a Gakakyu no Jutsu in the schoolyard, Kushina-sama. Yujito-chan, Naruto hisses. He did what? Don't worry about it, Mom. I took care of him. But Naruto, he still attacked you. He still has a long ways to go before he can hurt us, Mom, Naruto says. He might be an Uchiha and might get the Sharingan eventually, but the three of us also have a trump card. For all our sake, I hope that you guys don't ever have to use your trump card, Kushina says. Well, I'm just about to start fixing dinner. Do you want to help me, Yujito? Of course, Kushina-sama, Yujito says, handing her bag to Naruto. Please take this back to our room for me, Naruto-kun. Ever since his latest defeat to Naruto, Sasuke has dedicated himself to even more rigorous training, determined to defeat the Hokage's son. However, no matter how many times Sasuke attempts to challenge Naruto afterward, either one of the instructors or a nearby ninja would no doubt step in before Naruto can even respond, making up some excuse to separate the two. This must be Dad's work, Naruto says. After being called upon for another errand, there is no way there can be this many distractions. But this means that you won't have to fight Sasuke, Yujito says, walking up next to Naruto. Blatantly obvious, but effective nonetheless. I'm going to have a word with Dad after I get home. The excuses are sounding more and more ridiculous every day. Suddenly, a person walks out of a side street and stops right in front of Naruto. Shocked by the sudden entrance, the three young ninja in training leap backward and reach for their weapon pouch. Naruto-san, may I have a word with you? Mikoto-san? Is something the matter? It's about Sasuke as well as the Uchiha clan. Why talk to me about your clan, Mikoto-san? It's not something I should talk to Hokage-sama about, at least not at this moment. Should Gaara and I go on ahead? Yujito asks, tugging on Naruto's sleeve. Well. No, it's all right. They can stay. What do you want to tell me, Mikoto-san? I want to ask you to pretend to lose a match against Sasuke. What? Naruto screams before quickly regaining his composure. My apologies, Mikoto-san. I understand that you want to see Sasuke succeed, but I can't do it. This is beyond just a rivalry between you and my son, Naruto-san. Fugaku has been behaving strangely recently. I think he is plotting something, and ever since Itachi's death he has been dedicating more time to his plan, Mikoto says. I don't know what he's planning, but from his behaviors since he saw Sasuke's defeat at your hands, I'm worried that his plans means harm to Konoha. So you think by me losing to Sasuke, it would stop whatever it is that he's planning? I'm hoping that it would be the case. With all due respect, I highly doubt that, Mikoto-san. If your husband does intend to do Konoha harm, then things are already beyond repair, Naruto says. I understand your hesitancy to report any of this to my dad, and I can promise you that I won't tell him unless it is absolutely necessary. But I should advise you, Mikoto-san, you should decide where your allegiance lie if you husband does intend to revolt. The fact that you came to me shows that you know the gravity of the situation. I hope that you give it some thought. I can't speak to you too much without attracting suspicion. Even coming to you here in the first place is a huge risk, Mikoto says. This is a picture of my niece Kyoko. She is a big fan of yours, so the clan wouldn't get too suspicious if she hangs out around you all the time. If I have any new messages, I'll communicate them to you through her. Thank you, Mikoto-san. At this point, I can only ask this of you, Naruto-san, Mikoto says. Not everyone in the Uchiha clan follows my husband blindly. I hope, if something does happen, that Hokage-sama doesn't view everyone in my clan in the same light. I understand, Mikoto-san, I won't let that happen. As soon as Mikoto leaves, Naruto's entire demeanor changes. Even Yujito and Gaara take a couple of steps back from the pure killer intent. Nah. Naruto-kun? If they even try anything, I'll destroy them. But Naruto-kun, didn't you promise Mikoto-san that? I know what I promised Yujito-chan, but for her sake I hope she doesn't betray my trust. I'm sure she's not that kind of person. Do you realize what she wanted me to do by losing to Sasuke? No. I mean, it's just a small spar, Yujito says. Everyone in the village is saying that either Sasuke or I will succeed my father as the next Hokage. All they need is one opening to push Sasuke to the top, Naruto says. Only the school children and their parents saw the two fights between me and Sasuke. I bet the Uchiha are planning to host a public spar to showcase Sasuke and I to the villagers in the match they want me to lose. I don't think Mikoto-san is the type to do something like that. I still don't know. It could be her own idea, or her husband might have forced it on her. I suppose every village suffers from internal struggles, Gaara says. It would appear your hatred of Sasuke and the Uchiha clan is justified after all. So what should we do? Should we tell Hokage-sama? No, not yet. I need more concrete information. Dad already has an eye on the Uchiha clan. I'm sure this won't be any news to him. If the three of you want to take on the Uchiha clan, then you'll need a lot more training, a voice suddenly says. Kyubi-sama. What do you want, Baka Kitsune? Your mate is a lot more respectful than you are, Kit, Kyubi says. The three of us won't be of much use against the Uchiha clan if they master their power. While I doubt any of them in this village has that ability, we still need to be careful. So what do you want us to do, Baka Kitsune? This ninja academy, does it have a vacation? Yes, what of it? Naruto asks, quickly getting annoyed. Whatever vacation you would have, the three of you will be training to utilize your second gift. Second gift? Yujito asks. Even though Ichibi, Nibi, and I are demon lords, our minds can easily be manipulated by foreign influences. However, even though the three of you have demon chakra flowing inside you, your mind and body are still that of a human. In other words, you're saying we have the best of both worlds, Naruto says, the pure power of a demon and the complexity of a human mind. In a way, yes. However, you neither have the full power of a demon nor the full complexity of a human mind. That is what you need to develop. So it boils down to you wanting us to train our mental capacity. That's right, Kit. Even without its full power, the Sharingan can still produce powerful genjutsu. You need to be able to deal with this threat or else you won't stand a chance against the Uchiha clan. Genjutsu, huh? I think I have the perfect instructor in mind, Naruto says, smirking. You're talking about Kurinai-san, right, Naruto-kun? Of course. She is the genjutsu mistress of Konoha for a reason, Yujito-chan, Naruto says. Now all I need to do is to pull a few strings. If you have your trainer, then I will send Ginkgo back to you to train alongside the three of you. But didn't you say that demons can't? I mean, even you were controlled, right? Naruto asks. Yes, but who says Ginkgo is a pure-blood demon? What? You mean? Ginkgo doesn't even know about that herself, so I'd appreciate it if you don't let her know. Kyubi says, it's been a few hundred years ago anyway, that's not to say I don't visit her every now and then. How would you be able to visit Ginkgo's mom if she was a human that lived a few hundred years ago? I am a demon lord. I can pull a few strings with Nibi and through her the Shinigami. So that means she is now somewhere between the living and the dead, Kyubi says, in other words, a demon in training. I plan on telling Ginkgo about her mother once she completes her training and can join Ginkgo and I. That's almost exactly like how Hokage-sama hid the truth about Kushina-sama from Naruto-kun. That's your choice, Kyubi, Naruto says, just make sure Ginkgo-chan can spend a lot of time with her mother afterward. You don't have to worry about that, Kyubi says, I believe your school year will end in a month, I'll have Ginkgo come back by then. Fine, then I'll wait for her before starting the training. A month after meeting Kyubi, the Demon Lord sends his daughter back to Naruto like he promised. Thinking he should approach his father about studying under Kurinai, Naruto bursts into the Hokage's office followed by a much more subdued group of Gaara, Yujito, and Ginkgo. My apologies Hokage-sama, Yujito says, I tried to make Naruto-kun wait outside quietly. Don't worry about it Yujito. I'm pretty much used to it. Kurinai-ne-chan. Naruto screams, spotting the kunoichi giving her mission report in the office, perfect, I was looking all over for you. Why would you be looking for me? Well, about that. Glancing around the room, Naruto quietly walks up next to the Hokage and starts whispering into his ear. When Naruto finishes, Minato leans back into his chair and stares at the four children in contemplation. For a good 5 minutes, not a single person in the room dares to interrupt the Hokage, that is, until Naruto gets impatient. Oh come on, just give me an answer. Well, if you're willing to train along with someone else, then I can arrange for her to train you. Someone else? Naruto asks, looking at his father. Actually, I just received a request from one of the clans asking for a personal genjutsu trainer for their heiress and I was just talking to Kurinai about having her train a student, Minato says, if you can convince her to train all of you, then I guess it's okay. I'm having enough trouble just to get her to train the heiress. A clan heiress. Naruto whispers as he thinks back, is it Kurama Yakumo-chan? How do you know about her? Kurinai asks. I've heard of her clan before, Naruto says, glancing over at the Hokage, I need to know about all the clans if I want to be the next Hokage, right, Kurinai-ne-chan? It's getting a bit late, Minato says, catching Naruto's meaning, why don't you all come back tomorrow and we'll discuss it further then. Very well Hokage-sama, Kurinai says bowing before leaving the office. Can you tell the clerk not to send anyone in? Minato says, I'll be heading home with the children. Of course Hokage-sama. Instead of leaving through the door, the group decides to leave the room through the window, taking pleasure in enjoying the evening breeze as they travel through the rooftops. When they arrive back at the Namikaze compound, Minato sends Gaara, Yujito, and Ginkgo back to their rooms and work on the vacation assignments as he leads Naruto to the study. Alright, what do you know about Yakumo? Minato asks after making sure no one is listening in. Yakumo-chan has the Idu monster in her subconscious. So, it has finally manifested again. Gigi ordered Kurinai-ne-chan to seal away Yakumo-chan's power so the Idu monster can't harm Konoha, Naruto says, but it ends up breaking out anyway. Any seals of that sort would depend heavily on the will of the person, Minato says, I really don't see Yakumo having the determination to sustain the seal. Yakumo-chan didn't even know about the existence of the Idu monster at the time, well, she knows about it but she just suppresses that memory so much so that she can't remember about it. What happened? The Idu monster killed Yakumo-chan's parents right in front of her. That's exactly why the village is so concerned about the Kurama clan, Minato says, they can become a threat to the entire village if they can't control their power. We really need to convince Kurinai-ne-chan to train Yakumo-chan and see if she can defeat the Idu monster while it's still in Yakumo-chan's subconscious. Someone with Kurinai's chakra control and knowledge of the mind would be able to access someone's subconscious, but I'm not sure if she can defeat the Idu monster on her own. Inoichi could help, but I'm not sure if he stands much of a chance since he's not exactly a fighter type. If only someone outside the Yamanaka clan can learn something like that. Minato looks up and stares at Naruto for a brief moment. Even though it's brief, it's enough to unsettle Naruto. When it's clear Minato won't explain what the look was about, Naruto asks him about it. Don't worry about it, Naruto. You won't like the answer. Just by saying that you're making me press you for an answer. I suppose that is true, Minato says. There was one instance where the Yamanaka clan taught their techniques to someone outside their clan. What happened? They have an ultimatum afterward, either marry someone from the Yamanaka clan or commit suicide after the mission is done. So if you were to learn it, that would mean. No way, Dad, that won't work. Ino is a very nice girl. A bit bossy at times, but still a nice girl, Minato says. Besides, it solves two problems you want to deal with: help Yakumo and get Ino's attention away from Sasuke. I want Ino-chan to forget about Sasuke, but that doesn't mean I want to be the distraction that cause it, Naruto says. Besides, the Idu monster is a master at genjutsu. I don't stand a chance against that. If that is still the case after you trained with Kurinai, I would be very disappointed in both of you. But training takes time. We'll just deal with things as they come, Minato says. There's always the possibility that Yakumo can learn how to control the Idu monster's power with the proper training and encouragement. Even if we have to destroy the Idu monster, it might still be weak enough for Kurinai and Inoichi to deal with. I guess we have no choice. The priority is to make sure the Idu monster doesn't awaken and attack the Kurama clan members, since they would be the first in line with their proximity to Yakumo. We can always move her out of the clan house. That's not a bad idea, Minato says. I'll have a word with Yakumo's parents. Your job is to convince Kurinai to accept the training assignment. Additional author's note: leave a note if you like the story. Chapter 11. Author note: not applicable. Disclaimer: I do not own Naruto. Chapter X. It didn't take much time to convince Kurinai to accept Yakumo as a student when Naruto sent Yujito and Ginko to do the work. At first, Yakumo was thrilled that she was finally receiving a tutor to help her quest of becoming a ninja, but she became hesitant when she found out that she would have to move out of her home and that others would be studying alongside her. When Yakumo didn't show up for the first lesson, Naruto dragged the entire group over to the Kurama clan house to study with Yakumo. After that first lesson, Yakumo became a lot more comfortable with Naruto, Yujito, Ginko, and Gaara. With a small bit of encouragement from everyone present, Yakumo finally agreed to move to one of the clan's mansions on the edge of the village away from the clan compound. 2 weeks after the start of training, Kurinai walks in on a conversation between Naruto, Yujito, Ginko, and Gaara as they wait for Yakumo and Kurinai to show up. So when are we supposed to deal with the Idu monster? Gaara asks. I don't know. There really isn't any good opportunity to tell Yakumo-chan about it. Naruto says. It's not exactly something that is ever going to present a good opportunity to discuss. Yujito-san is right, Naruto-sama. The longer we wait, the stronger the Idu monster will become. Do you or your father know anything about the Idu monster, Ginko-chan? Not beyond what you already know, Naruto-sama. At this rate, we are going to need Inoichi's help, Naruto mutters. We have to do this in one shot. If the Idu monster knows that we know of its existence and we can't destroy it, it's going to completely take over Yakumo-chan's mind. How do they know about the monster? Kurinai thinks to herself, if they know about it, why did they want me to teach Yakumo? Suddenly, Ginko picks up her head and glances around the training ground. Alerted, Kurinai slips behind the trees to hide herself, thinking that the children are not good enough at tracking to notice her presence. Sniffing the air, Ginko turns her attention toward the tree Kurinai is hiding behind. Kurinai-sensei, you're here, Ginko says. How did you figure out where I am? I can smell you. What? Your perfume is very unique. Not to mention that you are standing upwind. You're out of luck, Kurinai-chan. Ginko-chan's nose is as good as the Inazuka's when it comes to picking up scents. I'll keep that in mind next time, Kurinai says. Well, I just came from Yakumo's house. It appears that she has come down with the flu, so she will not be training with us today. Therefore. Hey, I know. Let's go visit Yakumo-chan. Are you sure we should bother her when she should be resting, Naruto-sama? Ginko is right, Naruto. Beside, you still need to. Kurinai-sensei. I bet Yakumo-chan can use some company, Naruto whines. It would help her heal quicker if someone is there to take care of her. Fine, fine. I give up. I'm not even going to bother trying to convince you otherwise. Let's go. Let's go, Naruto says, pulling Ginko and Yujito off the ground. When the group arrives at Yakumo's small mansion, they find the girl resting in her bed. Sensing someone approaching, Yakumo turns her head to the side. Oh hey, oh Yakumo-chan. Nah. Naruto-sama? We're here too, Yakumo-chan. Yujito says, bursting into the room. Keep it down, Yujito. Yakumo needs her rest, Kurinai lectures as the rest of the group enters the room. Everyone is here. We heard that you got sick, Yakumo-chan. So we came over to check on you, Naruto says. Sorry for being such a bother. Don't be silly, Yakumo-chan. Everyone gets sick sometimes, Naruto says. If any one of us gets sick, I bet you wouldn't think of us as a bother either. Of course not. Yakumo says, bolting up only to feel dizzy, and slams her head back on the pillow, but I'm holding everyone back by being sick. Don't worry, Yakumo-chan. If anyone is holding us back, it's Naruto-kun. Yujito-chan, that's not nice. Only response Naruto receives is Yujito sticking out her tongue at him. Yakumo can't help but giggle at Naruto's reaction as he sulks in a corner grumbling. Come on, Naruto, you volunteered to take care of Yakumo, so get to work, Kurinai says. Okay. Smiling and crossing her arms, Kurinai leans against the wall, intending to watch Naruto struggle for a short while before stepping in. Gaara, like Kurinai, is just standing at the corner of the room, watching the scenes unfold. Yujito and Ginko are just standing at the center of the room waiting for Naruto to screw up. Walking over, Naruto puts his hand on Yakumo's forehead to check for a fever. As Naruto's hand approaches, Yakumo pulls her blanket to cover the bottom half of her face to hide her blush, with Yujito and Ginko snorting at Naruto's confused look. Nah, Yakumo-chan. Maybe you shouldn't cover yourself up completely like this, your face is kind of warm. I think you might have a fever. I'm pretty sure that a fever is not the reason that Yakumo-chan's face is warm, Naruto-sama, Ginko says, giggling. Well, what else would it be then? Like I told you, Ginko. Naruto is the thickest person I know. Yujito-chan, that's not very nice. I'm sure there are people who are denser than Naruto-sama. So you're not denying that he's dense. It is impossible to deny what is true, Ginko says. You two do realize I can hear everything, right? Grumbling, Naruto turns his attention back on Yakumo, who by now is completely covered by the blanket with only the tip of her fingers showing, clutching onto the edge of the blanket. Mao, Yakumo-chan, your condition is going to get even worse if you keep doing that. Naruto gives the blanket a strong tug and pulls it out of Yakumo's hands before properly tucking her in. How exactly are you feeling, Yakumo-chan? Naruto asks, pulling up a chair. I think I caught a cold, Yakumo says before coughing a few times, and I have a sore throat too. Creating 3 Kage Bunshin, Naruto sends them out of the room as everyone else looks on in confusion. Soon, one of the clone returns with a bucket of water and a towel before running off again. Reaching in, Naruto picks up the towel and douses it in the bucket. Wringing out the soaked towel so only a small bit of moisture remains, Naruto folds it neatly and places the towel on Yakumo's forehead. About 15 minutes later, two of the clones return to the room, one carrying a small pot and the other carrying a large bowl. Putting the items down on the bedside table next to Naruto, the two clones dispel as Naruto gets up and heads over. Pouring the content of the pot into the bowl, Naruto slowly walks over as he waves his free hand over the bowl in an attempt to cool down the liquid. Helping Yakumo sit up, Naruto hands the bowl over to Yakumo. I can't find any ingredients in the refrigerator, Naruto says, so I used the canned broth in the cabinet. Arigato Naruto-sama. About an hour later, the last clone finally returns with a few of lunch boxes. Everyone looks over toward Naruto as he dispels the clone, waiting for an answer from the unpredictable ninja in training. Like I said, the refrigerator was empty, so I sent the clone to get some groceries. What about the lunch boxes? Kurenai asks. I was looking for Tsunade-chan, but Shizune-chan was the only one home. I told her about Yakumo-chan's condition and she fixed up those lunch boxes for her, Naruto says. Shizune-chan said that these would help Yakumo-chan recover quicker. I see. Kurenai says, just remember to reheat them before you eat them, Yakumo. Hi, Kurenai-sensei, Yakumo says before yawning. Alright, Yakumo needs her rest, so we should probably leave now. Okay, get better soon, Yakumo-chan, Ginko and Yujito say as they head out the door with Gaara and Kurenai right behind them. I'll just put these in the refrigerator. You can take them out and reheat them when you wake up. Arigato Naruto-sama. When the group finally leaves the mansion, Kurenai turns toward the group with a smile on her face, complimenting them on their ability to care for Yakumo. But her expression soon changes once Kurenai is sure that the group is far enough away from the mansion. How did the four of you find out about Yakumo's condition? Kurenai-chan, you were the one that told us Yakumo-chan is sick. That's not the condition I'm talking about, Naruto, Kurenai says, her expression hardening. I'm talking about the Aidu monster. We have no idea what you are talking about, Kurenai-sensei, Yujito says, fainting innocence. You know very well what I'm talking about. I heard the four of you talking about it in the clearing. I was hoping that you would be too far away to overhear us, Ginko says, but I guess I didn't notice you early enough. Kurenai-chan, this isn't the best time to be talking about Yakumo-chan. Pray tell Naruto, when exactly would be the best time then? I don't know when exactly. Until we are strong enough to defeat the Aidu monster. Defeat the Aidu? Are you out of your minds? You aren't even ninjas yet and you want to defeat the Aidu monster? Kurenai screams, this is all a huge mistake. I should never have let the four of you talk me into teaching Yakumo. It would really be a mistake if you give up now, Naruto growls, staring at the ground. The only thing keeping the Aidu monster from breaking out is Yakumo-chan's willpower. She would lose all her will to fight against the monster's control if you give up on her. And what would you know about all of this? Because I was like her once. Gaara. That's all right, Naruto. Yuhi-sensei, I'm sure you've heard of my abilities. About Shikaku? Yes. It is because of Naruto and Yujito's help that I finally regained control, Gaara says, which is why we believe so strongly that with our help, Yakumo can defeat her inner demon as well. I cannot put the four of you in danger for just a possibility. You didn't, Kurenai-chan. We volunteered. All we ask of you is, please don't give up on Yakumo-chan. As a shinobi, I cannot allow myself to show cowardice, Kurenai says, smirking, especially not when I will be outdone by 4 children. Thank you, Kurenai-chan. I am responsible for your safety. So try not to do anything reckless. We'll try our best, Kurenai-sensei, Yujito says. That's not nearly good, oh forget it. You kids can never stay out of trouble. You know us best, Kurenai-chan. It's not a good thing to be already famous for your antics at your age, Naruto. While Naruto rubs the back of his head in embarrassment, Yujito and Ginko can only laugh at his antics. Kurenai also notices that Gaara takes a couple of subtle steps away from the rest of the group, trying to distance himself from Naruto as best he can. Smirking, Kurenai escorts the 4 children back to the Hokage mansion. Genjutsu training is put on hold for a week with Yakumo out sick. With nothing to do, Yujito and Ginko decide to stay at home and mingle with the other girls, which drives Naruto and Gaara out to the street and Minato to either stay at the Hokage's office or his study in the mansion in fear. While Gaara is content to find an empty training ground to meditate and improve his control over his sand, Naruto takes it upon himself to visit all the different districts around Konoha. One night, when it's time to head home, Naruto decides to take a short cut through a particular district with a distinct adult tone. Putting his hands behind his head, Naruto begins his leisurely walk home, not at all uncomfortable with his surrounding, having seen most of the shops lining the streets before on his travel with Jiraiya and his numerous attempt to locate Tsunade around the village in his previous life. Whenever someone casts a curious glance at Naruto, he would simply stare back until the person gives up and moves on. On one occasion, however, Naruto looks past the person into one of the bars lining the streets and notices a familiar face slumping over the counter. When Naruto approaches the bar, the man previously staring at him moves over and blocks him from entering the shop. "Naruto-sama, don't you think you are a bit young to be visiting places like this?" the citizen asks, concerned. "Look, I'm just trying to check on a friend of mine who's clearly drunk inside. So please move out of the way," Naruto says, firing up a small bit of chakra. Not about to challenge the son of the Hokage, the man simply moves away, allowing the child inside. As the bell sounds, signaling another customer, everybody's attention shifts to the clearly underage boy walking up to the counter. One glare later, everyone quickly turns their head as far away from the pair as possible. Tapping the person on the shoulder, the only response Naruto receives is a cup being sent his way that he barely dodges. Hearing the sound of the cup smashing against the wall, the person simply grabs an empty bottle and tries to smash it over Naruto's head. Grabbing the person's wrist with both of his hands, Naruto barely manages to halt the arm's progress a split second before the bottle crashes on top of his head. Squinting her eyes, the person leans in to take a closer look at Naruto. "Hokage-sama? When did you get so short? Kurenai-ne-chan, you're drunk. Please don't call me that, Hokage-sama, you're much older than I am." "All right Kurenai, that's enough," Naruto says, playing along with the drunken Kurenai. "Come on, let's get you out of here." "But Hokage-sama, I'm not on duty tomorrow." "I said that's enough Kurenai. I will not have my ninjas act like drunken fools." After paying for all the drinks Kurenai consumed, Naruto drags the kunoichi out the door kicking and screaming like a child, complaining about the unfairness of it all. Sighing, Naruto shifts his weight as soon as they are out the door to support Kurenai and to prevent her from trying to go into another bar. "What has gotten into you, Kurenai? You're not the type to get drunk like that," Naruto says. "I thought you would be the most responsible one out of the group of young ninjas." What Naruto doesn't expect is for Kurenai to suddenly start wailing in the middle of the street. With Kurenai's weight almost completely collapsing on him, Naruto barely manages to regain his balance and guide Kurenai toward her apartment. "Asuma broke up with me." Kurenai screams, tears still streaming down her face. That last line almost causes Naruto to lose his grip on Kurenai. Looking up toward the kunoichi, he can't help but to feel sorry for Kurenai with the look on her face. "I got sick of his smoking, so I told him to choose between me and his cigarettes," Kurenai continues, "and the bastard chose his cigarettes. I'm sure he'll realize what he did and apologize to you tomorrow. So let's just get you home." "No!" Kurenai screams, grabbing onto Naruto and holding on for dear life. "Asuma and I share an apartment. I don't want to see his face ever again. I don't think you can see any part of him period the way you are now," Naruto thinks to himself. "I'll find a hotel to stay in for now," Kurenai says amidst hiccups from both the crying and the alcohol. "That won't do. I can't just leave you at a hotel in your condition," Naruto says. "You are staying over at the Hokage mansion, we have plenty of spare rooms there. Tsunade-bachan can check on you in the morning." "Hi, Hokage-sama," Kurenai says, slumping over and putting all her weight on Naruto again. Staggering for a few steps, Naruto barely manages to guide Kurenai toward the mansion again. By the time he gets home, everyone has already gone back to their room and are probably already asleep. Sighing, Naruto leads Kurenai upstairs where all the bedrooms are and opens the door to the room closest to the staircase, too tired to pick any other rooms. Unfortunately for him, Kushina heard the front door opening and came out to the hallway to check just to see someone with wild blonde hair leading one of the best young kunoichi of the village into the bedroom. With fury fueled by the unstable hormones of her pregnancy, Kushina rushes forward just as Naruto manages to help Kurenai into bed. When Kushina reaches the door, she's just in time to see a drunk Kurenai wrap her arms around the blonde and pulls him in bed with her. Namikaze Minato. What do you think? Naruto? Kushina says, her fury completely dissipating. Hi mom. I never thought you would take advantage of a drunk woman. Naruto, Kushina says, arms crossed, I thought I taught you better than that. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Well, I suppose it can't hurt to have a more experienced woman in your life. The other girls are much too immature to be a good wife, and quite frankly I don't see that changing anytime soon. Kushina-chan, did you call me? I was in the study. Minato says, walking up to the doorway, oh my. Naruto, you are much too young to be sleeping around with a woman. And with Kurenai no less. This isn't what it looks like. Hokage-sama. Kurenai mutters as she tightens her grip around Naruto. This is quite a bit of trouble our son has gotten into, isn't it, Kushina-chan? Minato says, smirking. It would certainly seem so, Minato-kun, Kushina says, returning Minato's smirk. Oh well. Good night, Naruto, make sure you don't do anything you're not supposed to. Wait. Mom. Don't leave me here. Might as well get comfortable, Naruto. If your mom decides not to help you, then I certainly won't oppose her decision. But Dad. Before he can even finish, the door slams shut, leaving Naruto entangled in Kurenai's limbs, lying in the same bed with the kunoichi. After one of the most uncomfortable and awkward night of sleep, Naruto wakes up and finds himself acting as a human teddy bear for Kurenai, who is still off in dreamland. Comfy? Kushina says, leaning against the door frame. Mom, please stop fooling around. Kurenai-chan has my arms pinned and I can't use Kawarimi no Jutsu to get away. That's the whole point, dear. Your father and I are very curious to see how this will play out. Please help me out of here. Kurenai-chan is going to kill me when she wakes up. She will do no such thing. After all, she is the one sleeping with a minor. Kurenai is going to have a heart attack when she wakes up. That's why I woke you up so early, Tsunade-chan, Kushina says, stepping away from the door frame to reveal the hidden Sannin, just in case someone can't handle the shock. For the look on your son and Kurenai's face, I'll let that slide for now. But Mom, didn't you consider that someone as old as Tsunade-chan won't be able to handle the shock? Who's going to heal the healer then? Why, you little. Don't let him rile you up, Tsunade-chan. He's just trying to get you upset and pull him out of Kurenai-chan's grasp. You're right, Kushina. Letting Kurenai find him in her arms when she wakes up is a much crueler punishment for the brat. Well, that wasn't what I was trying to say, but if it calms you down, Tsunade-chan, go ahead and think that way, Kushina says, shrugging. I better get to work and clear that hangover before it even starts to act up. I want Kurenai thinking clearly for this, Tsunade says. After a couple of minutes, Tsunade is satisfied with her work and walks back over to the door to wait for the show to begin. With all of the remaining alcohol out of her system and a new boost in energy, Kurenai's eyelids flutter and open, revealing her ruby red eyes. The first thing Kurenai realizes is that she isn't alone in bed, and the second being that the other person has blonde hair, meaning that the particular person is definitely not Asuma, not that she has ever slept in the same bed as the chain smoker. Soon, last night events slowly make their way out of the hidden crevices of her minds. Ack! Hokage-sama? Kurenai screams, scooting back as far as she can while wrapping the blanket around herself. I didn't know your fantasy is to sleep with my husband Kurenai. Kushina-sama. Wait. I can explain this. Go ahead. I would love to hear why you are sleeping with my son. Son. Kurenai says, slowly turning her attention toward the blonde. Naruto? Good morning Kurenai-chan. Clutching her head, Kurenai starts hyperventilating and her pupils slowing become dilated. Seeing Kurenai's reaction, Tsunade rushes in and uses her chakra to calm Kurenai before she completely loses her mind due to the shock. Once her mind is working properly again, Kurenai slowly runs through every scene from the night before in her mind, and finally that the person is significantly shorter than the current Hokage. That was you last night, Naruto? Yeah. I was coming home when I saw that you were slumping over the counter in a bar. When Kushina clears her throat, Kurenai finally remembers her current situation and lifts the blanket slowly to check if she's proper. Breathing a sigh of relief that all of her clothing is where they are supposed to be, Kurenai quickly scrambles out of bed and put even more distance between herself and Naruto, even if it means moving closer toward Kushina. I'm still waiting for the explanation, Kurenai. Kushina-sama, I have no excuse for my actions. I am willing whatever punishment you see fit. Well, given the fact you slept with a minor, my son in particular, Kushina says, the minimum punishment would probably be to strip you of your titles and banish you from the village. I understand, Kurenai says, hanging her head in defeat. However, I might consider an alternative resolution. Kushina says, I understand you broke up with Asuma last night? Hi, Kushina-sama. That's why I went to the bar. And I believe you said that you don't want to see Asuma ever again. Hi, Kushina-sama. Well, I can't really do much if you two are ever placed on a mission together, but I can let you stay at this mansion and use this room. Kushina says, given that you promised to care for Naruto from now on. You mean, as in his wife? Well, fiancé at first, but yes, wife eventually. You can't blackmail Kurenai-chan like this. Naruto screams, jumping out of bed. Yes, I believe only I have the power to assign punishment to ninjas of Konoha, Minato says, joining the group. You don't have any problems with my arrangements, do you, Minato-kun? No, of course not, Kushina-chan, Minato says, taking a couple of steps back and raising his hands to protect himself from his wife's wrath. That's settled then. No. I won't allow it. Calm down, Naruto. Maybe Kurenai-chan doesn't mind it at all. Kushina says, you can raise your concerns now. We can come up with some other punishment if you really are so adamantly against it. I can't. I am much too old for Naruto. I'm a full 14 years older than him. Is age the only problem? Well. Kurenai suddenly becomes completely silent as she turns attention toward Naruto. Outside the age difference, she can't really find anything negative to say about Naruto. In fact, his personality is almost exactly what Kurenai is looking for, a caring, loving person, who has an occasional wild streak, fiercely protective of those close to him yet have a healthy respect of those people's ability. The only downside to the entire arrangement would be the age difference and the fact that many other girls are already pining for Naruto's affection. Seeing Kurenai's eyes slowly moving toward the general direction of Naruto's room, where all the other girls are currently sleeping, Kushina walks up and puts a hand on Kurenai's shoulder. I'm sure they don't mind sharing if you don't, Kushina says, after all, they are already sharing Naruto amongst themselves. I am still not sure. Give it a try, Kurenai. If it doesn't work out, there's no harm done. I don't really plan on punishing you or anything. After all, you only treated Naruto like a teddy bear last night, Kushina says while glancing back toward Minato, although we really should have a small talk about that fantasy you have of my husband. Kushina-sama. There is no fantasy. Kurenai says, blushing, I merely thought it was Hokage-sama in bed with me because I thought it was Hokage-sama that brought me here. Good. Because unlike those girls, I don't share, Kushina says, winking. All right. Stop embarrassing the poor girl. At this rate, she's going to have a stroke, Tsunade says. I'll have Shizun and Rin bring your stuff over from your apartment. Arigato Tsunade-sama. Additional author's note, leave a note if you like the story. Chapter 12. Author note, not applicable. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto. Chapter 11. At the moment, a group of young kunoichi is gathered in a restaurant for lunch. While waiting for the orders to be delivered, everyone in the group turn their attention on one of the kunoichi in particular. You can't be serious. Kushina-sama actually talked you into dating her kid? Enko says, laughing. This isn't funny, Enko. I'm 14 years older than him. But you didn't have any other complaints, Kurenai-chan, Shizun says, at least that's what Tsunade-sama told me. Unless she was drunk at the time, again. No, she was right. I couldn't come up with any other arguments. Well, what seems to be the problem? Sounds like he's the dream man for you to me, age notwithstanding, Rin says, trying to appear serious despite the chuckles. The age difference is a big problem on its own. If he's as good as you say, what's a few years, Yugugo says, don't look now, but here comes your dream man. Following Yugugo's eyes, the group turns toward the entrance and spots Naruto walking in and handing a list to the waiter. Sliding down her chair, Kurenai tries to stay hidden from Naruto's view, but all hopes were dashed when Enko starts waving Naruto over. Enko, what are you doing? Kurenai hisses. Kurenai-chan? What are you doing on the floor? She's waiting for you to sit down so she can sit on your lap, lover boy. Enko. Stop fooling around, Enko-sensei. So what are you doing here, Naruto? Rin asks. Dad is at his office and Mom left for the shopping district with Tsunade-bachan to get things for the baby while Gaara is out training somewhere, so the girls sent me out to get takeout for them. For all the girls? That's going to take a while, Shizun says. Come on, don't just stand around. Take a seat. Yeah, and if you're worried that Kurenai will crush your legs, you can sit on her lap instead. Enko. Stop that. Kurenai says, and I'm not that heavy. Stop what? You admitted yourself that he's nice to cuddle with. Enko-sensei, Kurenai-chan said stop it, Naruto says, bringing a chair over from another table. Ah, you always ruin my fun, Naruto. That's because your fun always give other people trouble. That's why you're working in the interrogation department to begin with, Yugugo says. And your fetish with the sword is the reason you're trying to get into ANBU, Yugugo, Enko counters. I suppose we all have our favorites. Shizun and Rin has their medical ninjutsu and I have my genjutsu. But what about Naruto-kun over here? Rin says, he's working on genjutsu with you and ninjutsu with Kakashi. He even learned Enko-chan's Hibi no Mai. I'm thinking of working on my taijutsu with Guy too, but I'm having my doubts. Don't you dare. Kurenai screams, bonking Naruto on the head. Don't worry, Kurenai. Kushina-sama won't let Guy corrupt your boy toy. I believe Kurenai-chan told you to stop it several times already, Enko-sensei. You actually understood what I meant. I'm young, not naive, Naruto says, and Kurenai-chan, I'm going to need something better than the Academy Taijutsu. Hibi no Mai is good, but it depends on the element of surprise and the ability to shift from and to other forms of taijutsu. It doesn't work anywhere near as well if I don't have anything to change to. A few of months of training and he already knows the weakness of Hibi no Mai, Enko says, sighing. It lasted almost an entire year, Enko-sensei. Oh well, what's a few months? Enko says, glancing backward at the partition wall, all right. Come on out, you two. Everyone's attention turns toward the partition wall, where a couple of small children meekly emerge. Sighing, Naruto gestures for the two children to bring over their own chair. Instead of following his instruction, the two girls settle for sitting on Naruto's lap, taking one leg each. Hanabi-chan, Kyoko-chan, how many times did I tell you two not to do that? But this is comfy Naruto nii-chan, Hanabi says. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about following me around. But this mean lady is the one that caught us, Kyoko says. What did you call me, you little brat? See Anko, even little kids who don't know you can tell that you're mean, Yugugo says. If you don't change your ways, you'll never find yourself a man. Meh, then I won't even bother, Anko says. Changing myself just to make someone else comfortable is only going to make me miserable anyway. Where's the joy in that? I guess you're right, Anko. If I'd figured that out sooner, I would never have gotten together with Asuma. You know how much I hate cigarettes. Kurinai-ne-chan. Don't worry, Naruto. I've gotten over it, Kurinai says. Asuma and I haven't been together that long. But you were completely drunk at the bar. That was just to get rid of all the frustration. Before Naruto can say anything else, Anko gives Naruto's sleeve a slight tug and gestures for him to stop. Catching on, Naruto subtly nods his head while playing with Hanabi and Kyoko's long hair, something he knows the girls hate, just to keep Kurinai distracted. You're going to mess up my hairstyle, Naruto nii-chan, Kyoko whines, swatting at Naruto's hand. Yeah, you're going to get all kinds of knots in it, Hanabi says, mirroring Kyoko's action. I know Hanabi is Hinata-chan's little sister, but who's the other brat? Anko asks. I'm not a brat. My name is Uchiha Kyoko. Heh, she's a little fan that I picked up when I fought Sasuke team during the school spar, Anko-sensei. It was amazing. Pum. Pow. Kyoko says, throwing punches and kicks while still sitting on Naruto's leg that ends up looking more like she's squirming about. Sasuke-sama didn't even stand a chance. Ah. I wish I could see it, but Shishiue didn't take me to the academy. Hanabi says. It's best you didn't, or else Yujito-chan, Hinata-chan, and I would never have learned Hibi no Mai as quickly as we did. Why is that, Naruto nii-chan? Hanabi asks. If you had seen it, you wouldn't have given up on it that quickly. And if you keep nagging Anko-sensei about it, she wouldn't have nearly as much time as she did to teach us. Naruto nii-chan is a big meanie. So does that mean I can have Naruto nii-chan all to myself? No way. Hanabi says, grabbing onto Naruto's arm. Of course not, kid. Either one of you would have to share with Kurinai, Anko says. Both girls turn their head toward Kurinai so sharply that Naruto wonders why they aren't complaining about whiplashes. Hanabi glares at Kurinai's chest while Kyoko glares at Kurinai's bottom, making Kurinai unsure of whether to be angry or embarrassed. Alright, stop glaring you two, Naruto says, saving Kurinai from deciding. It's not Kurinai-ne-chan's fault that my mom made her do it. But you're not complaining. Hanabi says, crossing her arms with a pout. She has a point there, Naruto, Anko says, sniggering. You have no idea how much I complained when mom first brought it up, Naruto says. I just stopped because mom already had her mind set on it. You should still complain. Kyoko says, mirroring Hanabi's actions. They sure are persistent, aren't they? Yugugo says. They still haven't given up on trying to catch me off guard yet, Naruto says. We would have done it today if the mean lady didn't catch us, Kyoko says. I noticed the two of you the moment I walked out of my house, Naruto says. You two were hiding in the first tree to the left of the entrance to the yards. Mao, can't you make us feel better for once? Hanabi says. You two are much too young for him to make you feel good, Anko says, snickering. What do you mean, mean lady? Don't worry about it, Kyoko-chan, it's just adult talk, Naruto says, shooting a glare at Anko. You'll understand when you get older. So, don't go asking your parents. Why not? Hanabi asks. 'Cause you'll get the mean lady and I in trouble. Oh. Is it like the things that Shishiyui and Hahayui would say to each other when they won't let me sleep in their room? Kyoko asks. Well, I wouldn't know since I didn't hear those. Do you want me to tell you what they said? No. They're so naive it's cute, Anko says. Kyoko-chan, those are private conversations that you shouldn't tell anyone about, Naruto says. Okay. Here are your orders, Naruto-sama, a waiter says as he walks up with 2 large bags of food. Oh, thank you. We'll help you, Naruto and Ai-chan, Hanabi and Kyoko say as they jump off Naruto's lap and grab 1 bag each. I suppose we should go now, Naruto says, getting up. Those 2 are nowhere near strong enough to carry those, Kuriani says, taking the bags from the struggling children's hands. I guess I should be heading home too. But your food isn't even here yet, Shizen says. Now that I think about it, I guess being Hokage-sama's son does have its perks. Even Naruto-kun's orders are done already. Yeah, I know. I'll just tell them to change my order to take out. Kurinai says, there's no way these 3 kids can carry this much food. Even I'm struggling with the weight. Let me carry them, Kurinai-ne-chan, Naruto says, making 2 kage bunshin. Are you sure? I can handle it. I'm used to it by now. The 2 clones walk over to Kurinai and take 1 bag each. Seeing how the 2 clones can handle the heavy bags so easily, Kurinai sends a questioning glance over toward Naruto. In response, Naruto takes off his jacket and turns it inside out, revealing small metal weights littering the inside of the jacket. I might not be training with Guy, but I am using weights to help improve my strength and speed. Can I see that, Naruto and Ai-chan? Kyoko asks. Well, just don't try to lift it, Naruto says. The weights might look small, but together they weighed even more than you do. Did you wear this when you fought Sasuke-sama, Naruto and Ai-chan? No. I didn't start till I started learning Hibi no Mai to improve my speed. You were already plenty fast against the Uchiha kid before that, Anko says. Yes, but I just felt that I needed to get even faster and stronger, Naruto says. I want to be able to move so fast that even the Sharingan and the Byakugan would have trouble following me in a fight. Well, you won't get away from ours. Kyoko says. Yeah. If anyone can do it, it's the 2 of you, Kurinai says, putting her hand on the 2 girls' shoulder. Do you really think so, pretty lady? Hanabi asks. If you work hard, you can accomplish anything. So can you promise to work hard? I promise, Hanabi and Kyoko say. Going right back to sensei mode at Kurinai-ne-chan. Oh, be quiet, Naruto. The girls will have your head for taking this long. Don't worry. They'll understand once they see Hanabi-chan and Kyoko-chan with me. Those 2 are that big of a troublemaker, eh? Anko says. Yep. Yujito-chan and Gaara have seen them in action plenty of times from all those times these 2 tried to ambush me on our way home from the academy. If they're as good at causing mayhem as you claim, Naruto, I might be interested in teaching them a few tricks, Anko says. Of course, this one is going to have to get an attitude adjustment first. Their parents will be really angry with you if you even try, Anko, sensei. And I can assure you that you don't want them angry at you. Ah, you really care about me, Anko says, smirking. Anko reaches out, trying to trace Naruto's jaw with her finger, only to pull back quickly when Hanabi aims a strike at her wrist. Crossing their arms, Hanabi and Kyoko stand in front of Naruto and glare at the Tokubetsu Jounin. Feisty, aren't they? I'm starting to like these 2 more and more. Keep your hands off them, Anko. I can't have you corrupting the youths of Konoha, especially when you're acting like this, Kurinai says, smiling. Ah. Kurinai-chan. No complaining, Anko. Fine. Hinata-chan is still quite eager to learn anyway. Hanabi showed a slight twitch when Hinata's name is mentioned. Seeing Hanabi's reaction, Kurenai puts her hand on Hanabi's shoulder to distract the girl before she commits herself to training with Enko just because Hinata is doing so. Kurenai didn't have any problem with Enko training Hinata. From what she gathered about the Hyuga heiress, she needs the boost of confidence from training with Enko. However, from what she can see of the little girl, if Hanabi gets any more confident about her abilities, she's going to border on being arrogant. To Kurenai, it's a good thing that Naruto is around to knock the girl down a few pegs every time she feels bold enough to stalk a ninja in training, an already ninja-quality trainee at that, before she is even in the academy. Once Kurenai picks up her order, Naruto ushers the two girls out the door with the adult Kunoichi following right behind them. "Naruto-kun, what took you so long?" Yujito asks as soon as the group walks through the door. "You didn't run into any trouble, did you?" "No, Yujito-chan. I just ran into a couple of cute girls who want to play their game again." "Hanabi-chan, Kyoko-chan, you two will never be able to catch Naruto-sama off guard until you get much stronger," Ginko says sighing. "Yes, we can. When did they start following you around anyway?" Kurenai asks. "Well, it started when Hanabi-chan decides that she should follow her sister so she can learn whatever Hinata-chan can learn. It just so happened that she met Kyoko-chan, who was spying on me in the shadows, when Hinata-chan came over for a visit. I guess Hanabi-chan just decided that she can learn more by following me instead of her sister and joined Kyoko-chan. There is no question that you are indeed stronger than me, Naruto-kun. So I guess that it's a good thing that Hanabi-chan wants to learn from you." "Hinata-chan. When did you?" "You two just missed each other, Naruto-kun," Yujito says. "Hinata-chan came over about 5 minutes after you left." "Hinata-chan, I didn't really mean to." "It's okay, Naruto-kun," Hinata says with a determined glint in her eyes. "I will continue to get stronger so I can eventually be a match against you, Naruto-kun." "Good. I'm counting on it, Hinata-chan." "Be careful, Hinata-chan." Naruto-kun takes promises very seriously, Tenten says. Suddenly, a loud rumbling noise catches the attention of everyone in the living room. Surprised, Kurenai crouches down and reaches into her weapons pouch, her battle instincts taking over. As she scans around the room, she finds everyone else staring oddly at her. Frowning at the children's lack of reaction, Kurenai is about to gesture for them to take cover when she notices Hanabi and Kyoko giggling to her left. "You must not have seen Naruto-kun when he's hungry, Kurenai-san," Temari says smirking, "or heard for that matter." "Pardon?" "That's just Naruto and Ai-chan's tummy," Hanabi says. "That was Naruto's stomach? I think we're all hungry. All we've done since Naruto came back with our lunch is talk," Koyuki says. "So let's eat." Before the others can react, Yujito starts digging through the bags for her portion. Not once to fall behind, the other girls join in just as Kurenai pulls her meal out of one of the bags and hold it above her head before it gets trampled on. Meanwhile, remembering that he never did buy anything for himself or the two youngest girls and that Hinata probably still haven't had lunch yet, Naruto leads them to the kitchen to let the girls pick out what they want for lunch. "Naruto can cook?" "What do you mean, Kurenai-sensei?" Yujito asks in between bites. "Naruto just went to the kitchen with Hinata, Hanabi, and Kyoko. Ah, they are so lucky. Naruto-sama's cooking is the best," Ginko says. "Really? I never knew he can cook. There are a lot more things you don't know about Naruto-sama." "Kurenai-sensei," Ginko says, "if you want, you can spend some time with the rest of us and we can tell you all about it." "Yeah. That way we can learn more about each other, Kurenai-sensei, especially since we're going to share Naruto-kun and all." "But Yujito, You're still not sure, Kurenai-san?" Tenten asks, "But why? Is it because you're older than him?" Koyuki asks, "I'm 5 years older than him myself. I don't see any problems with it. But I'm 14 years older than him. You will only be 21 when he's of age to marry in 6 years, I will be 30 by then, still almost twice his age." Are you worried about how you would see yourself, or are you worried about how the others would see you? Temari asks. If you are worried that you cannot accept it yourself, then I think you know what you should do, but if you are only worried about what the others think of you, I can only ask you why. Yujito says, I know that there will be people who say that I am together with Naruto-kun because I want to avoid being a political prisoner, but I don't care about them. I know I like Naruto-kun and that's all that matters. I don't know how I really feel myself. Then perhaps now is a good time to find the answer, Kurinai-san. I guess you're right, Koyuki-hime. Until you decide in the negative, we all consider you to be one of us. So please just call me Koyuki. Then please just call me Kurinai, the chunin says before glancing over toward Ginko and Yujito, except when we're training of course. Speaking of which, when is our training going to start again, Kurinai-sensei? Ginko asks. Yakumo should have recovered by now. I suppose we'll start up again in 2 days. Good. I'm starting to get bored around here, Naruto says, carrying 4 bowls of instant ramen on a platter. Even with all of us around? Please don't give me that look, Yujito-chan. What do you have there, Naruto? Kurinai asks. Oh, these? Hanabi-chan and Kyoko-chan are bound and determined to have some of my ramen for lunch. We never get to have anything like that at home, the 2 girls say. One of the bowls are for yourself, I assume. Then the last one is for Hinata? It's okay, Kurinai-san. I don't really mind, Hinata says. They look so yummy. Ginko, you're drooling, Yujito says as she sees Kurinai's stunned look. Ginko has basically become addicted to ramen ever since Naruto-kun fixed her a bowl of ramen for a midnight snack. Don't worry, Ginko, this bowl is yours. But what about you, Naruto-sama? Mine is still in the kitchen. Naruto and Ai-chan still has a whole pot of ramen in the kitchen. I should have known that one bowl wouldn't be enough to satisfy your hunger, Kurinai says, sighing. Naruto, Yujito, Gaara, Ginko, and Kurinai arrive at Yakumo's mansion together to resume the genjutsu training. They find the Kurama heiress sitting in the living room reading scrolls prepared by others in her clan regarding their own ninja training. Studying hard, Yakumo? Kurinai-sensei. Yakumo says, looking up from her scrolls, everyone's here. Why do you seem so surprised? I thought I sent someone to tell you that our training resumes today, Kurinai says. Someone did come by yesterday and dropped off a whole bunch of scrolls, but I haven't gotten around to reading them yet. I guess your message must be in one of those scrolls. Should we come back tomorrow then? Yujito asks. No. It's okay. I've actually been waiting for this for a few days already. Sorry about that, Yakumo. I had some personal matters to deal with the past few days. Is everything okay, Kurinai-sensei? Yakumo asks. Yes. It's been taken care of. Well, I suppose we should get started. The group spends the entire morning reviewing what they have gone through so far just as a refresher after the long break. During lunch, Ginko and Yujito lead Yakumo to the side and spend the rest of the hour just talking and laughing with each other. Those girls look so carefree, Kurinai says, sometimes I wish I can act like them. They are technically just children, although they are just 1 year away from graduating from becoming full-fledged ninjas. You are starting to scare me, Naruto. Where is this sudden bout of maturity coming from? Kurinai says teasingly, and you are just the same age as them yourself. That's not fair, Kurinai-chan. I can be mature if I wanted to. In extremely rare occurrences. Like what you've done for me the last few days. All I've done is get you in trouble. I've been thinking. I don't think I would mind too much. Kurinai-chan? What do you mean? Well, I'm not exactly seeing anyone now, Kurinai says, smirking. Since you put it that way. Naruto says, noticing the smirk on Kurinai's face. Nah. Naruto. The girls tease me every chance they get. I'm pretty much used to it by now. You can't beat me in that department, Kurinai-chan. It would have been nice to know that beforehand. You started it, Kurinai-chan. I guess I deserve that one, Kurinai says before turning toward the girls. All right, break's over. Let's get started. Naruto keeps stealing glances over toward Yakumo during the entire afternoon session. The girl seems a bit more distanced than usual, but Naruto doesn't comment on it. Even her smile seems a bit off to him when the group heads home after training ended for the day, but Naruto just chalks it up to the fact that he is still nervous about the Idu monster, just like how he still feels strong hostility toward the entire Uchiha clan because of Sasuke. Kurinai keeps stealing glances over toward Naruto during training as well. To her, Naruto seems to struggle during the afternoon session, even more so than usual, and the boy seems to be nervous about something, but she can't quite place her finger on what it is. The next day, when the group arrives at Yakumo's mansion to begin their training, they find the heiress sitting in the courtyard staring at a canvas with other paintings littering the ground around her. Eyes widening, Naruto stretches his arms out to prevent the others from walking toward the heiress and approaches the girl by himself. Yeah. Yakumo-chan? Ah, Naruto-sama, you're here. Peeking around Yakumo, Naruto's eyes widen again when he sees what is painted on the canvas. Spinning around, Naruto screams for the others to get away just as the ground opens up and Naruto falls into the pit of fire below. Ginkgo and Yujito try to run up and save Naruto, but Kurinai pulls the girls back. Soon enough, Naruto appears in the middle of the courtyard again, looking slightly beat up but appears in good health otherwise. Even Yakumo is surprised that Naruto doesn't look the slight bit burned. Groaning, Naruto stands up and glares at Yakumo. Idu monster. I know you are in Yakumo-chan's body. Get out here so I can destroy you. How? How can you still be alive? Yakumo screams, though her voice seems completely different. What's going on? Yujito screams. Ginkgo, Yujito, Gaara. I need the three of you to head to the Kurama compound and get help. It seems that the Idu monster has taken over Yakumo's body, Kurinai says. No. We stay and fight. Gaara. Don't be stubborn. Go. I'm sorry, but we can't do that, Kurinai-sensei, Ginkgo says. We can handle ourselves. Please secure reinforcements for us, Kurinai-sensei. I can't leave you kids behind. I'm the genjutsu specialist here. I need to stay and fight. All of you stay back. Only I know how to deal with the Idu monster's genjutsu, Naruto says. While the group is screaming at each other, Yakumo knocks the canvas over and reaches for a different one already lying on the ground. Spinning around, Naruto is just in time to see a burst of fire coming toward him. Before the fire can get to him, a dome of sand rises up around Naruto, shielding him from the fire. By the time the fire dissipates, the sand dome has turned into a glass dome. While the group is wondering if Naruto survived under that kind of heat, the ground shifts under Yakumo's feet and she sinks into the ground, falling victim to Naruto's Shinjiu Zanshu no Jutsu. Suddenly, even with only her head above ground, Yakumo's entire body trembles as something forces itself out of Yakumo's mouth before taking the form of the Idu monster. That thing is the Idu monster? It looks hideous. Yujito screams, Nico-chan looks much prettier. I'm sorry, Naruto-sama. I couldn't control my body, Yakumo says as Naruto helps her out of the ground. I only did what you wanted done. If you cannot have Naruto, then no one else can, especially not her, the Idu monster says, pointing toward Kurinai. That is what your mind wanted, that is what I tried to do for you. Just because she thought it doesn't mean she wants it done. Yujito says. No. A human's deepest desires is always hidden in the deepest recess of that person's mind, the Idu monster says. I must accomplish my task. A dark dome descends upon the courtyard, shielding Yakumo, Naruto, and the Idu monster from everyone's view. When the rest of the group tries to rush inside, a group of ninjas pulls them back. You are Yakumo-chan's father. Yujito says. Yes, Ginkgo-san arrived at our compound and told us what is happening here. Ginkgo? But she was right here with us the whole time. I sent a clone after you insisted to remain here, Kurinai-sensei. Why did you stop us? Yujito asks. Naruto-kun and Yakumo-chan is in there with the Aidu monster. I am only trying to prevent you from running to your death. Picking up a piece of rock from the ground, the Kurama clan head tosses the stone at the dome only to have it incinerate the moment it makes contact. Seeing the result, Yujito and Ginkgo only become more anxious to get inside to help Naruto. Unkai, perhaps you should explain, the Kurama clan head says. The only way to avoid the power of the Aidu monster's genjutsu is to lose consciousness, Unkai says. The Aidu monster's genjutsu is so strong that the injuries perceived by the mind actually manifest on the physical body. But if the person loses consciousness, then the mind cannot perceive any injuries since the person loses all 5 senses, Kurinai says. That's why Naruto looked beat up when he was caught by the Aidu monster's first genjutsu. He knocked himself out with his Kage Bunshin. Kurinai-sensei. Please knock the 3 of us out cold and toss us into the dome, Gaara says. Gaara. Before Kurinai can even respond, Ginkgo jumps up in the air and smashes Gaara and Yujito on the head, knocking the 2 former Jinchuriki out cold. Turning around, Ginkgo nods toward Kurinai and closes her eyes. Sighing, Kurinai walks up and strikes Ginkgo on the back of the neck. Picking up the 3 children, Unkai and 2 other Kurama clan members throws the 3 children into the dome. Are you sure they can handle this fight? Those 4 children are much stronger than anyone can imagine, Kurama-san, Kurinai says. If anyone can help Yakumo, it's those 4. Back inside the dome, the 3 children land hard on the ground, with the impact waking them from their slumber. On the opposite side of the dome, Yakumo is sitting on the ground nursing a deep gash on her left calf while Naruto is jumping all over the place trying desperately to avoid the mysterious hands trying to capture him. Using his sand, Gaara manages to trap about half of the hands and crushes them, only for more to appear out of thin air. We need to find the actual body of the Aidu monster, Yujito says. Let's rejoin Naruto first, Gaara says. He knows what has happened since this dome appeared. Using Gaara's sand as a shield, the trio runs along the side of the dome to rejoin Naruto and Yakumo. Once they arrive, Naruto, Gaara, and Yujito stand on guard as Ginkgo tends to Yakumo's injury. He's hiding in one of the canvas, but I don't know which one, Naruto says. Should we just destroy all the paintings? Gaara asks. No, at least we can guess where he is when the paintings are still around. How else can we destroy the monster then? Yujito screams. I'm going to help. Yakumo-chan. I caused this problem. I want to help solve it. Please let me help Naruto-sama. Do you think you can spot the Aidu monster, Yakumo-chan? Naruto says, the monster thinks it is a part of you. So it should be hiding in a painting with you in it. If it is hiding in the paintings, there. That one. Following Yakumo's finger, the group spots a painting floating in the air. The painting, a full-body portrait of Yakumo, is hidden by a slew of paintings moving about in the dome. All those other paintings could prove to be a problem. Well, they only detail our horrible deaths. Nothing we haven't dealt with before, right, Gaara? Sarcasm won't help us here, Naruto-sama, Ginkgo says. I'll go. But Yakumo-chan. I created that monster. The Aidu monster won't do anything against me. I'll distract it. The 3 of you protect Yakumo-chan, Naruto says as he hands Yakumo a kunai. We're counting on you to kill the monster for us, Yakumo-chan. Closing his eyes to concentrate, waves of chakra start permeating from Naruto's body, so much so that even the adults outside can feel the chakra. Using his favorite technique, hundreds of Kage Bunshin appear and rush toward the paintings, hiding Ginkgo, Gaara, Yujito, and Yakumo amongst them. Left and right, the clones are destroyed, either by the paintings as their fates mirror those depicted in the picture, or by the mysterious hands floating in the air drilling through their body. Their ranks dwindle down to nothing by the time the group is about 3/4 of the way to the target. Using his sand as a shield, Gaara tries to protect the group the rest of the way but is soon rendered unconscious. However, he did accomplish his task of guiding the 3 girls past the canvas formation. Suddenly, 2 arms reach out and grab Yujito and Ginko by the neck before lifting them up into the air. Clutching onto the kunai, Yakumo jumps into the air just as the Aidu monster's head appears from the painting. While the monster is focused on the 2 girls struggling for breath and the 2 boys struggling to recover, one from chakra exhaustion and the other from the effect of its genjutsu, it completely missed the kunai, crashing down on the back of its skull from behind, driven by the full weight of its originator. As soon as the weapon finds its mark, the 2 arms went slack and drop Ginko and Yujito before the entire body of the Aidu monster falls out of the canvas. With the Aidu monster dead, the dark dome slowly dissipates. The adults rush in as soon as the barrier is low enough for them to jump over. The first thing they see is Yakumo sitting on the ground, taking deep breaths as her fingers remain tightly wrapped around the kunai's handle. A few feet from her, Ginko and Yujito are coughing hard while rubbing away the pain around their neck. Even further away, Naruto staggers over toward Gaara to check on the Kazekage's son, who suffered minor burns on his forearms and shins just before he lost consciousness, protecting him from further injuries. Walking up to the Kurama heiress, Kurinai crouches down and puts her hand on the girl's shoulder. "I'm sorry, Kurinai-sensei." "For what?" "This all happened because I got jealous of you, after Ginko-chan and Yujito-chan told me what happened between you and Naruto-sama." "It's okay, Yakumo-chan," Kurinai says, wrapping her arms around the heiress. I don't deserve to be with Naruto-sama. I almost killed everyone. They knew the Aidu monster was inside you the whole time," Kurinai says. "I know that they don't mind at all. In fact, they were the ones who convinced me to help you." "Yakumo-chan, are you okay?" Looking up, Yakumo sees Ginko and Yujito smiling down toward her, offering their hands to help her back to her feet. Behind them, Naruto is slapping Gaara across the face to get him to wake up. Giggling at Naruto's antics, Yakumo accepts the offer just as the Kurama clan members rush up to check on the heiress. After making sure that everyone is fine, Kurinai cancels training for the day so the children can help Yakumo move back to her compound, since the reason that led to her moving to the mansion is finally destroyed. Additional author's note: leave a note if you like the story. Chapter 13. Author note: not applicable. Disclaimer: I do not own Naruto. Chapter 12. By the time the children return for the final year at the academy, they are already more than competent in handling genjutsu. Even the worst student in the group, Naruto, can handle detecting and dispelling the basic and intermediate level illusions. When they enter the classroom, Naruto spots a surprise sitting in the corner of the room. Last year's Rookie of the Year, Hyuga Niji, is sitting in the room and glaring at everyone who dares to make eye contact with him. No one in the room even has the nerve to sit within a 2-seat radius of him. Not one to be intimidated by anything, Naruto walks over and sits in the row right in front of Niji, making Gaara and Yujito sit with him in that row along with Ginko, who decided to stay with Naruto this year. "Niji, what are you doing here?" Naruto asks. "My incompetent former teammates caused us to fail the genin qualification test." "Oh. So that's why you were so angry during our spar a couple of months ago after I walked Hinata-chan and Hanabi-chan back to the Hyuga compound," Naruto says, looking around the room. "I didn't know Tenten-chan failed the test." "She didn't, Naruto-kun. She was so happy when she showed us her hatayat, remember?" Yujito says. "Then what about Lee?" "What about Lee, Naruto?" Gaara asks, confused at his friend's reaction. "Aren't Niji, Lee, and Tenten-chan on the same squad under Guy-sensei? Whatever gave you that idea, Naruto-kun?" Yujito asks. "Lee is training as an apprentice under Guy-sensei, of course, but Ten-Ten-chan is training with Temari-chan as Tsunade-sama's apprentices. None of them are placed on any squads, remember? Oh yeah, now that you mention it. I completely forgot about it. Are you feeling alright, Naruto-kun? Hinata asks, taking a seat next to Niji. Yeah. I'm alright. Soon enough, the familiar scene unfolds as Sasuke enters the room, followed by a huge group of fangirls. However, unlike previous times, some of the girls see the ever-stoic Niji sitting in the corner and split off to ogle the Hyuga instead. In his heart, Niji is glad that Naruto, Gaara, Yujito, and Hinata took all the seats around him, if only to keep the fangirls away from him. The other four aren't quite as glad, however, considering the noise and the glares around them. The chaos stops when the instructors enter the room and the lesson begins. Soon after that, Irika is trembling in rage as two students have fallen asleep during the Konoha history class once again. Grabbing two pieces of chalk, Irika fires them at Naruto and Shikamaru. While the one aimed at Nara finds the mark, Naruto catches the piece of chalk without even looking up, having long since perfected the skill of catching projectiles blindfolded from training with Ten-Ten. Stop fooling around and pay attention. Irika screams from the front of the room. Mumbling, the two students finally turn their focus toward the front of the room, but their mind is already elsewhere as soon as Irika looks away. At the end of the class, the students have an hour break before the next class begins, and most heads to the courtyard where they can act like children and not be reprimanded. The two Hyugas and the three Hanyas decide to remain in the classroom to enjoy the peace and quiet. While Naruto is boasting to Hinata and Niji about his genjutsu training, the two Hyugas suddenly look behind Naruto. Confused, Naruto turns around and is almost pulled out of his seat when someone grabs a hold of his shirt collar. Naruto. Ino growls, "What exactly were you talking to my father about over the summer?" Wait, Ino-chan. I can explain. Looking toward his two companions for assistance, Gaara simply stares out the window while Yujito turns to face the door with her shoulder trembling, trying to stifle giggles. Hinata and Niji watch on in confusion as Ino continues to growl unintelligibly in anger. "Look, Ino-chan, I was trying to learn the Shintenshin," Naruto says. "But that would mean that..." Hinata gasps from her seat as Ino lets out a feral roar. It was to help a friend of mine. Besides, I never got around to learning it," Naruto says, trying to defend himself. Her issue is already resolved. "There is no need for me to learn it anymore, see? You have best make sure that it stays that way," Ino says, "for your own sake." Ino-chan, there's no need to be so harsh on Naruto-kun, Yujito finally says. "He can be a perfect gentleman if he wants to. That's not my problem." "I don't even want it to be my problem," Ino says, crossing her arms and huffing. "Out of the way, Yamanaka," Sasuke says, walking up to Naruto's desk. "I challenge you to a spar, Namikaze, or are you going to chicken out again? Give it up, Sasuke. I've already beaten you twice, I'm not interested in embarrassing you again." "What did you say? You're not even worthy of being in the same breath as Naruto, Uchiha," Niji says. "Know your place, Hyuga. You're not even a member of the main house. How dare you speak to me that way?" "Fine. You want a fight, you got one," Naruto says before either Niji or Hinata can respond. "Let's take it outside." "But Naruto-kun." "Don't worry, Yujito-chan. I know what I'm doing." Ino numbly follows the group to the courtyard, shocked not only by Sasuke's attitude and the power that Niji and Hinata exuded from what Sasuke said about Niji, but also the power of Naruto. While Hinata and Niji are distracted by their rage and Sasuke simply ignoring Naruto's reaction, Ino can feel the full blast of Naruto's power when Sasuke simply dismissed Niji because of his status in the Hyuga clan. Not to mention that the power didn't even faze Yujito or Gaara, shows that such display is commonplace amongst those three. A crowd gathers in the courtyard as soon as they hear that Naruto and Sasuke are fighting again. Even the first-year students, who never saw the first two fights, are amongst the crowd when they hear that the heir of the Uchiha would be fighting the heir of the Namikaze. Iruka tried desperately to get in between the two youngsters and stop the fight before it even begins, but one look at Naruto and Iruka wisely backs away before he's caught in the crossfire. Looking toward the side, Iruka notices Naruto's two companions standing in the front row, their eyes showing just exactly how concerned they are about Naruto. Even Iruka is unsure about the Hokage's son himself. There seems to be a dark aura around Naruto, almost as though the boy's not himself but something sinister has taken over. His eyes are cold, distant, and emotionless, like that of seasoned veterans. Being a trained ninja himself, Iruka can tell that the ANBU stationed around the courtyard, all of whom no doubt had intentions of stopping the fight, noticed the shift in Naruto's behaviors as well. But none the children, outside of Gaara and Yujito, even know of the dangers they are in by standing so close to the fight. Oblivious of everything around him, Sasuke shows off a smirk, not even realizing the situation he is in or Naruto's change in behavior. He had been training hard over the vacation and even his over-demanding father had given him a look of approval at his improvement even if Sasuke still hasn't managed to activate his Sharingan. In his mind, he has improved so much that there is no way Naruto can beat him. But as soon as he gets into his stance and gestures to Naruto to come at him, the Namikaze simply vanishes from his spot. A split second later, before Sasuke can even begin to look around for him, Naruto has already rammed his shoulder into Sasuke's back. Stumbling, Sasuke spins around in anger only to have Naruto disappear again. Looking around, Sasuke can barely leap back before Naruto's heel slams into the ground where Sasuke once stood, creating a small crater with the impact. It is then, when Naruto looks up toward him amongst the flying debris, that Sasuke finally notices the dark glare from Naruto, and fear takes over Sasuke's mind again, much like the last time when Naruto was inches away from ending his life with that kunai. Desperate, Sasuke uses his most powerful ninjutsu, the Gakakyu no Jutsu, to try and keep Naruto away from him. However, the fireball simply shields Naruto from Sasuke's sight and when the fireball dissipates, Naruto has disappeared again. Scanning the training ground in pure terror, Sasuke misses the slight shift on the ground he's standing on and Naruto burst out from the ground, delivering an uppercut that drives Sasuke into the air. Leaping after the prone body, Naruto delivers a series of aerial combos before finally driving Sasuke back to the ground with a heel to his chest. The first technique that Sasuke created with his Sharingan in his past life, the Shursha Rindan, is used by Naruto to defeat him in front of everyone in the courtyard once again. Walking up toward Sasuke, Naruto glares down toward the Uchiha with a look of pure disdain and Iruka finally moves in and holds Naruto back, telling him that the fight is over. "I warned you last time, and I always deliver on my promises," Naruto says in such a tone that leaves a chill down Iruka's spine. "Don't ever insult my friends again." Walking back toward the academy, the crowd simply parts as Naruto walks through. No one, not even Gaara or Yujito, dare speak to him. Finally regaining his bearings, Iruka sends the children back to the classroom and gestures toward the ANBU to take Sasuke to the hospital and alert the Hokage of what happened. When Iruka finally returns to the classroom to begin the class, he notices that the other students have stayed even further away from Naruto's group after the youngster's display of power. However, Ino decides to move to the seat next to Hinata, surprising everyone in the room. Even her biggest rival Sakura casts curious and concerned glances back toward Ino every time the teacher has his back turned. Through the rest of the day, waves of malice and hatred wash over the class as Naruto remains in his seat, glaring at the Uchiha's chair silently, even though the occupant is at the hospital and will remain there overnight for observation. Given that Sasuke was the one that challenged Naruto to the spar, Fugaku can do nothing about his son's beating. However, it does not mean that Fugaku is happy about the situation. In fact, the messages sent by Mikoto through Kyoko are becoming more and more ominous. As such, Minato, as the Hokage, has increased the security around the important spots in Konoha. And through the help of the Hyuga, whose compound is situated near the Uchiha compound, Minato has maintained a close eye on everything happening in the area. After he was released from the hospital, Sasuke never even speaks to Naruto or his little group anymore, opting rather to brood in his seat in the front of the room. As surprising as it might be, instead of putting fear in her heart like it did for everyone else, Sasuke's beating actually sparked curiosity in Ino, who has been keeping an eye on Naruto ever since the spar. 2 days after the beating, when Sasuke returned to class after being released by the hospital, Naruto had already returned to his happy-go-lucky self, all traces of his anger completely disappearing like it never even existed. Ino noted that Gaara, Yujito, and to a certain extent, Hinata and Neji, all seemed to treat such a drastic shift in attitude as though it's common occurrence. What intrigued Ino even more is that outside of the 3 fights between Naruto and Sasuke, the heir of the Namikaze, though no doubt powerful, had never shown any signs of having powers strong enough to be able to toy with one of the better students in their year, at least to the extent in which Naruto had done to Sasuke. Add all that to his almost 1-year disappearance with Gaara and Yujito before entering the academy as a second-year student only serves to build the mystique around the blonde, and Ino is bound and determined to wade through the air of mystery surrounding Naruto and get to know the actual Namikaze Naruto. Besides those who switched their interest to Hyuga Neji on the first day, Ino is the only one who has left Sasuke's side, even though his attitude only reached new lows after his latest defeat at the hands of Naruto. Instead, Ino spends every class staring at the back of Naruto's head from her seat next to Hinata, as the group of 5 kept to their seating arrangements, if only to shield Neji and Naruto from trouble. Curious as she was, Ino never approached Naruto outside the academy, although sometimes she did follow the 2 children, who took a liking to stalking Naruto, at least until they reached the central area of the village, where the Yamanaka flower shop is located. Then Ino would return home and leave the children to their own devices. The mysteries surrounding Naruto only grow as Ino spends more time observing the Namikaze. Every time Ino feels that she has seen something akin to a clue about Naruto's behavior, something else would come up to shatter the image. After weeks of following Naruto around, Ino is still no closer to knowing the real Naruto. Is something wrong, princess? Inoichi asks as he notices Ino staring out the window in her room. Oh daddy. It's nothing. Doesn't sound like nothing. What's bothering you, Ino? It's Naruto, Ino says. I've been watching him during class time for weeks. He never showed any signs of being anything more than an above-average student. Why the sudden interest in Naruto? I thought you only have your eyes on Sasuke. Daddy. It's not because of that. Ino screams, blushing. It's just that he beat Sasuke 3 times already. Each time it looks like he barely put any effort into it, but he still ends up destroying Sasuke in the fight. How is he so strong? Naruto is a very special child, Ino. I know. Everyone said that his mere presence sent the Kyuubi into hiding after it had devastated the village, Ino says. I highly doubt he had that kind of power. And you're probably right about that, Ino, but that's not the reason he's special, Inoichi says. If not for the fact that Hokage-sama wants Naruto to mingle with children around his age more often, Naruto would probably be a ninja already. That's just it, daddy. He's been nothing more than a prankster in class who gets all the teachers angry. The fact that he's been nothing but a prankster and still manages to be an above-average student should tell you something, Ino. You mean that he's been holding back the whole time and only Sasuke got him to go all out? I doubt he had been going all out even against Sasuke, Inoichi says. After all, he's been training with too many people to have someone like Sasuke, though talent in his own right, to force Naruto to use his full strength. Just how strong is Naruto? No one knows. I don't think even Gaara or Yujito knows Naruto's full strength, and they spend the whole day with him, Inoichi says, but if I have to guess. I'd wager Naruto would be a good match against some of the weaker chunin, while Gaara and Yujito can probably match up against most of the genin in the village. How hard did they have to train to get that strong? Very hard. I've heard about some of their training from Kakashi and Kurinai. Certainly not something I would have expected from academy students. Do you think I can survive their type of training? Well, about that. Please tell me the truth, Daddy. The truth is I don't think too many children your age can handle it. Maybe some really talented ones like Neji and Sasuke can, but you probably still need to build up your stamina a great deal just to endure the harshness of the training. I want to get stronger. I want to be the best kunoichi I can possibly be, Ino says. Can you ask them if I can train with them? Ino, I know this might sound harsh, but I need to know this before I can ask them. Go ahead, Daddy. Why the sudden interest? You've never shown this kind of dedication or desire before. You're right, Daddy. I really haven't been paying that much attention to my training before, Ino says. For that one brief moment right before Naruto fought against Sasuke, he released a huge wave of power. Everyone is afraid of Naruto because of it, but Yujito didn't even flinch, and she was standing right next to Naruto. It showed how strong she was to just brush it off like that, and how weak I was to be scared stiff by that power. Ino, you're growing up right before my eyes. Okay, I'll ask Hokage-sama tomorrow, Inoichi says, but it's up to those three if they want to train with you or not. Thank you, Daddy. Thus begins Ino's training with Naruto, Yujito, and Gaara, which brings yet another surprise to Ino. Outside of sporadic visits from the likes of Anko, Kakashi, Kurinai, and Jiraiya, the three children mostly just train on their own with no adult supervision. Yet none of them seem to be any less motivated just because there weren't anyone watching them and forcing them to give it their all. The first day Ino returned home from training, she simply trudged upstairs to her room, slumped onto her bed and fell asleep on contact, dirty, sweaty clothes and all, her dinner still sitting on the table downstairs. At first, her parents were concerned that Ino won't be able to survive the training, but Ino insisted on continuing, so they never brought up the topic again. Everything remains status quo at the academy. Sasuke doesn't go looking for trouble, and Naruto doesn't go about causing it. However, a few months into her new training, Ino notices that Naruto is getting more and more easily agitated. Even the smallest mistake by anyone during training could earn that person a tongue lashing from Naruto. What has gotten into him the last couple of weeks? Ino says during a break, huffing. Well, it's probably. Yujito starts. Naruto-kun, someone suddenly screams from the edge of the training ground. Hearing someone scream out his name, Naruto's head snaps up as he searches for the source of the scream. Mere seconds later, the messenger reaches the group and bends over to try and catch her breath. What is it, Tenten-chan? Yujito asks. Kushina-sama, birth, baby, home. Tenten says in between breaths. Before anyone else can even decipher what Tenten is trying to say, Naruto already ran out of the training ground. A few seconds later, Yujito and Gaara finally put the pieces together and run off after Naruto, leaving behind an exhausted Tenten and a confused Ino. What is going on? Ino asks after Tenten has recovered. Kushina-sama has gone into labor and Oka-san sent me out here to bring Naruto-kun back home. Really? But what about Hokage-sama? Shouldn't we tell him too? Shizune-san already went to get Hokage-sama, Tenten says, should probably head back. Do you think I can come along? I don't know. I don't mean to be rude or anything, but it doesn't really have anything to do with you, Tenten says, but then again, Hanabi-chan and Kyoko-chan are probably going to be there too, so I guess it's all right. When they get back, they find a crowd gathering in the living room. Everyone living in the house besides Tsunade, Shizune, and Kushina are all standing around the room amongst a small group of ninjas closely associated with the family, being too nervous to even sit down. Hinata, Hanabi, and Kyoko are also in the room, the elder Hyuga because she has some small medical knowledge, the two youngsters out of sheer curiosity like Ino. Apparently, Shirori, Hinata and Hanabi's mother, is also up in the room with Kushina, serving as the midwife while Tsunade and Shizune are merely safety precaution just in case any problem arises. Calm down already Naruto. Tsunade-sama, the best medic in the world, is upstairs helping Kushina-sama. Everything is going to be fine, Ino says, walking up next to Naruto. The way you're pacing around, people might think your wife is the one giving birth. On the other side of the living room, the adults currently in the house are trying to do the same thing for the Hokage that Ino is trying on Naruto. However, neither side seems to be able to accomplish the task. Frustrated, Ino simply grabs Naruto and drags him over to the couch. Forcing him to sit down, Ino can't help but notice that Naruto is still grabbing onto her hand, a bit too tightly for her comfort for that matter. This is the first time in her whole life to see Naruto so vulnerable, so complete and absolutely helpless, that the slightest bit of human contact is the only thing keeping him from snapping, and Naruto is desperately holding on to that lifeline. Sitting down next to him, Ino hesitantly rubs Naruto's shoulder with her free hand, trying to ease his nervousness. While all that is going on, no one, perhaps not even Naruto himself, notices the small exchange between Ino and Naruto. All are completely focused on the staircase, waiting for any news from upstairs. Considering the time it took for Tenten to reach the training ground and for Tenten to rest up enough before traveling back with Ino, perhaps the concern is not completely unfounded. Not able to take it anymore, Minato is about to charge upstairs to be by his wife's side when a loud wail rings through the house. Soon afterward, a tired but smiling Shirori emerges from the staircase to give the good news and gestures for Minato and Naruto to follow her upstairs. Kushina-chan, are you okay? Minato asks as soon as he enters the room. Oh Minato-kun, look at her. Doesn't she look beautiful? Kushina says in a hoarse voice. Confused, Minato starts looking around while Naruto walks over to Kushina's bedside. In the corner of the makeshift maternity ward, Tsunade is tending to something wrapped in a white blanket. Walking over, Minato looks over Tsunade's shoulder and sees the newborn baby, her little arms and legs moving about. Yes, she is Kushina-chan, yes she is. There you are Minato, Tsunade says, she's a perfectly healthy baby girl. There was some minor problem at first. The baby wanted to come out feet first, so we have to get her turned around, Shirori says, but everything turned out fine and both Kushina-sama and the baby are just fine. It must have hurt a lot, Naruto says. Oh, you gave me a lot more trouble than you little sister Naruto. She wanted to come out feet first, you didn't want to come out at all. So, does my little sister have a name yet? Your mother and I decided that if the baby's a girl then we'd name her Akemi. Bright and beautiful, that's quite a bit of expectation you have for the girl Minato, Tsunade says, but it does sound like a wonderful name. Come on Akemi-chan, Naruto says, walking over, say your brother's name, Naruto Nii-chan. Come on. Why don't we have her learn Shishi and haha first Naruto, Minato says, putting his hand on Naruto's shoulder. I'll leave it to the three of you to sort that all out, Tsunade says. Both the baby and Kushina check out fine if only a bit tired after the whole ordeal. I'll leave the four of you alone now. After the birth of his baby sister, nothing can wipe the smile off Naruto's face. Naruto even ignored Sasuke's occasional snide remarks. However, as the end of the school year nears, Naruto's emotional roller coaster hits yet another low point. What is he so worried about? Ino complains after a particularly grueling training session, he of all people should be calm about the test. Although I'm not sure why Naruto-kun is so upset, Hinata says, but I doubt it's because of the final exam. Gaara and I have long since given up on figuring Naruto-kun out, Yujito says, but I'm still a bit worried. When Naruto-kun's upset, it usually means that something bad is going to happen. What are you girls whispering about now? Eek! Naruto-kun, don't sneak up on us like that, Yujito says, it's just girl talk. Nothing you need to be concerned about. It's getting late, why don't we just call it a day and head home, Naruto says. The sun is setting already? I'm never going to get enough rest for the test tomorrow. Calm down, Ino-chan. With all the training you've done, you'll do just fine in the test, Yujito says. Quite frankly, I'd be disappointed if you don't pass. Right, Naruto-kun? I don't think any of us would have any problem passing the exam, Yujito-chan. Ino leaves the training ground muttering to herself while Naruto stares at her in confusion. When Naruto, Yujito, and Gaara returns to the Namikaze compound, the group spots Irika just exiting the building, apparently having just given a report to the Hokage since Minato is staying home to watch over Kushina and Akemi, desperate not to miss any of the girls' firsts. Giving the instructor a short greeting, the three trainees head in and are immediately called into Minato's office. Once inside, they find one of the few adults living in the house also waiting for them. Kurinai-sensei, is something wrong? Yujito asks. I don't really know myself. Hokage-sama just called me in after Irika left. Irika was just reporting on who he expects would graduate from this year's academy class so I can start picking the teams, Minato says. I've been getting some sterling review on this year's class. Seems like everyone has a very good chance of passing. So what are we doing here? Naruto asks. Kurinai just became a jounin recently, and the three of you have been clamoring to be put on a team together, so I've decided to make Kurinai you three's jounin instructor, assuming all three of you pass, of course. No problem. The test is easy, Naruto says. What are they going to make us do? Henge? Bunshin? Those are so basic. Yes, I expected you would say that. That's why I already have a mission for you. Already, Hokage-sama? We're not even an official team yet, Kurinai says. That way, your team can get a nice C-rank mission completion on your report the moment the team becomes official, Minato says. If you do a good job on that, I have a few more missions here lined up for your team. If any of those are D-rank missions, you can just throw them out, Naruto says. I do think I know my son's personality. I'm never going to have a moment of peace if I put you on a D-rank mission. Don't worry, Kurinai-sensei, Naruto says, noticing the nervous jounin. I'm sure we can handle whatever mission my dad has in store for us. Yes, you're right. I should have confidence in our team, Kurinai says, taking a deep breath. So what exactly is this mission? We have received information that someone is targeting some of the village's secret scrolls, Minato says as Naruto tenses. I want you to find out who is after those scrolls and capture that person. After getting all the information about the mission, the group heads back to the living room and discusses the missions amongst themselves. The next day, as Irika expected, the entire class passed the graduation exam, with Naruto, Yujito, and Gaara setting the high marks for the class. As soon as they leave the academy, Naruto immediately heads home and drags Kurinai down to the Hokage Tower and lie in wait for whoever might has her sight on the scrolls. With the sun already setting and nothing happening at all, Yujito is getting more and more agitated. But soon enough, the three children hear some shuffling outside, though such sound is completely inaudible to normal humans. Opening the door slightly, the perpetrator sneaks into the room, and as he reaches for the scroll, he is immediately placed under a genjutsu by Kurinai. Uchiha Sasuke, why am I not surprised? Naruto says as he glares at the twitching form on the floor. I didn't think he would be bold enough to try this, Kurinai says. Do you think there is some larger conspiracy? I have an inkling of who might be responsible, Naruto says. Let's go. Creating a small group of Kage Bunshin, Naruto sends one off to alert the Hokage while having the rest keep a close eye on the Uchiha. Walking out of the tower, Naruto immediately heads for the forests, forcing the rest of his squad to follow. Eventually, Naruto stops in a clearing with a small cottage and transforms into Sasuke while gesturing for the rest of the team to hide. Back inside the village, all the veteran ninjas are up and about, having heard from the Hokage that someone has stolen one of the secret scrolls. And one in particular, having searched the village briefly, heads out toward the same clearing that Naruto is waiting at. Wonderful work, Sasuke. It seems you managed to pass the test after all. So where is my reward, Mizuki-sensei? Naruto, pretending to be Sasuke, asks. The reward that you promised. I'll be sure to make you the Rookie of the Year. Now, if I may have the scroll. Of course, not. Naruto screams as he cancels the henge. Get him. Gaara, Yujito, and Kurinai all jump out of their hiding spot, further surprising the cornered Mizuki. Before he even realizes what has happened, Mizuki is already on the verge of dying from the injuries sustained from Naruto, Gaara, and Yujito's attacks. Doing the same as he had done to Sasuke, Naruto leaves behind a small group of Kage Bunshin to keep an eye on the wounded Mizuki and speeds off into the forest, once again forcing his team to give chase. Stopping in front of a cave near the Nara compound, Naruto waits until his team finally catches up to him. Alongside his team is Shikaku Nara, who had been forced out of his home by his loving wife to investigate the commotion. I don't recall there being a cave here before, Shikaku says, but then again, this place is too big for me to keep track of by myself. Walking inside, the group finds a huge stock of medical supplies and potion ingredients. Looking around, Shikaku manages to identify some of the ingredients but doesn't recognize a good portion of the things inside. The group then decides to gather everything and bring it all back to Tsunade for examination. Thanking Shikaku for his help, the group heads back to the Hokage Tower with all the things from the cave. Ah, Naruto, it seems that you've completed yet another mission in record time, Minato says. So, where are Sasuke and Mizuki? Naruto asks, looking around the room. We've gotten a statement from Sasuke and he will be assigned D-rank missions for 6 months as punishment, Minato says, but I've not seen Mizuki yet. I thought you would be bringing him back with you. But my clones handed him off to 2ANBU, Naruto says. Mizuki should have been brought here long before we got back. ANBU. I have an idea where Mizuki might be. I'll deal with him in the morning, Minato says. For now let's head back home. Additional author's note, leave a note if you like the story. Chapter 14, Author Note, not applicable. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto. Chapter 13, the next day, the group heads over to the academy for team assignment, though they already know their team, only to make things official and to check on the other teams. As the instructors list off the teams, Naruto starts scanning the room to check the reaction of the students. Eventually, Iruka starts reading off the names Naruto is more familiar with. Team 7 consists of Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Inuzuka Kiba. Great, I got the Uchiha and the Banshee, Kiba mutters as Sakura exclaims victory in the background. Be quiet, Kiba. You too, Sakura. Team 8 consists of Hyuga Neji, Aburame Shino, and Hyuga Hinata. It seems that the heavens finally smile upon me, Neji says. With Shino-san and Hinata-sama on my team, I should have no problem becoming a full-fledged genin this year. Team 9 consists of Namikaze Naruto, Ni Yujito, and Sabaku Gaara, Iruka says and waits for a brief moment for any comments before continuing. Team 10 consists of Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Chuji. Why am I not surprised that I'm stuck on a team with Shikamaru and Chuji? Anyway, those are the team assignments for this year's graduating class. You may head out for lunch but be sure to return in an hour to meet your Jounin instructor, Iruka says before chaos erupts in the classroom when the new batch of genins all head for the exit. Waiting for everyone to leave the room, Naruto simply leans back in his chair and closes his eyes. Smirking, Yujito takes a seat on Naruto's lap, almost crushing Ginkgo's snout in the process. Ignoring both Naruto and Ginkgo's complaints, Yujito wraps her arms around Naruto and leans her head on the boy's shoulder. Glad that he's not the girl's target when Yujito's in a playful mood, Gaara simply takes out his box lunch and quietly eats in the corner. Smelling the food from Gaara's lunch and hearing the grumbling of Naruto's stomach, Yujito takes out her own lunchbox and starts feeding Naruto, all the while making not-so-subtle suggestions for Naruto to return the favor. Such is the state of the three genins when Kurenai enters the classroom about 15 minutes after everyone else cleared out. "Seems you guys are having fun," Kurenai says, "though I was really expecting that the three of you would be outside with the others." "Ohio Kurenai-sensei," Yujito says, waving toward the jounin while miraculously staying perfectly balanced on Naruto's lap. "Well, since we don't need to do the second genin test to prove we are worthy of becoming ninjas," Naruto says before looking toward Kurenai, "at least I don't think we need to." "No. I've already passed this team as an official genin squad," Kurenai says, smiling. "I figured we would just wait for you to show up and head to the Hokage Tower to see what mission Dad has for us." Kurenai-sensei. "Yes. Hokage-sama did say that he has other missions for us after we completed the Mizuki mission." "Exactly. So let's head over to his office now. I was hoping that we would have lunch together before reporting for missions," Kurenai says, "but I guess the three of you already ate. If we are heading to Ichiraku then I can handle a lot more." Naruto says. "Me too." Yujito says. "I suppose I can handle more food as well," Gaara says. "Yay! Ramen." Surprised by the fourth voice, Kurenai starts looking around the room. Meanwhile, Naruto reaches down with his hand and wraps it around Ginko's snout to make sure the kitsune doesn't say another word. Dismissing the voice as her imagination, Kurenai looks back to her students to find Naruto's hand still clamped on Ginko's snout, while the fox is trying futilely to claw his hand away with her front paws. Seeing the jounin looking at him in confusion, Naruto quickly releases his grip only to have Ginko bite hard on his calf in revenge, causing Naruto to practically push Yujito off him as he hops around howling in pain. While all that is happening, Kurenai can't take her eyes off the fox as it uses its front paws to rub away the pain on her snout, a very human behavior from the animal. "Naruto, what are you hiding?" "What do you mean, Kurenai-sensei?" Naruto asks, sitting down and mirroring Ginko's action on his own wound. "This fox was the source of the fourth voice, wasn't she?" Kurenai says, "Ginko isn't just a normal fox, is she?" A few people was wondering how the Inuzuka can manage to tame Ginko in 1 week when some of their own dogs are still just as rebellious as untrained mutts in the streets. I don't know what you're talking about, Kurenai-sensei." "I can tell when you're lying, Naruto," Kurenai says, glaring at the new genin. "I guess we should tell her, Naruto-kun," Yujito says, "after all, if she's going to be helping out on missions." "You're right." Naruto says, "Go ahead, Ginko-chan." Lifting her snout, Ginko makes sure there is no one else within the vicinity before standing up on her hind legs and transforming back to her human form. Watching the transformation, Kurenai can only stare at the girl in shock. You are that girl." "Ginko, of course, why didn't I make the connection before?" "You couldn't have," Naruto says, "there is no way you could have known that Ginko-chan is a kitsune." "Hokage-sama, Kushina-sama, Naruto-sama, Yujito-chan and Gaara-san are the only ones who knows my identity, Kurenai-sensei." "Then the girl living with us?" Kurenai asks. "She is just a clone. I let her take the human form when I'm here at the academy with Naruto-sama, then I switch with the clone when we get home." "A kitsune? How did you ever manage to get tangled up with a kitsune, Naruto?" Kurenai asks. "Well, let's just say that Dad and I crossed path with Ginko-chan's father before." "You're not talking about the Kyuubi, are you?" "Wow. Kurenai-sensei is really smart." "Yujito-chan." Naruto hisses. "You really are the Kyuubi's daughter?" "Hi, Kurenai-sensei," Ginko mutters, worried what the jounin's reaction will be. "This is going to be an interesting 5-man squad," Kurenai says. "Why do you all look so shocked?" "I trained Ginko myself and lived with her for nearly a year already. Don't you think I know if she's trustworthy or not by now?" "You're not angry or scared of me?" Ginko asks. "I don't blame the children for what the parent did. I don't think anyone will ever be able to forget or forgive what the Kyuubi did to this village, but you're not to blame for what he did. Thank you for being so understanding, Kurenai-sensei, Naruto says. Then maybe the four of you will be just as considerate of my wallet when we get to Ichiraku. Sorry, Kurenai-sensei. No promises there, Ginkgo says. Well, it was worth a shot. Let's put up the money we got from the Mizuki mission to cover the tab, then we can split the rest amongst ourselves, if there's any left, Naruto says. Yeah. Like an official celebration for the formation of Squad 9. Yujito screams as the others nod in agreement. After lunch, the group arrive back at the Namikaze mansion just in time to see all the new Jounin instructors gathered together in the study to report their first impression of their new charges. When Team 9 turns to leave, Minato simply gestures for them to stay. During this silent exchange, Asuma tries to approach Kurenai, but seeing her former boyfriend, Kurenai simply leads the three new genins to the opposite side of the room. Taking note of his new sensei's behavior, Naruto files that into his memory and decides to talk to Kurenai about it later. Closing his eyes, Naruto leans against the wall of the office and listens to the evaluations, which generally varies from no chance of becoming genins to some potential of success. During the report, Naruto finds out that Kakashi is the instructor of Team 7 while Genma is the instructor of Team 8 and Asuma is the instructor of Team 10. Thinking back to his past life, Naruto begrudgingly concede that Team 7 as a squad has gotten better in this lifetime due to the fact that they now have someone who can track potential enemies in Kiba. However, though Niji is certainly a much better shinobi than Kiba, and chances are that Genma is a better fighter than Kurenai, Team 8 as a whole has gotten much weaker due to the fact that the team specialize in tracking and now they have Genma as an instructor instead of someone skilled in genjutsu like Kurenai who can provide a cover for the team. In fact, the Team 8 in this lifetime resembles the old Team Guy instead of the old Team 8 in that 3 of the 4 members of the squad are close-range fighters while the last is most suited in medium to long-range combat and backup fire when the other members are engaged in battle. When the briefing is over, Asuma tries to approach Kurenai again but the Kunoichi simply ignores him and moves toward the Hokage's desk, waiting to speak with the village's leader. Lowering his head, Asuma walks out of the room while reaching for his pack of cigarette. Did you know that he stopped smoking ever since you left? Minato says. Good. Then maybe he would actually live a long life. Kurenai-sensei. It's all right, Naruto. I just want to make it perfectly clear to him that it's over between us. He made his choice, I made mine, Kurenai says. Regardless, I believe we are here for our mission. That's what you were clamoring about all during lunch, right, Naruto? Naruto opens his mouth but thought better of it and opts to keep quiet and nods his head in agreement. Turning his attention toward his father, Naruto waits for Minato to break the awkward silence, if only through a mission assignment. Reaching into his drawer, Minato pulls out a C-ranked mission scroll and hands it to Kurenai. Tori no Kuni has recently lost its daimyo Lord Uewashi. We have reason to believe that foul play might be involved, Minato says. Lord Sagi and Lady Toki of Tori no Kuni have sent a messenger to us requesting our assistance in investigating this issue, and, if needed, eliminate those responsible. Tori no Kuni, looks like we're taking a trip out of Hai no Kuni again, Naruto says. It's going to be a long trip, why don't you guys go back and pack? I still need to talk to Dad about something. Yujito appears as though she wants to say something, but a slight tug from Ginkgo and Kurenai stops her before she can even start. After the others have left the room, Naruto turns his attention toward his father. There should be a mission from Nami no Kuni coming in soon, Naruto says. I don't care how, I want that mission. Don't assign it to anyone else no matter what happens. Another thing from your past? The first person who truly understood the pain and suffering I felt. I won't let anything happen to her this time around, Naruto says, and I have a score to settle with someone from there. Fine. I'll keep that mission around for you. Thanks, Dad. Now don't you have a mission you should be preparing for? Right. Off I go then. Gathering everything they need for the mission, Team 9 sets out toward Tori no Kuni. They manage to avoid their classmates on their way out of the village, who would no doubt bombard them with questions about the rank of their first mission and complain about special treatments. As soon as they are out of the patrol range of Konoha, Ginkgo transforms back into her human form to avoid any potential questions once they arrive at Tori no Kuni. After the long journey, the group is immediately escorted to the daimyo's palace as soon as they arrive at the capital's gate. "Ah, so you are the squad that Konoha sent to assist in investigating our father's death." "Hi Daimyo Dano," Kurinai answers. "Normally this would be an internal affair that would be handled by my own people. However, my sister and I are both adamant in the belief that our father's death was not of natural causes, as the examiners said. We would be willing to assist the investigation in any way necessary," Naruto says, "but may I ask why you have doubts about the examiner's report?" Given that our father was the daimyo of Tori no Kuni, the examiners did not and could not perform a thorough investigation in order to preserve the body. The only thing they can conclude is that there were no visible sign of any assassination attempts, Sagi says. There is also the fact that there are competing factions within our country that have caused quite a bit of disturbance ever since my father's death, Toki adds. We not only have doubt about the validity of the examiner's report, we even have suspicion that they might be working for one of those factions and they are responsible for my father's death. It is also because of this that we ask you to perform this task in secret as to not alert those factions. To the outsiders, your task here is merely to serve as bodyguards due to the troubles in the capitals lately, Sagi says. Hokage-sama's reputation even reached a small country like ours. We believe that the ninjas he assigns for such a mission such as this are just as righteous as he is, and that you can help us expose this treacherous plot. As I've said, we shall be willing to assist in any way necessary. That is what my father expects of us. You are Hokage-sama's son? That is correct, Daimyo Dano. Standing up, Sagi walks toward Naruto. Holding his hand, Sagi guides Naruto to his feet before kneeling before him and bowing. Surprised, Naruto immediately returns the gesture. "I leave this important matter in your hands then," Sagi says, "please do your best." "Allow me to show you to your resting quarters," Toki says, getting to her feet. "We can't possibly ask you to perform such a task for us, Princess," Kurinai says, "that's too much for lowly ninjas like us." "Nonsense. This mission is of the utmost importance in our hearts. I expect that you will encounter quite a bit of trouble in order to accomplish this task," Toki says. "Compared to what you will face, simply showing you to your quarters is of no consequence. To repay the trust you have in us, we will not let you down," Naruto says, bowing toward Sagi and Toki. "Thank you Namikaze-san," Toki says as she opens one of the side doors. "Please follow me." Leading the group through the maze of corridors, Toki finally stops in front of two doors, the one on the left reserved for the females and the one on the right for the male. "Toki-hime-sama, please wait a moment," Naruto says before Toki can turn to leave. "Is something the matter, Namikaze-san? The factions that you and Daimyo Dano mentioned, can you tell us more about them?" "Of course. I suppose it would be important for the mission," Toki says, stepping into the girls' room. "There are basically two opposing factions in the imperial court in Tori no Kuni. One is of father's chief strategist Kome, while the other is of the high monk Musu. Kome is opposed to my brother taking the title of daimyo, claiming that he is too young to rule, while Musu supported my brother and is the reason that he has the title right now. Even amongst the population of the capital, there are groups that support both sides and have been causing quite a bit of disturbance. Kome and Musu, as expected, claim that they have nothing to do with those groups. Do you suspect either one to be involved in your father's death, Toki-hime?" Kurinai asks. "My brother believes in Musu like my father. He insisted that Kome caused our father's death, then attempted to use my brother's youth to claim power for himself. But you don't feel the same way?" Yujito asks. "I do not trust Kome myself either, but I also do not trust Musu," Toki says. "On the outside, he appears to be a harmless monk, but I can't exactly explain it. I just feel uneasy in his presence. Would there be anyone else who might want to harm your father? Gaara asks. They would be from outside Tori no Kuni then, but Tori no Kuni has been struggling economically for a couple of generations already. We don't really possess anything that would be appealing to other countries. So Kome and Musu are our prime suspects if you and your brother's suspicion proves correct. If one of them is indeed involved in my father's death, I beg you to assist my brother in exposing the ill deed and exterminate the threat to my brother's throne. Please don't worry, Tokihime Dano. That is why we are here, Kurinai says. My brother and I are arranging for you to visit father's tomb in secret to ascertain the cause of death, Toki says. Until then, you are welcome to stay here. I suppose we can do a bit of snooping around until then, Naruto says. Maybe we can calm things down a bit in the streets. We are supposed to be bodyguards after all. That would be much appreciated, Namike-san. We shall not keep you from your other duties any longer, Kurinai says, bowing. Thank you for all the information you have provided us. It is no problem at all. I hope it would prove useful. As soon as Toki leaves the room, Naruto shoots Yujito a look and the genin excuses herself, claiming she needs to use the bathroom. Ever since Naruto's squad have arrived at Tori no Kuni, Sagi and Toki have become more of a public figure than before. Naruto and Gaara were by Sagi's side whenever he ventures out of the palace, and likewise for Toki and the female contingent of the squad, just to drill home the point that they are in the country to serve as bodyguards. After stopping them the first few times, Naruto's group have also driven the troublemakers off the streets for the most part. When questioned, those captured by the group on both sides would always claim that someone they've never met before stirred up the crowd at a bar to get them to take to the streets. One day, when Sagi deems that everything is in order, he sends Toki to alert the ninjas that they can travel to the royal cemetery. On the surface, Naruto's team will act as their bodyguards as they pay their respect to their ancestors, but in reality, it is a chance for them to begin their investigation in earnest. When she enters the girl's room, Toki earns the shock of her life. What is the meaning of this? Toki screams as she points toward the sleeping figures of Yujito and Ginko snuggling against Naruto. Tokihime-sama, please do not be alarmed, Kurinai says. Those three children have known each other since they were young and have gotten used to sleeping together after all these years. But, do you require us to accompany you outside the palace? No, well yes. My brother and I wish to travel to the royal cemetery, and we believe that it would be a good opportunity for your team to perform your investigation, Kurinai-san. When should we head out? We do not want anyone to interfere, so we should leave as soon as possible so as to not give them time to react, Toki says. Very well, I shall awaken them. Is it safe for them to sleep through the entire conversation like that? I wouldn't be surprised if Naruto is already up, but as a squad we always have someone stand guard in shifts while others rest, Kurinai says. I believe Gaara have the early morning shift in this case. If you are up, Naruto-san, then please alert Gaara-san of our plans. No problem, Tokihime-sama. I'll go back to my room as soon as I can get these two off of me. 5 more minutes. Yujito mumbles. Come on, time to get up. Mission time, Naruto says, trying to shake the girls awake. I will let my brother know you are getting ready then, Toki says, not wanting to stay and watch. Thank you, Tokihime-sama, Kurinai says. When the group is finally ready, they proceed to the throne room to join Sagi and Toki before heading to the royal cemetery. On their way, a small black cat kept following Yujito, but it remained in the shadows, noticed only by the four youngsters. Once they arrive, Naruto immediately created a bunch of Kage Bunshin to secure the area and to make sure they will not be interrupted. Sagi, being the daimyo and the head of the royal family, walks up the stairs leading to the mausoleum and opens the stone gate. The group wanted to accompany him up the staircase to protect him but realized the ceremonial significance and relented. When the gate is opened, Sagi turns around and nods toward the ninjas and gestures for them to proceed inside. Once inside, Naruto creates a few more Kage Bunshin to lift the heavy stone slab sealing the coffin. It would seem that the people responsible for preparing the body did an excellent job, as the body is still in perfect condition. Taking out a silver senbon from his weapons pouch, he glances toward Sagi and Toki for permission. Without giving it a thought, the daimyo and the princess nod their head. Stabbing the senbon into the former daimyo's torso, Naruto gives it a few seconds before pulling it out again, exposing its blackened tip. Frowning, Naruto hands the senbon to Kurinai. After studying it for a few seconds, the jounin nods her head, agreeing with the conclusion of the tool. The entire exchange is completely silent, leaving non-ninjas like Sagi and Toki confused as to what is transpiring. Waving his hand, the Kage Bunshin places the stone slab on top of the coffin, once again sealing it before dispelling. I understand you miss Uewashi-sama, Daimyo Dano, but it's going to be a long trip back. Perhaps we should head back to the palace now, Naruto says. Not saying another word, Naruto walks out of the mausoleum and looks around as though checking for potential enemies before turning around and giving the all-clear sign. Frowning, Sagi looks toward Kurinai in confusion before hearing the jounin mutters that someone is spying on the group outside. Gasping, Toki involuntarily takes a step towards her brother. Moving into formation, the group surrounds the daimyo and the princess and escorts them out of the mausoleum, keeping up the guise of merely being bodyguards to the royal family. So what exactly did you find from father's body, Namike-san? Sagi asks after they've returned to the safety of the palace. It would appear that Uewashi-sama was poisoned, and that it was ingested, Naruto says. The senbon I used pierced into Uewashi-sama's stomach, and the tip turned black after coming into contact with the poison. Why did you think the poison was ingested? Sagi asks. Only the tip of the senbon turned black. If the poison entered the bloodstream, the blackened portion would have been much longer. Can you tell what kind of poison it was? Toki asks. Unfortunately, we don't have a medic on our squad that can identify the poison, Naruto says. However, the people spying on us were not normal guards. Their stealth ability leads me to believe that they were ninjas. I suppose I can try testing the poison against antidotes of common poison used by other ninjas, but I only have a small bit of it here on the senbon. Why would foreign ninjas be interested in Tori no Kuni? Toki whispers. Tokiheim-sama told us that the two factions' leaders are Komei and Musu, Naruto says. Can you tell us a little bit more about their past? Komei has been my father's trusted advisor for as long as I know, Sagi says, and Musu was a traveling monk that showed amazing magical powers and was made the head monk by my father. I don't really see. Amazing, magical powers? My father once told me that he swallowed an entire katana whole and came out perfectly fine. Genjutsu? Naruto asks, glancing over toward Kurinai. It's possible. Which if true would mean that the ninjas spying on us are under his command as well. You suspect Musu is responsible for our father's death? Toki asks. It's all just a theory for now. We still need more concrete evidence, Naruto says. Foxes are too noticeable. Yujito-chan, Gaara, do you think your summons can spy on Musu for us? For that matter, let's cover all our bases and spy on Komei too. I suppose that will have to do for now, Yujito says. While we gather evidence, we will have to be extra careful not to tip anyone off about why we are here, Naruto says. So if you need to travel anywhere outside the palace Daimyo Dano, Tokiheim Dano, please have at least one of us accompany you. I understand. We can't afford to jeopardize the mission now that we are so much closer to exposing my father's killer, Sagi says. It's getting late, perhaps we should all retire for the night and continue this discussion at a later time? You're right, Toki, Sagi says before turning toward the group. Please alert us as soon as you have some evidence, either proofing or absolving Musu of the crime. Of course, Daimyo Dano, Naruto says as Sagi and Toki leaves the meeting room. You kids have summon contracts? Kurinai asks once they are back in their own room. Why haven't you kids told me about that? It's kind of complicated. I suppose your fox summoning contract is from Ginkgo's father then Naruto? That's right Kurenai-sensei. And what about you two's contract? I have the cat summoning contract while Gaara has the Tanuki summoning contract. Cat, Tanuki, Nikomata and Shikaku? But I thought they are sealed. It's a S-class secret Kurenai-sensei, so you can't tell anyone. Naruto says, Ota-san and Ginkgo's father helped in releasing them. But wouldn't the process? Ginkgo's father knew of a way to do that without harming Yujito and Gaara, Naruto says, you know the three people that visit Ota-san every now and then? Kitsune, Nico, and Tanuki? Wait, don't tell me that they are. Kurenai whispers, of course. Kitsune is Ginkgo's father after all. I hope you're not scared of us because of that Kurenai-sensei. Yujito says, we're sorry for keeping it from you. Scared of you? Of course not. I'm just surprised how well they can blend into a ninja village, Kurenai says, but if he acted so human-like and even dare I say peaceful, I wonder why Ginkgo's father. He was under the control of someone else at that time, Naruto says, someone who wanted to destroy Konoha and all that it stood for. So do you? No. I don't know who it was, and neither does the Baka Kitsune. Ow. Ginkgo-chan. I told you I won't tolerate you calling Ota-sama that. Just for that, no cuddling for you tonight, Naruto says. Fine. Normally you would start hugging me and beg me to forgive you by now. Except that Ginkgo-chan and I decided that we would let Kurenai-sensei have you tonight, Yujito says, giggling. What? Kurenai and Naruto scream. I'm heading back to my room, Gaara says, wanting to flee the scene before things get out of hand. Ginkgo-chan and I will stand guard tonight, so you two can sleep till the morning. Wait a minute. Before Naruto can even finish the sentence, Yujito pushes Naruto into Kurenai, causing them to fall in a heap. Reacting quickly, Ginkgo moves behind Kurenai and ties Naruto's wrists together with a rope, forcing Naruto's arm to encircle the jounin, while Yujito is doing the same to Kurenai's arms. Squirming about, Naruto soon finds that he can't break out of the rope. Don't even bother trying Naruto-kun, Kurenai-sensei. The ropes are infused with Yujito-san's chakra, she's the only one who can untie them, Ginkgo says, nothing will let you break out of them, not brute strength, not even Nanuki no Jutsu. We were saving them for other purposes when we are older, but it's not like you can break out of them even if you knew about them anyway. Now why don't you two get some rest while I go and send out our spies, Yujito says, giggling. Such is the state of the people occupying the room when Toki arrived the next morning. Yujito and Ginkgo are already in their regular clothes talking to each other while Kurenai and Naruto still have their arms around each other, although Yujito had removed the ropes once the pair has finally stopped complaining and fallen asleep. What is this? Toki screams, for a sensei to sleep with her student. Actually, Kurenai-sensei and Naruto-kun are together before Kurenai-sensei even became our squad sensei, Yujito says. Since I don't really understand the custom of ninja villages, I suppose I should reserve judgment regarding their age difference. Do you need us for something Toki Himedano? Ginkgo asks, obviously annoyed. I wanted to ask Kurenai-san to accompany me to the business district here in the capital, but I'll wake her up, she should be ready in about half an hour Toki Himedano, Yujito says. Thank you Yujito-san. After a week of spying, the group is no closer to proving who is responsible for the murder of the previous daimyo. Just as they are about to give up and come up with another strategy, a black cat scrambles into the girl's room, followed quickly by Naruto and Gaara. Yujito-sama, the cat screams, jumping onto Yujito's lap. Did you find something Kaneko-chan? I was staying on top of the roof of Musu's house, the cat says, I haven't heard anything for a few days, but just today I heard someone talking in the room. What did they say? I don't really understand what they said Naruto-sama, but I am sure that most of the voices came from above ground. How did you figure that? I've heard Mousen talk plenty of times, so I can gauge how far from the roof he is. But this time, the other voices are a lot closer to me. Looking to the ceiling of the room, Naruto jumps up, does a backflip, and sticks his feet the ceiling. Looking toward the ground, Naruto thinks back to the one time he accompanied Sagi when he visited Musu's house, and figures that the room should be about the same size as Musu's meeting room. Sitting down on the ceiling, Naruto looks toward the cat again. Let's see. If I'm Musu, I should be at about this height, Naruto says. Musu speaks softer, but the distance is about right, the cat responds. And the other voices you heard, about how far were they? If the ceiling in this room is the floor of that room, then I guess about Yujito-sama's height when she's sitting down. Even if they are giants, they can't be tall enough to be within reach of the ceiling in that room, Naruto says, releasing his chakra and, landing on his feet, they must have been ninjas. So what should we do now? Yujito asks. Let's tell Daimyo Dano and Tokihime Dano what we found out first, Kurinai says. Whatever it is that we are to do, we must proceed only with their permission. You're right, Kurinai-sensei. Let's go, Naruto says. After asking for and receiving an audience with the daimyo and the princess, Naruto proceeds to tell them about what they have just learned. So Musu is responsible, Sagi says. What do you intend to do, Daimyo Dano? Kurinai asks. We shall capture Musu and execute him for treason, Toki says. Not to be rude, Tokihime Dano, but how do you plan to go about capturing him? Naruto asks. He has ninjas under his control, and he is most likely a ninja himself. I doubt he would sit around and wait for you to catch him. Namikaze-san is correct, Toki. We need a plan. But brother, I do have an idea, but... Please go ahead, Namikaze-san, Sagi says. It's difficult to deal with Musu and his ninjas when they are in the shadow, Naruto says, so let's bring them out into the light. What does that entail exactly? Looking around, Naruto gestures to Sagi, asking for permission to move closer. Without a second thought, Sagi nods his head and Naruto moves next to Sagi. Curious, Toki also leans in, trying to find what grand plans the young ninja has in mind. At first, Sagi and Toki seem nervous, but the concern is soon lifted and a smirk graces the face of the daimyo and his sister. As soon as the meeting is over, the royal house releases a decree stating the original purpose of the Konohanin's arrival, the finding at the royal mausoleum, and the fact that they have locked onto the person who is responsible for the murder. A eerie silence has fallen over the capital of Tori no Kuni as soon as the decree is read to the public. Everyone is shocked and appalled that someone would murder the daimyo, but even more so is the fear that they themselves are the person that the royal house is focused on based on some false information from their enemy, even if only due to some petty spat. The next day, Musu and Kome both arrive at the royal house asking for an audience with the daimyo. Lord Musu, Lord Kome, what bring you here today? My lord, I heard that the daimyo's death was the result of murder, Kome says. Have you arrested the ones responsible yet? No. I'm afraid not, Sagi says, but I have sent the Konohanin out to make the arrest. I wish to personally see to the execution of those responsible for such a traitorous act, Musu says. Of course, Lord Musu. I assure you that you will be present when the traitors are executed. Thank you, my lord. Is that the only business you have here today? Sagi asks. That is all, my lord. Thank you for allowing us to meet with you today, Kome says. Bowing, Musu and Kome backs out of the door. Turning around, Musu flexes his wrist discreetly and a shadow sneaks into the room just before the door is closed. Claiming old age, Musu walks toward the gate of the palace slowly. Not 10 paces later, a loud grunt of pain emanates from the chamber they just vacated. Alarmed, Musu and Kome turn around and rush back toward the chamber. Ripping the door open, the two advisors check the scene only to find that Sagi has a masked ninja pinned under him. Suddenly, a large group of royal guards swarms toward the two and points their spears at Musu. Confused, Kome backs away and looks back and forth between Musu and Sagi. Musu, for murdering the previous daimyo and attempting to murder the current daimyo, you are hereby under arrest, Sagi says before smoke erupts, covering Sagi's body only to reveal Naruto. When it clears. Henge no jutsu, Musu mutters before jumping to the roof in one single leap and removing his disguise. I knew I should have eliminated you Konoha-nin before you can even enter the capital. Watari-nin Hooky, you've already lost. So don't make it hard on yourself and surrender, Naruto says, rushing out of the chamber and leaving the captured ninja to the guards. Not 2 steps back out into the light, Naruto is already under the effect of Hooky's genjutsu. However, before Hooky can make his escape, he's chased back by a swarm of shuriken. Looking back, Kurinai has already appeared behind Naruto, breaking him out of the genjutsu. The genjutsu mistress of Konoha, yes, I definitely should have killed you lot. It's over for you Hooky, a voice says behind the Watari-nin. Before he can even turn around, Hooky is struck from behind and knocked off the roof of the building. However, instead of landing painfully on the ground, the Naruto standing next to Kurinai jumps up to meet him, kicking him back up into the air with Kagebuyo before disappearing. Looking up, Hooky finds the Naruto that knocked him off the roof jumping after him. A lightning-quick combo. Later, Hooky is knocked out on the ground courtesy of Naruto's Shurshur Rendan. At the same time, Gaara, Yujito, and Ginkgo enter the courtyard, each carrying a handful of unconscious Watari-nin. Guess you guys got them all? Yeah, they aren't all that tough. Not even good enough for a spar, Yujito says. Although this big one did cause a bit of a problem, even tried to copy my Sabaku Kyo technique, Gaara says, using his sand to lift said ninja to emphasize the point. Excellent work Namike-san, Sagi says, emerging from one of the side paths along with Toki. Eyes flickering to the side, Naruto moves in next to Sagi and blocks a katana strike with his bare arm. The katana manages to cut a few millimeters deep before being halted by a thin layer of swirling chakra. Stunned, the green-haired Watari-nin lets go of his katana and steps back hesitantly. Turning around, the Watari-nin tries to escape but is knocked down by Naruto using the blunt side of the katana. Ho, how? The Watari-nin asks as the guards picks him up from the ground. You're fast, but I'm much faster, Naruto says. After all, my father is the Konoha no Kiroi Senku. Son of the Yellow Flash, impossible. Guards, take them away, Sagi says, make sure you keep their arms separate. They are ninjas, they can use their techniques to escape if you let them use their hands. Hi. Demyodano. Thank you very much Namike-san, Sagi says, it's because of you that my father can finally rest in peace. And it's thanks to you that Oni-sama is still alive right now, Toki says, bowing toward Naruto. Well, being bodyguards was part of the mission after all, Naruto says, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. This was all a plan Daimyodano? Ah, Kome. I apologize if I scared you, Sagi says, but yes, this is all part of Namike-san's plan to expose the traitors. But to have him act as the daimyo. Well, I only made one promise as the daimyo, and that's for Musu to be present when the traitors are executed, Naruto says, I don't see any problem with that. He's going to be right there with the rest of them after all. Yes, you were very careful with your wording weren't you Namike-san, Toki says, giggling, I heard the entire conversation from behind the screen doors. Looking toward Toki, Naruto seems as though he wants to say something but thought better of it and kept quiet. With the daimyo's permission, Naruto's squad decides to stick around the capital until the traitors are executed and definitely won't be posing a threat to the royal family anymore before heading back to Konoha. Additional author's note, leave a note if you like the story. Chapter 15, Author Note, not applicable. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto. Chapter 14, After Squad 9 returned to Konoha, Minato gave the team a week off before telling them to prepare for another mission out of village. At first, Kushina was quite upset that her husband was sending their son all over the place but soon relented after knowing Naruto personally requested the next mission. Before sending his son's squad to their mission, Minato asks Naruto to stop by his office. "So, what's the matter, Dad?" Naruto asks, "My team is all ready to go. I got a report last night. They found Mizuki, at least we think it's Mizuki." "Where is he?" "Dead," Minato says. "Somehow he aged quite a bit since he disappeared. There is also the matter that there's a strange seal on his tongue that we can't figure out quite yet. That means he used the incomplete formula. But where did he get all those ingredients?" Naruto mutters. "Danzo's na? It's possible. Combined with the ANBU that took him away, it certainly makes sense," Minato says, "and seeing as the experiment failed, they just discarded the broken tool. Which also means that Danzo has his hands on the incomplete formula, and he might try to complete it. That is something else we need to be wary of," Minato says. "Before I send you off, I want to know exactly what it is that you have planned, so that I would be prepared when it happens." "Well, would it be a problem if I bring back a few new knins?" "That depends on who they are." Kirigakure no Kijin and his apprentice. Kiriga. Momochi Zabuza? Minato stutters. "You want to bring Zabuza and his apprentice to Konoha?" "Well, he has 3 people following him around, his apprentice and the Oni Kyudai, so that makes it a new 4-man squad for Konoha if I can get them to join us." "We are talking about the same person who tried to overthrow the Mizukage, right?" "Well, yeah, but that was because the Mizukage ordered to kill everyone with a Kekii Genkai in Kiri," Naruto says. "In a way that's how Raiga defected too now that I think about it. Raiga wouldn't have found him without the order to kill everyone possessing Kekii Genkai." "Raiga? Kirigakure no Raijin Kurisuki Raiga?" "Yeah, but I don't know where he is, yet." "Yet? Oh, I ran into him and his gang during my past life. I just don't think his gang has taken root yet." "Wait, you're not thinking that? We need a lot of strong fighters, so why not?" "That might be the case, Naruto, but to bring in all those outsiders?" "It's fine, Ota-san. Everything will work itself out. You're impossible sometimes, you know that, Naruto." I know. I'm a hopeless optimist. You have no idea how many times I've heard that already." "I will get the paperwork ready," Minato says, sighing. "You should join up with your team." "All right. I'll be back soon enough." When Naruto gets to the door of the mansion, he spots his team standing there waiting for him, with Yujito holding the backpack belonging to Naruto in her hand. Apologizing for his lateness, Naruto takes his own backpack and leads the team out the door. On their way out of the village, Team 9 finds Team 7 waiting for them on the main road out to the village gates. Leaning against the wall off to the side, Kakashi watches as Sasuke and Kiba stand in the middle of the road glaring at Team 9 while Sakura stands behind them looking nervously between the two teams. "So you're leaving the village again, eh?" Kiba growls. "Does the son of the Hokage get special privilege to go on high-ranked missions while the rest of us, like me, toil away with D-rank missions? There is no reason for me to be stuck here doing these senseless missions when you go out on C-rank missions, especially when I'm clearly superior to you," Sasuke says. "Our team is just as good as your team," Sakura says in support of her teammates. Sasuke was one of the top overall students in the class, and while Kiba was a class clown, he was still one of the top in taijutsu. "And how do you fit in your team, Sakura?" Naruto says. You were one of the smartest students in our year, but you have no other outstanding attribute," Naruto says. "Having the smarts is good and all, but you have yet to show any specialty that is useful in an actual mission." Looking at her two teammates, the only response she receives is condescending stares, silently confirming what Naruto said. Shoulders slumping, Sakura lowers her head to avoid the looks from everyone around her. "Keep your head up, Sakura. It's easy to get better once you know what your weaknesses are," Naruto says. "There is one thing you do better than anyone on your team, including Kakashi-sensei." "And what's that?" Sakura whispers hopefully. All I hear from Kiba and the Uchiha are eyes and amis, but you keep referring to the entire team and supported your teammates, Naruto says. I'm sure Kakashi-sensei told you already, genins are put into teams for a reason, but Kiba and the Uchiha doesn't really care about that particular part, do they? That applies even to you, Kakashi-sensei. If you abide by your own rules, I doubt I can say what I did about Sakura. You're right, Naruto, I haven't been fair to everyone on the squad, Kakashi says. A team is only as strong as its weakest link. The stronger the weakest member is, the stronger the team is, Naruto says, and if the two of you want to know why you're doing D-rank missions, why don't you ask the little Uchiha why he got his team 6 months worth of D-rank missions? What? What do you mean he got us 6 months worth of D-rank missions? Kiba screams, you mean he's the reason I'm stuck doing these meaningless chores? Here you are again with the eyes and me's, Kiba. The entire team is responsible for each action of each individual member on the team. Until you learn that, the only missions your team deserves are D-rank missions, Naruto says before turning to his team. Come on, let's go guys, we have a mission to get to. We're late enough as it is. The client's probably going out of his mind at the gate. Agreeing with their teammate, Team 9 brushes past Team 7 and continues toward the village gates. Growling, Sasuke reaches into his weapons pouch and pulls out a kunai. Just when he has barely raised his arm above his shoulder, a column of sand shoots up from the ground and binds Sasuke's arm in place, dislocating his wrist in the process but not enough to fracture it. Turning around, Gaara shoot off a cold glare at Sakura and Kiba, freezing them in the tracks. Perhaps you should consider your actions thoroughly before you take them, Gaara says in his long abandoned bone-chilling voice as he walks up to Sasuke's face. Consider this a merciful retaliation and a last warning. If you even think about attacking anyone on Team 9, Naruto's fury will be the least of your worries. Because I cannot guarantee that there will be enough of you left for Naruto to take his anger out on. To make his point even clearer, another column of sand shoots out to the side, grabbing 2 large slabs of meat from the vendor on the side. Bringing the meat in front of Team 7, Gaara commands the sand to surround the slabs and crushes them with his sabaku. So. Walking over to the vendor to pay for the meat, Gaara lets the sand retreat to show what little remains of the 2 objects. While Kakashi, Kiba and Sakura got the message loud and clear, Sasuke's anger only continues to boil over but kept himself from acting out, knowing when he is outclassed. Crossing his arms and watching the events unfold from the sidelines, Naruto glances over toward Kakashi just as the Jounin turns to look at the other members of Team 9. Gesturing with his eyes toward Sasuke and pointing his thumb toward the ground, Naruto tilts his head and waits for Kakashi's response. Sighing, Kakashi subtly nods his head at Naruto's silent query. The entire exchange between Naruto and Kakashi was only witnessed by one other person, who decided then that she will have a word with the genin as soon as they make camp for the night. Naruto and Ginkgo set out away from the group to scout the area ahead and to allow Ginkgo to transform into her human form. When they return, Naruto taps his right thigh twice and the other 3 members of the team all nod their head. As soon as they are out the gates, Team 9 falls into formation around Tazuna, with Gaara at the back, Kurinai to Tazuna's left, Yujito and Ginkgo to the right and Naruto up front. It wasn't long before the group comes upon the same puddle that Naruto came across in his past life. Stretching, Naruto turns his head slightly and makes eye contact with Kurinai, whom nods in response. Kicking a pebble on the ground, Naruto continues the motion to lift his leg in the air before bringing it back down just as the other 4 fighters leaps up, with Gaara carrying Tazuna into the air. Tazuna, the only civilian in the group, stares in shock at the crater left behind by the kick. 2 figures jump out of the puddle to escape from the destruction but is captured by Gaara's sand as soon as they are airborne. The fact that Naruto raised his hand as soon as the 2 figures were captured by Gaara is the only thing preventing them from being crushed by former Ichibi Jinchuriki. Oni Kyudai. They are both nuke Kirinin, Kurinai says. What do you want me to do with them, Naruto? Gaara says. Let them go. What? The rest of the group screams. They are of no threat to us, Naruto says before turning his attention to the Oni Kyudai. I doubt you two could have eluded capture for this long with this level of skill. Go back and tell your leader how you two were defeated by one move by a genin. You must have gone mad, Naruto, Kurenai says after the Oni Kyudai escaped, and I must have too, to let them go just like that. My target is their leader, Naruto says. Rumor has it that the Oni Kyudai helped Kirigakure no Kijin escape after the failed coup. You want Zabuza? Kurenai screams, have you lost your mind? I'll explain when we set up camp for the night, Naruto says. Let's go. We have a ways to go before we get to our transport. Uchiha Sasuke is arrogant, that much is true, Kurenai says, but you're not that much better in that regard, Naruto. You're right, Kurenai-sensei, if I'm just any regular run-of-the-mill genin. Staring at Naruto's back as the group resumed their journey, the aura of confidence exuded by Naruto and the trust shown by the other three children in the group makes it difficult for Kurenai to argue against what Naruto said. Even she herself feels compelled to believe that the reckless genin can actually take on the Kirigakure no Kijin. Kurenai can't help but feel that perhaps this aura of confidence is what drawn her to him, this feeling that she will be safe with Naruto. To think that she was so adamantly against it a year ago when Kushina brought up the idea, Kurenai now thinks of this punishment as a blessing in disguise. When the group finally sets up camp for the night, they've traveled far enough so that they can reach the transport by mid-morning the next day. After dinner, Naruto volunteers for the first watch and everyone else heads off to rest up for the night. About 5 hours later, Kurenai wakes up and trying to remember where she is, being still in a daze after just waking up. Finally remembering that she is on a mission, Kurenai starts looking around. Spotting Naruto adding more branches to the dying campfire, Kurenai looks up to the sky and realizes that it is at least 2 hours into her supposed shift. Walking up to the genin, Kurenai takes a seat next to Naruto. Why didn't you wake me up, Naruto? You looked so peaceful, I didn't want to wake you up, Naruto says. It's all right, I can stay up all night. I'm supposed to be the jounin in this squad. I didn't mean to demean you, Kurenai-chan. Naruto says, staring at Kurenai wide-eyed. I know you didn't, Naruto, not after what you said to Kakashi's team today, Kurenai says, but it feels like I'm just someone who happens to be tagging along sometimes. Kurenai-chan. When we captured Mizuki and when we were in Tori no Kuni, you were the one who planned out everything and gave the orders, Kurenai says. Now you're the one taking charge again on this mission. As your supposed girlfriend, I guess it's reassuring that you are so strong, but as your jounin instructor, I feel pretty useless. Kurenai-sensei. That's just it, isn't it? Kurenai says with a dry chuckle, that's all I am to you, sensei and Wani-san. What do you mean? Just when I'm starting to get used to the idea. I guess that's all I'm ever going to be to you. I really don't understand what you mean, Kurenai-sensei. What are we, in your eyes? We? Naruto says, oh, we. I don't know really. You were the one forced into this, so. I don't really mind that anymore, Kurenai says, making Naruto look up at her in shock. I was a bit concerned at first, but the other girls are right. It doesn't really matter how other people would look at us as long as I'm happy with it. When you keep avoiding Asuma-sensei, I just thought that you still haven't gotten over the breakup. As embarrassing as it is to admit, considering that I'm supposed to be in control of my emotions, Asuma was my first love. Kurenai says, I don't know if Asuma and I can even get back to being anything but associates. What I do know is that I can't let that prevent me from getting into a relationship with anyone else. But why me? Naruto says, you can do much better than me. I believe in fate, Naruto. Fate put us together, so I am willing to give it a chance, Kurenai says before smirking despite the situation. Besides, age and arrogance aside, you're not that bad of a catch yourself. Kurenai-chan, Naruto says, scooting over and putting his right arm around her shoulders. I'm sorry I didn't take your feelings into account. Can you at least tell me what you are planning to do on this mission? Kurenai whispers, not even attempting to move away from Naruto. When I said I want Zabuza, I didn't mean I want to fight him, Naruto says, I want to recruit him. Recruit him? Kurenai asks. Letting the Oni Kyudai go was just a sign of goodwill, Naruto says, I'm sorry if I made you worry. How do you plan on getting him to join us? I don't know yet. But killing the Oni Kyudai or turning them over to Kiri back then wouldn't do us any good, Naruto says, like I said then, any one of us on our team can beat both of them together. So letting them go poses no threat to us. I guess you're right, Kurenai says, there's another thing I want to talk to you about. What seems to be the problem, Kurenai-sensei? First, can you keep calling me Kurenai-chan when we're alone? Kurenai says, leaning into him blushing. Of course, Kurenai-chan. Now, what do you want to take to me about? It's about this morning, Kurenai says, what did you say to Kakashi when Gaara was threatening his team? I know Kakashi-sensei wants to teach the Uchiha everything he knows to repay the debt to Obito, Naruto says, I just gestured to Kakashi-sensei that the Uchiha is not ready to gain that kind of power yet. Is that it? I know that the chunin exam is coming up in a few months, Naruto says, and Kakashi has been planning on teaching the Uchiha the Chidori before the exams are over. I was telling him the Uchiha is not ready to take on the responsibility of using that technique quite yet more than anything. And I guess Kakashi agrees with you. It would appear so, Naruto says, so does this mean that we are, dating? Kurenai says as Naruto nods nervously, I'm disappointed, Naruto-kun. Do you take me to be the kind of woman that would just sleep with anybody? What? No. Of course not. I'm just kidding, Naruto-kun. But it's still a fact that you're the only male I've ever shared a bed with. So you have with women then? Don't get any weird thoughts in your head now, Naruto, Kurenai says, we had sleepovers back when I was a kid too, and I was and still am very good friends with Shizune, Rin, Yugugo, and Anko. Come on, Kurenai-chan, you're not that much older. Naruto, It doesn't matter to me, Kurenai-chan. People will still frown on us dating. I've never been the type to care about what other people think of my personal life, Naruto says, if you don't mind then I don't see why I should. Then I guess you're lucky I don't care about what other people think either. Yes. I am lucky, aren't I, Naruto says, what do you say we wait out the hour then have Gaara take over the last shift? Actually, I had wanted to stay up and watch the sunrise together. We can do that too. But you've already. I told you, Kurenai-chan, I can stay up all night. Later that day, after crossing into Nami no Kuni territory, the group begins to pay special attention to their surroundings, knowing full well that Oni Kyudai must have returned to their leader by now. About halfway to Tazuna's village, Ginkgo lets out a low growl, drawing the attention of everyone in the group. Suddenly, a large dome of sand rises up from the ground and surrounds the group a split second before a large object slams against it. Nodding their head when Naruto glances at them, Yujito and Ginkgo disappear underground as the sand dome dissipates. Well, I guess now I see why the Oni Kyudai were defeated so easily, a figure says as he bends down and picks up the large cleaver on the ground, by the technique you just used, the sand demon of Suna, I assume? I haven't heard that name in a long time, Gaara says. So I guess the rumors are true, you have joined Konoha. While Gaara and the attacker is talking, Naruto glances over toward Kurenai, whom nods in response. Moving toward Tazuna, Kurenai calls out for Gaara to join her in protecting the client while Naruto charges at Zabuza. Holding up the Kubikiri Hocho, Zabuza deflects all the weapons thrown at him by the three ninjas, then swings the cleaver at the ground, forcing Naruto to stop his sweeping kick and jump back to avoid having his leg cut off. While Naruto and Zabuza are fighting in the clearing, Yujito and Ginkgo have already entered the forest. Sharing a quick look, the two splits off in different directions, Yujito toward the edge of the water while Ginkgo further into the forest. Diving into the bushes, Ginkgo transform back to her fox form so she can track her targets easier. Likewise, Yujito leaps into the trees and starts scanning the area for her target. Sniffing the air, Ginkgo wrinkles her nose before smirking. Staying close to the ground, her entire body hidden by the foliage, Ginkgo creeps slowly toward her targets. Engrossed by the fight between Naruto and Zabuza, the two chunin don't realize the situation they are in until something emits a feral growl behind them. Screaming in fear, the Oni Kyudai runs into the clearing to escape from the beast. As opposed to the silent hunting style employed by her friend, Yujito tracks her target by making as much noise as possible. Between the distance and the noise made by Naruto and Zabuza's fight, the people in the clearing can't detect the noise, but Yujito's target is forced to move from her hiding spot to escape from her pursuer. With more and more noise resonating around her, the girl is soon chased to the edge of the forest. Smirking, Yujito fires a bunch of kunai at the previously hidden masked kunoichi, forcing her to back into the clearing. Surprised by the sudden entry of his 3 charges, Zabuza leaps backward to put some distance between Naruto and himself. In front of him, the Oni Kyudai is trapped between Naruto and the smirking human form of Ginkgo emerging from the forest. Behind him, Yujito walks out into the clearing having successfully flushing out the masked kunoichi. With a flex of her wrist, the masked kunoichi fires a senbon at Zabuza, hitting him in the back of the neck. Seeing Naruto's nod, Gaara sends 2 columns of sand at the Oni Kyudai. Before the sand reaches its targets, the Oni Kyudai finds a senbon striking the back of their neck as they try to run away. I don't know why your team interfered with my mission to eliminate Momochi Zabuza and the Oni Kyudai, but I suppose I should thank you for distracting them, the masked kunoichi says. You're welcome Oinen-san, Naruto says, picking up the Kubikiri Honcho, let me help you take off their heads. Can't have a lady dealing with all that mess. Wait. Stop. What's wrong Oinen-san? All you need to report to Mizukage-sama are their heads, right? Naruto says, smiling. What I do with their bodies is none of your business. It's our business if you're working for Zabuza, Naruto says. What nonsense are you taking about? You had so many chances to kill Zabuza before my teammate forced you out of the forest but you didn't attack, Naruto says. Besides, these aren't exactly spots you target when you want to kill somebody, at least not with a senbon. Better give up. We don't really want to hurt you guys, Yujito says. Seeing that she has no other option, the masked kunoichi relaxes her stance, signaling her surrender. Breathing a sigh of relief, Naruto plants Zabuza's Kubikiri Honcho in the ground away from the downed chunin. Boy, that thing was heavy. How the heck does Zabuza swing that thing around like it's nothing, Naruto says. Ignoring Naruto's complaints, the masked kunoichi moves next to Zabuza. Being as gentle and careful as she could, the kunoichi removes the senbon from Zabuza's neck. Once that is done, she proceeds to just pluck the senbon from the Oni Kyudai's neck. Dang it kid, can't you be a bit more gentle? Meizu complains, now my neck's going to be sore for days. You know the kid never cared about either one of us, Gozu says. Shut up before I take both of you out myself, Zabuza says as the kunoichi helps him sit up. All right brat, you have our attention. What do you want with us, since you're obviously not interested in killing us? Oi, old man, did these 4 ever do anything to the villagers? Naruto asks. No, can't say that I recall anything of the sort. Che, as if we would be interested in them, Zabuza mutters. Good. Then I'll take the 4 of you back to Konoha. So you can hand us over to Kiri and have them kill us instead? Oh, nothing like that. I want the 4 of you to join us and become Konohanin. Konohanin? Zabuza says, surprised, recruiting chunin to join your village? I might have expected something like this from newly founded villages like Oto, but certainly not from Konoha. We're not all that different from other villages, who doesn't want strong ninjas on their side, Naruto says. So what's the catch? I want you to go back to Gatu so he doesn't go and look for other shinobi. After that, you can lead him to us so we can deal with him and his goons. I doubt Gatu is going to keep his end of the bargain. If another place is going to take us in for a while, why not? Zabuza says, so all we have to do is help you trap Gatu? Why not just have us take care of him for you? I don't just want Gatu. I want to rid this place of his entire gang, Naruto says. Who knows what the goons will do once Gatu's dead. You're planning things a lot more thoroughly than a lot of kids your age, Zabuza says, picking up the Kubikiri honcho. So you got a name, kid? Namikaze Naruto. You're the son of the Yellow Flash, the baby hero? Zabuza says, his grip on the cleaver slipping slightly. The baby hero? Naruto asks. You mean you've never heard of that name before? Even I've heard of that from as far away as Kumo, Yujito says. They say that you chased away the Kyuubi as a newborn baby when the Kyuubi was about to destroy Konoha. Suna has stories of your legend as well, Naruto, Gaara says. I think IWA has a flee-on-sight order on you as soon as they've heard that story. That's ridiculous. Naruto says. Yes, but IWA already has the same order on Hokage-sama. They now believe that his power is a Kekkei Genkai and you have gained his ability as a baby and the two of you combined chased away the Kyuubi with this power, Yujito says. But that's not even true, you guys know that. Yes we do, but legends tend to be exaggerated stories in the beginning, Gaara says, and yours seems to be a bit more so than others. Yes, and those stories have gained Konoha quite a reputation. Kurinai says, it's nice exchanging stories here and all, but don't you think we should be heading into town now, Naruto? Oh yeah. You guys should head back to your own hideout too, Naruto says. Remember, assure Gatu that you guys can handle the job so he doesn't go out looking for other Nuke-nin. Yeah, kid. We are ninjas too. It's not that difficult to trick someone as dumb as Gatu, Zabuza says, just remember your end of the bargain when the deed is done. Konoha has to protect us from Kiri once we become Konoha-nin. Of course. Additional author's note, leave a note if you like the story. Chapter 16, Author Note, not applicable. Disclaimer, I do not own Naruto. Chapter 15, After the group arrived in Nami no Kuni, Tazuna immediately led everyone back to his home where his daughter and grandson were waiting. Just as he remembered, Inari was completely distant toward the squad. As much as he wanted to help Nami no Kuni before this day finally arrived, Naruto was unable to do anything, just like he couldn't do anything for all the other friends he had made in his past life. Unlike times of war where anything goes, in a peaceful time such as this, a Konoha-nin cannot just go into foreign territory and attack someone out of the blue, since Konoha is a part of the military force of the daimyo of Hai no Kuni. If there were no one who requested assistance from Konoha, they would have trouble even entering foreign territories, especially those not allied to Hai no Kuni and Konoha, without the people of the area at least paying special attention to them. Lying down in his bed that night, Naruto stares blankly at the ceiling, thinking about all the things he could have done if things were different. It was a pleasant surprise that he managed to save Toki, Haim's brother, before Hooky killed him. But for everyone he saved, like Yujito and Sagi, there are someone like Kaiza here in Nami no Kuni and Hadarubi in Hoshigakure who died despite him having the knowledge that could have saved their life. Sighing, Naruto listens to the soft breathing from Yujito, Ginko, and Kurinai, as he searches for some sort of distraction from all the troubling thoughts. Suddenly, soft tapping noise comes from the window, waking everyone in the room. Retrieving the weapons hidden beneath their pillow, Yujito and Kurinai get into defensive position. However, Naruto gestures toward the window with his head and Ginko walks over and opens the window. Naruto, what are you? Kurinai says. I doubt an enemy would be nice enough to alert us she's coming, Naruto says. Besides, Ginko-chan told me that she's Zabuza's apprentice. Oinen-san? Yujito asks. My name is Haku, the girl says, leaping up to the window as soon as Ginko opens it, and I would like to challenge Namikaze-san to a spar. At this time of night? Kurinai says. I find it impossible to do this at any other time, Haku says. So, Zabuza never gave you permission to do this, Naruto says chuckling. Even with the mask still on her face, from her posture Naruto can tell that Haku is blushing from being caught. Nudging for Yujito to step aside, Naruto stands up and walks toward the window. You three stay here, I'll be back as soon as I can, Naruto says without looking back. But Naruto-kun. Don't worry Yujito-chan. It's just a spar, neither of us are going to get hurt, Naruto says. I don't want to do something that might make Zabuza back out of the deal and I'm sure Haku-san is in the same boat. Then why do you two still want to fight? Kurinai says. Something must be bothering you enough for you to come here and request a spar knowing all that Haku-san, Naruto says, so I'll comply if it mean this much to you. It is indeed important to me, and I thank you for agreeing, Haku says. Well then, let's go. I'll let you choose the place. Very well, please follow me, Haku says, jumping toward the forest next to Tazuna's house. Leaping out of the window, Naruto follows Haku to a remote clearing. Looking around, Naruto realizes that there is no clear source of water anywhere near this particular clearing. Given that Haku hasn't shown anyone on his squad her Kekkei Genkai yet, Naruto chooses not to comment on it. So, can you tell me exactly why you want to spar against me? Naruto says. Perhaps after a victor has been decided. Reaching for her Senbon, Haku fires them at Naruto before retreating into the forest. Instead of pursuing her, Naruto stays in the clearing and create 3 Kage Bunshin so he can watch for any sign of movement from all angles. Hidden in the trees, Haku frowns as she stares at the clones. Having seen Zabuza's Mizu Bunshin in action so many times, she can tell that these 3 Bunshin are solid clones, not the simple illusions taught in the academy. Despite his reputation and his squad's actions that morning, Haku would have never thought that Naruto would be capable of maintaining 3 solid clones when he's just a genin. Now regretting her choice of a battlefield, especially on a clear night with very little water vapor in the air, Haku fires more Senbon at one of the Naruto before quickly moving away to another location. This isn't going to work, you know, all 4 Naruto say at the same time as one of them deflects the Senbon. Yet you cannot defeat me if you do not attack, Haku says, throwing her voice so he can't be tracked. Oh, I can attack just fine. I just don't want to hurt you. Haku notices that one of the 4 Naruto standing in the clearing looks up toward her direction with a smirk on his face. Shocked that she has been discovered, Haku quickly moves to a different location only to have another Naruto look up straight toward her in the clearing. Knowing that she cannot hide from Naruto, Haku charges in, determined to take out at least one of them, and with any luck from what he said, Naruto might hesitate to attack and give her a chance to escape back into the forest before she gets hurt. Focusing all her chakra to her legs, Haku bursts out from her spot, but before she can even attack, a hand bursts through the ground and catches her arm, stopping her in her tracks. Another Kage Bunshin. But when? As another Naruto emerges from the hole, the 4 Naruto standing in the clearing all disappears in a cloud of smoke. Finally realizing she had been distracted by a bunch of Kage Bunshin the entire time, Haku lowers her arms in shame. She was supposed to be the extra set of eyes for Zabuza, his backup plan, but she couldn't even see through such a simple trick. What possible use does she have for the one who saved her life? I guess you don't want to fight anymore? Naruto asks, letting go of Haku's arm. If you had attacked with a weapon instead of grabbing my arm, I would be dead already, Haku says. There is no point in fighting anymore when I fell for such a simple diversion tactic. I guess so. Too many people make things too complicated when the most direct way might have been the best, Naruto says. So, can you tell me why you wanted to fight me now? Sitting down on the back of her legs, Haku removes her mask to reveal her blushing face. Tilting his head so he can catch a good glimpse of Haku's face, Naruto sits down cross-legged a couple of feet away from her. Waiting for Naruto to settle down, Haku glances down and plays with the blades of grass next to her. When Zabuza-sama took me in, Haku begins without looking up, he treated me like his daughter and protected me. There is a soft side to Zabuza-sama that not even Gozu and Meizu have ever seen. Looking up with a smile thinking back to the old days, Haku glances over toward Naruto, whom has his entire attention on her waiting for her to continue her story. I should probably tell you why Zabuza-sama took me in the first place, Haku says, blushing from the attention. Back then, the Mizukage issued an order to kill everyone who possessed a Kekii Genkai, and mine is the ability to control ice. My father found out and killed my mother because of it, and when he tried to kill me, something snapped inside of me and I used my power to kill him instead. Perhaps my father was right, I am a monster. Self-preservation. Every living thing in this world possesses that instinct. There is nothing monstrous about that, Naruto says, you killed him in self-defense. He was the monster for killing you mother and trying to kill you just for having a Kekii Genkai. Thank you Namikaze-san. After I killed my father, I ended up living in the streets until Zabuza-sama found me and took me in, Haku says. I used to have nightmares about seeing my family lying in pools of blood, and Zabuza-sama would check in on me whenever I woke up screaming. He started telling me bedtime stories to keep my mind off my past to help me sleep better, and my favorite story is the one about the baby hero. My story? Yes Namikaze-san, Haku says, and every night after hearing that story, I would feel like a great hero would protect me from the nightmares and I never had them again. I'm sure you can understand that a certain image built up in my mind about the baby hero. I hope you're not too disappointed after seeing the real thing. Naruto says, jokingly. Unfortunately, I was quite upset when I found out that you are the baby hero, Haku says, causing Naruto to face fault. I could not believe that the baby hero would use such an underhanded tactic to trap Zabuza-sama. So I guess that's why you wanted to fight me, Naruto says, tapping his chin in deep thought. I apologize for ruining your dream man. Haku was about to snap at Naruto for making fun of her until she notices the sincere look on his face. Shocked by Naruto's response, Haku almost misses what else Naruto had to say. I know what it means to have somebody to look up to and how disappointing it is to find out the person you look up to and the actual person are completely different, Naruto says, thinking back to his hero back in the old days in his previous life. I used to have that too, but now that I get to spend some time with him, he doesn't really match up to the image I had of him either. Who is that? Haku asks out of curiosity. My two-san. He is this great hero in everyone's eyes, but the only image of him I have these days is the lost puppy look in his eyes whenever my Ka-san orders him around. Haku can't help but giggle as the image forms in her mind. The greatest ninja recognized by the 5 great nations sulking after his wife yelled at him is absolutely comical. Glancing toward Naruto, who is chuckling as he replays another moment in his mind, Haku stands up and brushes away imaginary dust on her bottoms. Disappointing, yes, but amusing nonetheless, and perhaps I will come to find that you can be just as amusing Namikaze-san, Haku says smiling. While it is disappointing that you would use such underhanded tactics, I must admit that you are strong, and you have my respect for that. And perhaps knowledge of such strength would still be useful in protecting me from the nightmares. I must return now before Zabuza-sama becomes worried about me and comes searching for me. Yeah, I should probably head back before the girls get worried too, Naruto says. See you later Haku-san. Did you find the answer you are looking for Haku? A voice says from the shadow after Naruto left. Yes Zabuza-sama. Positive answers I hope? Yes Zabuza-sama. Then let's head back. Yes Za. And Haku, stop that. Yes Zabuza-sama, Haku says, with a smile on her face as Zabuza starts grumbling. A week later, a deep mist surrounds the unfinished bridge as noise of fighting sounds around the area for about half an hour before the mist starts to dissipate, revealing 10 people. Zabuza is down on one knee with several deep gashes all over his body. Gozu and Meizu are lying face down on the ground near the side of the bridge about halfway between the land and the unfinished end. Haku is leaning against the side opposite of the demon brothers, breathing hard with the mask still on her face. Kurinai also has several deep cuts on her arms and legs as she clutches onto her kunai, leaning against the unused steel beams on the bridge with Tazuna cowering behind the beams. Yujito and Ginkgo are on the ground in front of her, blood leaking out of the corner of their mouths. Gaara's sand are caked around his body on the ground as dried mud as he lies face down in front of Haku. Naruto is breathing hard just like Haku as he is bent over trying to catch his breath about 10 steps away from Zabuza. Suddenly, a large dragon made of wind and electricity crashes down where Tazuna is, with the electricity carried through the steel beam killing Tazuna and Kurinai instantly. Eyes widening, Naruto looks back toward the unfinished end of the bridge, where mad chuckling is heard. Excellent work. I knew I made the right choice when I chose you over the useless Zabuza, Gata says, emerging from the fog. Just make sure that you pay me on time, a voice says from on top of the electrified beams. I'm not an idiot like Zabuza. If you don't pay me, I'll make sure you regret it. Kirigakure no Raijin Kurasuki Raiga, but how? Naruto whispers when he can finally see the figure on top of the beams. Oh. So the brat has heard of me. Sabaku Q, a voice sudden screams from behind Raiga. Barely jumping over the sand, Raiga glares back toward the source of the attack and spots, to his surprise, a completely healthy Gaara standing at the edge of the bridge. Looking back toward the people lying on the bridge, each of them disappears in a puff of smoke, revealing them to be Kage Bunshin. All except Naruto, whom wiped off the fake blood all over his body. Before he can even get angry, a silver fox jumps up from under the bridge and rams into Gato, forcing him off balances and stumbling toward Naruto. Grabbing a stray wire on the ground, Naruto pulls hard and Gato is suddenly completely tied up, having stepped into a trap laid down by Naruto. Before he can even utter a word, a steel beam crashed down on Gato, killing him instantly. Shocked, everyone turn their attention toward Raiga, who smirks and jumps down in front of Gata's men. Looks like the idiot is dead, Raiga says, looking at the thugs, so after I deal with this bunch of kids, you lot are going to be following my orders, got it? Their answers won't matter. Especially since you won't be around much longer to lead them anyway. Zabuza says, rushing onto the bridge with the Kubikiri Hocho along with everyone else. Momochi Zabuza, I was wondering when you're going to show up. How low have you sunk to be working with someone from Konoha, Raiga says, looks like Rai Ruga will get a chance to face the Kubikiri Hocho again. While the two members of Kiri no Shinobigatana Nana Ninshu are staring each other down, Naruto glances wearily at the bundle on Raiga's back. He had meant to start looking for the Curry of Life shop that Lee found in his previous life after coming back from this mission, and hopefully stop Raiga from taking over the village before they can get a foothold. He never considered the possibility that some of the thugs that escaped Nami no Kuni might have been gathered by Raiga to form the Kurasuki family, and certainly did not consider the possibility that Gato would hire Raiga as the backup plan to Zabuza. Noticing Naruto's stare, Ginkgo raises her snout and sniffs the air. Eyes widening, Ginkgo dives back under the bridge before changing into her human form and rejoining the others while Zabuza and Raiga begin exchanging blows. Gaara-san, Ginkgo whispers, there is someone hidden in the bundle on Raiga's back. Do you think you can separate the two and capture the hidden person? I'll need a distraction, Gaara says, he seems protective of the bundle, I need to get his attention away from it and have his back turned toward me. I'll do it, Yujito says, that person might be some sort of trump card, or at least someone important to him for Raiga to keep the person in mind while he's fighting Zabuza. Perhaps I can be of assistance as well, Haku says, if you can detach the bundle from him, I can use my Kekkei Genkai to get it away from Raiga. I'll use my Genjutsu to cover for you too when you move in Ginkgo, Yujito. Gaara, Haku, you two should get ready, Kurinai says before turning toward the demon brothers, you two think you can go after the thugs at the other end of the bridge? After seeing what you did to those two thugs back at the house, Meizu says, I don't think I can say no. Besides, I've been meaning to teach a few of them a lesson anyway, Gozu says, "Let's go Meizu." Moving ahead, the demon brothers run right past the three shinobi on the bridge toward the thugs at the other end, causing each one to look toward them. Taking advantage of the moment of distraction, Yujito and Ginko move in, hidden under Kurinai's genjutsu until the last possible moment, and attack Raiga, forcing him away from Zabuza and toward the rest of the group gathered near the main land. Meanwhile, Gaara had already moved behind the beams and waits until Raiga gets close enough before unleashing his sand and taking the bundle from Raiga's back before passing it to Haku. Catching the bundle, Haku rushes back toward Kurinai, and with her exceptional speed, make it to the bank before Raiga even realizes what is happening. "Give Ranmaru back!" Raiga roars. Having accomplished his first objective, Gaara moves in and assists the demon brothers in taking care of the thugs while Naruto, finally having caught on to everything that's happening, retreat back toward the bank with Yujito and Ginko. Before he can follow the three youngsters, Raiga is driven back by the Kubikiri Hocho. Taking the bundle from Haku and laying it on the ground, Naruto removes the cloth to reveal a small boy around Konohamaru and Inari's age. "Who are you?" the boy asks calmly. "My name is Namikaze Naruto." "Your name is Ranmaru, correct?" "Yes." "Can you take me back to Raiga? He gets very upset when I'm not near him. Why is he carrying you around like this?" Yujito asks as Zabuza falls back to protect the group. "My body has always been very frail ever since I was born. I grew up in a village in Kirigakure until Raiga found me," Ranmaru says. "Raiga says that I have a Kekii Genkai and that I should leave Kirigakure with him. I have been with Raiga ever since." "So you are another victim of Kirigakure's bloodline purge," Kurinai says. "Do you think Tsunade-bachan can treat his condition?" Naruto says. "Tsunade? As in Senju Tsunade of the Sannin?" Raiga says, overhearing the conversation as the Rai Ruga clashes against the Kubikiri Hocho. "Why would you care to help him? Konoha is looking for strong shinobi to join its rank right now." Naruto says, "We've already recruited Zabuza's squad. So why don't I offer you a deal? You and Ranmaru come back to Konoha with us. I'll have Tsunade-bachan take a look at Ranmaru's condition, and if she can heal him, you and Ranmaru join Konoha's ranks. And if she can't?" Raiga grunts as he enters a match of strength against Zabuza. "You can take Ranmaru and leave Konoha, no questions asked." "Why should I trust you? I promise you on my family's name," Naruto says, "if I break my word, I do not deserve the name Namikaze Naruto." "Namikaze Naruto?" Raiga whispers. "The baby hero?" Ranmaru asks, looking up in awe. "Not again. See Naruto-kun? I told you you are famous," Yujito says. "So you're Namikaze Minato's son," Raiga says, leaping away from Zabuza. "I will agree on one condition. Ranmaru doesn't leave my side at any time." "Deal." Naruto says, "Dad's going to be so happy that I managed to convince both Momochi Zabuza and Kurisuke Raiga to join Konoha." "Hokage-sama asked you to recruit them?" Kurinai asks. "A permanent mission to recruit anyone I deem worthy of joining Konoha's ranks," Naruto says. "Zabuza and Raiga were ANBU rank shinobi back in Kiri, weren't they?" "That much was true," Zabuza snorts. Naruto-sama? Shouldn't we go and help Gaara-san?" Ginko asks. Looking up, the group finds that the thugs slowly pushing Gaara and the demon brothers back. Despite Gaara's skill, the need to protect the demon brothers and the sheer number of thugs is slowly overwhelming him. Before the group can even move, a water dragon sweeps the thugs away and a conveniently placed lightning strike kills a large number of thugs and scares the rest of them back to the ships. Looking behind him, Naruto sees Zabuza lowering his arm and Raiga putting away his sword. "No matter how much you two hate each other, you two still act like a team," Naruto says, smirking. "Just be grateful that his skill hasn't slipped," Zabuza says. "I can say the same thing about you." Raiga replies, starting an argument with Zabuza. "Men, Kurinai mutters as Haku giggles next to her. Suddenly, a large group of villagers armed with garden forks, scythes, and other farming tools arrives. Looking around and not finding any enemies, Tazuna walks up toward the group of ninjas gathered near the bank. I guess we got here too late. You can help clean up the bridge, Zabuza says, gesturing toward the unfinished end where several corpses are lying around. Is that Gadu? Tazuna asks, spotting one body in particular. Yeah, that's the short fat bastard, Raiga says, picking up Ranmaru and putting the boy back on his back. The group stays in Nami no Kuni until the bridge's completion. During the time, Ranmaru grew close to Haku, often calling her Hakune-chan. And beside Naruto, Haku is the only person Raiga would allow to help take care of Ranmaru. When the group finally returns to Konoha, the entire shinobi population immediately becomes on edge as they watch for Nuke-nin walk down the main street toward the Hokage Tower. Walking up to the office, since Minato is not at all comfortable with the idea of allowing a group of Nuke-nin into the office in his own home, the secretary waves the group inside without even looking up the moment she hears Naruto's voice. Looking up from his paperwork, Minato drops the brush as he spots Kurisuke Raiga. Hi Dad. Naruto. You only told me you got Zabuza's team to join Konoha, why didn't you tell me about Kurisuke Raiga as well? Minato screams. Well, technically he hasn't joined yet. He'll only join if Tsunadaba-chan can treat Ranmaru's illness. And where is this Ranmaru? I'm here, Ranmaru says from Raiga's back. Shifting his weight, Raiga removes the bundle from his back and turns it around to show the Hokage the boy hidden inside. Sighing, Minato sends his secretary down to the hospital to get Tsunade. While they are waiting, Minato hands out ninja register forms to Zabuza's team and officially add them to Konoha's roster. You wanted to see me, Minato? Tsunade asks, walking into the Hokage's office. Yes, I have a patient here that I want you to take a look at. Following Minato's eyes, Tsunade turns around only to have Raiga push Ranmaru into her face. Backing away, Tsunade takes a look at the smiling boy held up in the air in front of her. Raising her eyebrow, Tsunade goes through a series of hand seals and holds her head out over Ranmaru's forehead. So how is he? Raiga asks with a slight hint of concern and nervousness. It's not a deadly condition or even untreatable if that's what you're worried about, Tsunade says. That's not to say it's easy to treat either, and it's sure as heck going to take a long time before he fully recovers. Finally looking at the person holding the child, Tsunade's eyes widens as she leaps back and finally notices the other people in the room. Gathering chakra to her hands, Tsunade charges in only to have both Naruto and Minato hold her back. What are you two doing? Let go of me. Tsunade-bachan, they already agreed to join Konoha's ranks, Naruto and Minato say at the same time. And you let them join? Tsunade says, looking over toward Minato. I don't really see why not. You must be out of your mind, Minato, Tsunade says, shaking her head. All right, give me the child so I can take him to the hospital and give him a full checkup. He's staying with me. If he goes to the hospital, then I'm going with him. Suit yourself, let's go. I'll send the registration form to the hospital as soon as I have it ready, Minato says. Whatever. I still reserve my rights to leave the village if this woman can't treat Ranmaru, Raiga says. He's the only reason I'm even in this village in the first place. That was part of the deal, Naruto says, shrugging his shoulder as Minato looks toward him. All right, I guess that sounds fair, Minato says. I have a house set up for Zabuza's team, but I didn't anticipate you coming to Konoha as well, Kurisuke Raiga, so I guess I'll have you stay with them for now. Does Ranmaru need to stay at the hospital? Raiga asks, turning toward Tsunade. It'll certainly be easier to keep an eye on his condition that way, Tsunade says. Then I'm staying at the hospital with him. Normally I'd toss you out after visiting hours are over, but I guess I'll make an exception for you, Tsunade says. You have best not cause any problem while you are there, or else I'll give you a reason to stay in the hospital with the kid. Reaching out, Tsunade is about to take Ranmaru from Raiga's hands only to have the former Kirinin pull Ranmaru back and put the boy on his back once again. Shrugging her shoulders, Tsunade gestures for Raiga to follow her to the hospital. Calling one of the workers, Minato asks the young man to lead Zabuza's team to their new home before congratulating and dismissing Team 9. Additional author's note: leave a note if you like the story. Chapter 17. Author note: not applicable. Disclaimer: I do not own Naruto. Chapter 16. As soon as the group helps Zabuza's team settle into their new home, Team 9 returns home to the Namikaze compound. Ignoring all the questions the girls have about the mission, Naruto pushes through the crowd and locks himself in the study. Gesturing for the girls to give Naruto some room, Kushina asks Kurinai to explain everything that happened on the mission. That's basically everything that happened pertaining to the mission, Kurinai says after giving her report. There's nothing there that would cause Naruto to act this way, Kushina says. Are you sure that's all there is? I'm not really sure. Kurinai says, I talked to him about our relationship on the way to Nami no Kuni, but that doesn't really pertain to the mission. It didn't end well? Oh no. Well, I suppose we are now officially dating. That shouldn't cause him to be this upset. Oh, I give up, I'll just leave it to Minato to talk to Naruto. Settling on the course of action, Kushina proceeds to tease Kurinai about her dating Naruto until Minato arrives home from the Hokage tower. When the Hokage stumbles through the door with a large stack of paperwork in his arms, Kushina moves in front of the doorway, blocking Minato's path. Kushina-chan, is something wrong? Your son locked himself in the study as soon as he came back home. The study? That's not like him at all, Minato says. Don't worry, I'll check on him after I check on Akemi. After a quick stop to his daughter's room and smiling at the sight of the baby girl sleeping peacefully, Minato takes the stacks of paperwork and heads to the study. Taking out the keys and unlocking the door, Minato finds about 10 Naruto working on different scrolls at different desks all over the room. Naruto, is something the matter? It's nothing, Dad. Naruto, what's going on? Minato asks, sighing as he puts down the paper stacks. I froze up. What? When Raiga showed up in Nami no Kuni, I froze up, Naruto says, slamming his fist on the table. For all the experience I have, I froze up the moment something unexpected happens. You are too dependent on your memory, Minato says, frowning. You should know by now that things won't go as you remember. I know. If it wasn't for Kurinai-sensei taking over the reins when I froze up, I doubt we would have even made it back in one piece. So what are you doing now? Going over every scroll on tactics in this study. Nothing will change if you plan on applying those tactics on what you think will happen, Minato says. You were the Hokage for how long? How many battles did you fight in? You know every one of those tactics and more already. All you need to do is just clear your mind of your past. It's not easy to do. I lived through all those things. Every time I look at something that reminds me of the past, I can't help but think back. I know what you mean, Naruto. I get flashbacks of the last war as well, Minato says. I'm not saying your memory is useless. They can allow us to anticipate danger, just don't build your strategy around it. Maybe you should let Kurinai take charge for a while, just to get back to reacting naturally on missions. You did say your squad came out unscathed because of her leadership. I guess you're right. Naruto says, shoulders slumping as all the clones disappear. Speaking of Kurinai. Minato says as Naruto groans, I heard that you two finally got together. I'm surprised that she would want to be with someone like me. And why wouldn't she? You've grown into a fine young man, Naruto. Have more confidence in yourself. I already have so many girls around me, and not everyone is willing to share, as you can see from Yakumo-chan's reaction. Well, the other girls don't seem to mind Kurinai, Minato says, so how do you really feel about Kurinai? Does it help if I tell you that every guy in the Rookie 9 beside the Uchiha had a crush on Kurinai-chan at one point or another in my past life? Rookie 9 eh? Yeah, as in not counting Gai-sensei's team. I see. So, anything happened while I was on my mission? No, it was almost a bit too quiet, Minato says, but then everyone is preparing for the chunin exam. So, it's that time already. Jiraiya-sensei's spy network is keeping an eye on Suna and Oto as we speak, Minato says, walking over to one of the shelves. Almost forgot, Kyoko came by last week to play with the girls and dropped off this scroll. Taking the scroll from his father, Naruto opens it and his frown deepens with every word. Concerned, Minato looks over his son's shoulder trying to see what the scroll says. Where did you get all this information? Minato screams after seeing the message. Uchiha Mikoto. That high up in the chain, so they are really going to. Looks that way. We still need to figure out when they'll do it though, Naruto says. This is one thing I cannot be certain of. Itachi killed off the clan before they could start a rebellion. We'll just have to deal with things as they come, Minato says. Let's head downstairs. Your mom's been worried sick since you locked yourself in here. She should be happy that I'm studying. You can take up whatever complaints you have with her. No way. If I do that, Mom will ban ramen for months. For the next month, all genin teams in Konoha are only given mundane missions in order to conserve the village's strength and makes it easier to prepare the teams ahead of the chunin exam given the amount of foreign dignitaries that would be attending the event. For Squad 9, Minato settles for not giving the team any missions at all so he doesn't have to deal with the bunch of tricksters for giving them D-rank missions. So instead of wasting their time building teamwork like the other squads, Squad 9 instead receives 1 full month of training time under Kurinai. Occasionally, Anko, Yakumo, and Haku would join them in training. Though Naruto doesn't comment on it to the others, it appears that Yakumo is avoiding him intentionally. About a week before the chunin exam, Kurinai hands out forms for registering for the exam to her squad as they wait for Yakumo and Haku to join them for genjutsu training. So, do you know if the others will be entering Kurinai-sensei? Yujito asks. Yes, I heard that Kakashi, Genma, and Asuma have already given their teams the forms. Kurinai says. There will be a temporary Team 11 taking the exam too. Team 11? Naruto asks. Yes, Namikaze-san, Team 11, Haku says, entering the clearing, a team of which I am a part of. So Team 11 is Zabuza's squad? Yujito asks. No. Zabuza-sama is already a Jounin and Gozu and Meizu are both Chunin. Team 11 is a temporary squad consisting of Temari-san, Tenten-san, and me, Haku says. Its formation is solely for the purpose of allowing the 3 of us to enter the chunin exam. You're so lucky, Haku-chan, Yakumo says, walking up to the group. I don't have anyone to take the test with, so I can't go. Though I'm probably not physically ready to take the exam even if there was an opening. Well, looks like everyone is here, so I guess we can start training, Kurinai says before Yakumo can even continue that line of thought. By the end of the training session, everyone, including Kurinai, is sitting on the ground exhausted. The smile she has on her face shows just how proud she was of everyone, though she made a mental note to have a word with Naruto about his new genjutsu, which were a bit too racy for her liking. Given that none of the others seems bothered by it, it appears that she was the only target of that particular trick. Just by thinking back, Kurinai can't help but blush from some of the scenes in the illusion. Shaking her head to clear her mind, Kurinai notices Naruto approaching Yakumo. Hey Yakumo-chan. Is something the matter, Naruto-san? Well, let's see, how should I put this? Naruto says, well, it seems like you've been intentionally avoiding me lately. Yakumo says, looking up in shock before slumping her shoulders, I guess you're right. If it's about what happened to the Aidu monster, that's not your fault. Well, I guess it's about that, a bit at least, Yakumo says, twiddling her index fingers. I know that you separated what the Aidu monster did and what I did, but the Aidu monster only lashed out because I got so jealous. Yakumo-chan. I've had some time to think things over, Yakumo says, cutting. Naruto off, if I really felt about you as strongly as I thought I did, I should be happy that you have so many people that care about you, but instead I just got jealous of everyone. I realize now that it was a silly crush from the way you cared for me back then, and I'm almost over it now. You're not upset about that, are you? That's not fair, Yakumo-chan. There's no right answer for that question, Naruto says, smiling. I suppose you're right, Yakumo says, giggling. I'm still a bit embarrassed that I lashed out like that, so I guess I have been avoiding you for a bit. There's no need to be embarrassed about it, we're still friends, right? Yes, we are, Yakumo says, nodding her head smiling. Well, since we are friends, you don't need to avoid me anymore. You're right, Naruto-san, Yakumo says, I apologize for making you worry about me. Meh, don't worry about it, Yakumo-chan. We're friends, right? Friends don't need to apologize to each other for silly things like that. Yes, you are right, Naruto-san, thank you, Yakumo says, smiling. Despite her desire to talk to Naruto about his newest genjutsu techniques, Kurenai didn't have a chance to speak to Naruto alone before the chunin exam. Naruto has an idea what Kurenai wants to talk to him about, but he wanted to avoid her just so it would occupy her mind for a bit longer. As such, Naruto, Yujito, Gaara, and Ginkgo in her fox form left the Namikaze manor early to head to the test center. When they arrive, they see a large group of shinobi standing outside one of the rooms. Stifling a giggle, Yujito stands on the side, with her teammates as they watch them struggle trying to get past the two chunin guarding the door. Out of the corner of his eyes, Naruto sees Kakashi's team walking through the crowd. Rolling his eyes, Naruto sighs as Sasuke makes a scene about the illusion placed on the number of the room. He is either an idiot or a show-off, a voice says behind Naruto, I'm leaning toward the former. Underestimate him at your own peril, Temari-chan, Naruto says. Without looking back, he might be a jackass, but he was still one of the top students in the graduating class. Looks like the show's over, let's head upstairs ahead of the crowd, Tenten says. Nodding their heads in agreement, Team 9 and the temporary Team 11 move upstairs and enter the actual test center. Looking around the room, Naruto pays special attention to Kabuto's team and the team from Oto. Meanwhile, Gaara and Temari find Kankuro standing next to two girls spotting Suna Hatayat. From the look on his face, it's obvious that Kankuro is not happy with his teammates. Deciding to save any talk with their brother till after they leave the test center, Temari and Gaara move toward the others around their years with their respective teams. Soon, Team 7 emerges from the door along with all the others delayed downstairs by the illusion. Spotting Naruto, Sasuke lets out a low growl and approaches him, but Ibiki and a large group of chunin shows up before Sasuke can say anything. Casting a glance toward Ginkgo, the fox nods her head slightly, answering Naruto's silent question. Smirking, Naruto realizes that even though Ibiki was not ready to reveal himself to everyone in the room, he is still under order by the Hokage to prevent all confrontation between Naruto and Sasuke. Ordering everyone to their seats, Ibiki tells the chunins to pass out the written test. After explaining the scoring rules and the rules regarding cheating, Ibiki signals for the test to begin. Closing his eyes, Naruto takes a deep breath before stealing glances around the room. He can see that while all the chunins' attention are scattered all over the room, Ibiki's attention is focused entirely on Naruto, daring the young genin to try his luck against the head of the torture and interrogation department. Ibiki's sadistic grin widens as he sees Naruto's eyes land on him. He heard nothing but praises about the boy from Anko and various ANBU. He is interested in seeing how Naruto is going to acquire the answers to the written exam. Sighing, Naruto takes his eyes off Ibiki and quietly begins to count how many people are in the room. By the time he finishes, a number of teams have already been eliminated by the chunin watchers. Even so, it's clear to him that there are a lot more teams participating in this exam than in his past life. Probably because of my father's reputation, Naruto grumbles in his mind, dang it. Ibiki really isn't going to take his eyes off me. Gaara has his Daisen no Mi technique and Yujito-chan has her summons, but I have nothing that will keep their attention off me. Closing his eyes again, Naruto lowers his head as Kankuro asks for permission to use the bathroom. Soon after that, Ginkgo lays her head on Naruto's lap. Scratching the fox behind the ears with his left hand, Naruto looks up again and begins answering the questions. Stealing a glance at Ibiki, Naruto smirks from seeing the look of confusion and a slight sign of frustration on Ibiki's face. There was absolutely no chakra fluctuation, there was no sign of him cheating or the fox reading the answers from others. Ibiki thinks with a frown on his face, so how is he able to answer the questions? Meanwhile, across the room, Gaara looks up from his exam toward Naruto. Smiling, Gaara glances toward Yujito, who nods her head, answering Gaara's silent question. Catching the silent exchange, Ibiki's frown deepens as the two youngsters obviously know how their teammate can answer the exam, but he still can't spot the trick. By the time 45-minute of the 1-hour limit is up, Ibiki slams his palm on the blackboard to get everyone's attention again. After explaining the conditions for answering the 10th question, teams start dropping out of the tournament. Unlike the last time he faced this question, Naruto decides to remain quiet to let the crowd thin out. Closing his eyes, Naruto waits until the room quiets down before opening them again. 30 teams left this time around, Naruto thinks as he did a quick count. I guess that's to be expected with so many more teams taking the exam. Is there anyone else who wants to drop out of the exam? Ibiki asks with silence as his only response. In that case, allow me to congratulate all of you for passing the first portion of the exam. The room erupts in chaos as soon as the words left Ibiki's mouth. Before he can even try to explain the circumstances surrounding the last question, something comes bursting through the windows and lands in front of Ibiki, stopping him from his speech and drawing everyone's attention. 30 squads left. Not bad, I guess, with the number of teams entering, but not exactly your best work, Ibiki. There seems to be quite a few interesting prospects this year, Anko. Really? Anko asks, tilting her head as she looks at the genins in the room. Oh well, I'll cut the remaining squads down by at least half with the next portion. Tomorrow you'll be taking the second part of the exam in Training Ground 44. Your Jounin instructors will know the location of the training ground. Show up at 9, bring only the clothes on your back and your ninja gears. Everything else will be confiscated to be returned only after the second task. For now though, you are all dismissed. Everyone files out of the test center as soon as the words left Anko's mouth. Temari and Gaara told their team that they will rejoin them, later wanting to spend the day with their brother, and most of the girls decide to head down to the shopping district to celebrate getting through the first hurdle of the exam. Before Naruto can leave though, Anko puts her hand on his shoulder and tells him to meet her at a restaurant nearby before leaving the building herself. Confused, Naruto shrugs his shoulders and heads to the restaurant as instructed. The moment Naruto walks through the door of the restaurant, he can tell why Anko wanted him to come to this place. Sitting at a table at the back corner of the restaurant away from everyone's prying eyes are Rin, Yugugo, Shizun, and Kurinai. Before he can turn around and leave, Anko shows up behind him and pushes him toward the table. You're not thinking of running away, are you, Naru-chan? Anko asks. Come on. We have a lot to talk about. Slinging her arm around Naruto's shoulder, Anko practically drags Naruto toward the other adult kunoichi who were so deep in their conversation that they didn't notice the two until they are right up next to the table. Oh, you two are finally here, Yugugo says. What are you two standing around for? Come on, sit down already. So how did the exam go? Rin asks, and Anko sits down to Kurinai's left while Naruto sits down to Kurinai's right and moves his chair closer to Kurinai to open up some room for Ginkgo. 30 teams made it through to the next round, Anko says. All 5 teams from around Naruto's age group made it through. So Temari-chan, Tenten-chan, and Haku-chan made it through? Shizun asks. That's what I said, Anko says. But the next stage is going to be the real test for them though. Perhaps we shouldn't talk about that with Naruto here. Don't worry, Kurinai-chan, Naruto says, putting his arm around Kurenai's waist, drawing a blush from the jounin. We're going to be at training ground 44. Any Konohanin who's heard of the Forest of Death pretty much already has an idea what the second portion of the test would be. That's right, Nai-chan. Naru-chan trained in the Forest of Death before already, Anko says. As for your squad, Shizun. Temporary squad, Shizun says, cutting Anko off. Anyway, they haven't worked together before. Temari and Tenten probably works well together, but Haku is a complete unknown to them, Anko says. They'll need some pretty good teamwork to get through the second stage. They'll be fine, Shizun says. Temari-chan, Tenten-chan, and Haku-chan are already very good friends with each other. Haku-chan is very versatile, she can adapt to any team very quickly. Well, now that we answered that question, how about we get to why we're actually here, Yugugo says with a grin on her face as Kurenai's blush deepens. Oh yeah, that little incident, Anko says with a grin on her face. I was planning on asking Kushina-sama about helping you by giving you a few pointers on dating an older woman, Naru-chan. Looks like I'm going to have to give Nai-chan the pointers instead. I have never seen Kurenai so flustered as when she was talking about what you did, Yugugo says. It is a bit disconcerting to find out she's so inexperienced in this area, Rin says. I'm sitting right here, you know, Kurenai says, frowning. Well, unless you are hiding some information, what Naruto did in that illusion wasn't that bad, Shizun says, wrapping his arms around your waist from behind, whispering in your ear, and breathing on your earlobe. It's not what he did. It's what he said and how he looked. Well, do tell Kurenai, Yugugo says. He looked like Yandeme-sama, just a bit wilder, Kurenai says, definitely taller though, slight reddish-orange highlight in his bangs, a thin blood-red ponytail. Muscular enough to feel them but not too bulky. Wow, Nai-chan, you sure know how to pick them, Anko says before turning toward Naruto, but what's with the highlight and the ponytail? Kind of a tribute to the Uzumaki blood in me, I guess, Naruto says before thinking to himself, though beside the ponytail that's pretty much what I looked like before I came back, but there's no need to tell them that. Darn Kyuubi's chakra for tainting my hair, I liked my blonde hair. Alright. So we've established that he was hot, Yugugo says, holding a finger under her nose to keep the blood from flowing out. What could he have said that got you so flustered? Hanabi and Kyoko aren't here, are they? Kurenai asks, looking around. It was that bad? Shizun asks, concerned. I can't feel the brat's presence, so go ahead, Nai-chan. I'm not going to go into details. It's just a brief description of what he intends to do with me in private when he grows up. Kurenai says, blushing, but he was rubbing my outer thighs and whispering all those things when he was breathing right on my ear. So he was talking dirty to you, and Nai-chan, Anko says, to think you're so innocent that you can't even handle a little teasing. I'm so disappointed. But where did you learn how to talk like that though, Naruto? Rin says with a frown on her face. It's not Kakashi, was it? Or Jiraiya-sama? Shizun asks, because if it was him, Tsunade-sama is going to have to teach him another lesson. If there's anything left of him if Kushina-sama found out before that. No, I think I learned all that from Kiba, Naruto says, hiding his smirk knowing that the Kunoichi all see Hana as a little sister. He can't keep his mouth shut about how he's going to make women very happy with his talents. Sounds like the mud is going to have to be re-educated, Yugugo hisses. Tsum-san would be more than happy to do the honors, I'm sure. Yes, we need to have a word with Hana-chan after this, Shizun says, a dark aura descending on her. Poor Kakashi-kun, having to deal with the mutt and the insufferable Uchiha Sasuke, Rin says. I still don't understand why Senpai took that team when he failed everyone else before them. Well, Kakashi is always harping on teamwork, so I guess they must have shown him something, Anko says, can't say that. Dokuganryu always follows his own rule though. He has two eyes, you know, Rin says. Well, one of them isn't his, Anko says, how much you want to bet that's why he took that team? There were other Uchiha on the team Senpai failed though. Well, they must have been really pathetic then. Naruto, be nice. Yes, Kurinai-chan. You trained him well, Nai-chan, Anko jokes. I think the credit goes to Kushina-sama, Kurinai says, smiling. Let's order our lunch, I'm getting hungry, Rin says. Yeah, and while we eat, you can tell me how you got the answers to the test, Anko says. Ibiki is driving everyone crazy trying to figure it out. It's not that difficult really, Naruto says. Ginko-chan can understand what Akamaru is telling Kiba. All I have to do is wait for her to get all the answers from Akamaru. So you can understand what the fox says? Shizun asks. We have a way of communicating with each other, Naruto says cryptically as Kurinai hides a smile. Well, Inazuka uses dogs, Aburame uses bugs, Yujito uses cats, and you use Ginkgo. Ibiki can't complain about that, Anko says, shrugging, although I was hoping that there were some grander plans than that would drive Ibiki nuts. It's actually kind of anti-climatic. You can always make things up, Naruto says offhandedly. Yeah, you're right, Anko says, already coming up with different ideas that would make Ibiki go crazy. Temari and Gaara followed Kankuro and his team until they got back to their hotel. Standing in the lobby, Kankuro waits for the two girls to give up and go back to their room, but neither made any move to leave despite clearly knowing Kankuro's intention. Finally giving up, Kankuro walks toward the cafe with his siblings and his teammates in tow. So how have you been, Kankuro? Temari asks after they take a seat at one of the tables. About as well as shinobi like us can hope to be, Kankuro says. After getting through the academy, I got stuck with Matsuri and Sari here for teammates under Baki. Father must have high hopes for you to place you under Baki, Temari says. And you too? I am Senju Tsunade Shirsho's apprentice. Gaara is on a team with Naruto-kun and Yujito. Never thought you'd become a medic. I am learning a lot more than just medical ninjutsu, Temari says. In case you don't remember, I asked you to send me a battle fan last year. And who would be able to teach you how to use that thing? Naruto-kun happens to be a wind type too. He is very creative when it comes to creating techniques. And how have you been, Gaara? As well as one can hope to be as shinobi, Gaara says in his monotone voice. I thought your seal was fixed already, so why are you still talking like that? The way I speak and the condition of my seal has nothing to do with one another. Come on, Gaara, there's no need to be so cold toward your own brother, Temari says. He should be used to my tone by now. But forget it, Temari, he's right, Kankuro says, his attitude actually improved quite a bit already. He's getting annoyed, but he hasn't killed anyone yet. I could arrange for that to happen if that is what you want to see. Did you just make a joke?